When I woke up, the blinding sunlight was so piercing that I couldn't open my eyes. It took a while before I could finally make out my surroundings, but when I did, my heart sank. Above me was a tattered thatched roof with holes, and sunlight streamed in through the gaps. The dirt walls were dark and stained, and the room was painfully bare, just a rickety wood table that seemed like it might fall apart at any moment, and an old kerosene lamp. Beneath me was a hard earthen Kong bed, covered by a thin layer of straw. The quilt draped over me was patched all over and carried the unmistakable smell of mildew. What the hell? Where am I? I had only ever seen a setting like this in period drama TV shows, but I could clearly remember that just last night, I was sleeping in a modern apartment building. An absurd, completely ridiculous thought exploded in my mind. I had traveled through time. I shot up from the bed, and the more I looked around, the colder my heart grew. The air smelled earthy, mixed with the faint scent of firewood. Hanging on the walls were straw rain capes and a portrait of a revolutionary leader. Everything about the place screamed improvised and run down. If this wasn't some twisted prank, then there was only one possible explanation. I had really landed in another era. I rushed toward the window, and as soon as I reached out to touch the frame, a chunk of wood broke off and fell to the floor with a thud. The sound startled the people next door. Soon, two men pushed the door open and walked inside. One was dark-skinned with a booming voice. The other wore black-framed glasses and was as skinny as a bamboo pole. "Kid, you're awake? Are you all right? Anywhere feeling off?" I forced myself to suppress the panic rising in my chest and fixed my gaze on the two of them. "Who are you?" The dark-skinned man spoke up first, introducing himself as Li Hongbing, the production team leader in the village. The tall, skinny one was Lu, the accountant. When I heard the words production team leader, my stomach sank even further. What's today's date? September 22nd, 1976. My mind buzzed, echoing like an empty gong. This was before the reform and opening up era. And somehow, I had been tossed into the wilds of northern China in the 1970s. I knew this place was notorious for its hardships. Back then, I'd been a retired competitive shooter with a decent marksmanship record. If I could manage to go hunting, maybe I could carve out a way to survive here. But first, I need a gun. Li Hongbing and accountant Lu seemed to notice my odd expression. Tentatively, they asked, "You're an educated youth, aren't you? Which village are you from?" My heart skipped a beat. There was no way I could admit I had traveled through time. Clutching my head, I pretended to be in pain. "My head hurts. I can't remember anything. Just my name, Zhao Tianliang." Li Hongbing froze. Memory loss? The two men exchanged glances, their expressions complicated. "Don't worry, Comrade Zhao," the team leader said. "Stay here in our village for now, and we'll figure things out slowly. We'll start investigating." I nodded, thanking them. But the moment the door shut, my unease only deepened. A strange era, an unfamiliar land. I was on my own now. Meanwhile, in the neighboring room, Li Hongbing and accountant Lu were hunched over a worn-down wooden table, looking troubled. The tea in their cups had already gone cold. In a low voice, Lu said, "This Zhao kid is pale and delicate. He's definitely a city boy. My guess? He couldn't handle life here and ran off. Maybe even attempted something desperate." Li Hongbing muttered, "We did find him by the riverside. It's not impossible." Accountant Lu sighed. "What's so bad about northern wilderness?" Li Hongbing didn't respond. Lu continued, testing the waters. "So, should we keep him here?" The team leader frowned. "Let's first see if any production teams nearby are missing anyone. If nobody's lost someone, we'll go from there. And if nobody reports a missing person?" Li Hongbing narrowed his eyes and glared at him. "What's your angle here, Lu?" The accountant, backed into a corner, finally came clean. He had a relative whose family was trying to find a husband to marry into their home. Their daughter had chronic illnesses and couldn't even have children. Except for troublemakers or loafers, nobody would agree to marry in. But looks-wise, the girl was no worse than Zhao Tianliang. Bang! Li Hongbing slammed the table hard enough to make Lu flinch. "No way. That's like throwing him into a pit of fire." "Lu, don't you dare." Back in my room, I couldn't hear their exact discussion, but fragments of their conversation drifted through the thin walls. What little I caught only added to my growing anxiety. Not long after, as I tried planning my next move, a rustling noise caught my attention. A flash of gray darted out of nowhere. My reflexes kicked in, and without hesitating, I grabbed a broken brick on the floor and hurled it. Thwack! The shadow crumpled to the ground. As I stepped closer, I realized it wasn't a rat. It was a rabbit, clutching a wilted cabbage leaf in its mouth. But just as I leaned down to examine it, my vision blurred, and suddenly, An image appeared in my mind. A transparent, floating space like a bubble. Inside that space was a pile of rabbits stacked into a mountain. I counted 100. A hundredfold multiplier? As soon as that thought formed, I understood. Every creature I hunted down personally would appear in this space, multiplied by 100. In a time where food scarcity was an everyday reality, this ability was absolutely groundbreaking. My heart raced at the possibilities. If this happened with rabbits, would it work with fish, birds, bigger animals? I took a deep breath, forcing myself to stay calm. This was only the first test. I couldn't draw conclusions too quickly. Besides, it wasn't just the multiplier. I had this space. The space wasn't huge. Judging by the size of the rabbits, it was about 10 cubic meters. Could it expand? I stared at the rabbit pile, my eyes beginning to gleam. At the very least, I'd found a lifeline to survive this era. There's only 10 cubic meters, but it's enough for me to work wonders. If I had a hundredfold harvest crit ability for real, then obviously, the bigger the space, the better. I didn't rush to take the rabbit out just yet. I wanted to test first if things could be preserved here. Back when I read novels, I always envied those protagonists with magical spring spaces. My space may be humble, but it comes with something even better, a harvest crit. If I lay low for a few years, waiting for the winds of reform, who's to say I can't carve out something for myself? But that's for the future. Right now, I need to survive. I need to figure out what I can do. And I need a gun. A space and crit ability without any weapons is as good as useless. The noise from earlier, when I took out the rabbit, quickly drew the neighbors over. Li Hongbing and Accountant Lu pushed the door open. Zhao Jiqing, you alright? I pointed to the rabbit on the floor. It just ran out. I got it with a quick hit. Accountant Lu squatted down, his eyes lighting up. Wow, this'll make a good meal. Li Hongbing stared at the wound on the rabbit's head, then glanced at the broken brick nearby. One strike and it's done? I nodded. The two exchanged a quick look, their expressions shifting slightly. This Jiqing didn't seem so simple. The rabbit's yours, since you got it. How about I cook it up, and you can have a proper meal for once? I shook my head instead. Uncle, I'm not used to eating this kind of thing. They both froze for a second. In these times, turning down meat? This is meat. Really, I just don't care for it much. They probably thought I was just being picky because I'm from the city, so they didn't insist. I didn't want the rabbit, but I did owe them a bit of gratitude for the offer. All right, I'll take the rabbit then. You stay here, settle in, and think everything through. See if you can remember anything. They left with the rabbit, and the room quieted down again. I sat on the calm, staring at the overcast sky outside. One thought echoed in my mind. Since I'm here, I have to survive. And not just survive, but succeed here more than anyone else. The door creaked open. A boy, around 14 or 15, hesitantly peeked his head in. He was small and thin, his clothes layered with patches but meticulously clean. His eyes were bright and lively. Jiqing Ji, my name's Li Yuan Chao. My dad is Li Hongbing. He was carrying a big bowl. Inside were a cornbread and a few pickled vegetables. Simple, coarse, but clearly the best hospitality this home could offer. I accepted it. Thanks, Yuan Chao. The boy scratched his head, looking sheepish. My dad says you're capable. Touching a brick and taking down a rabbit like that? I've never seen that before. I gave him a small smile. Taking down one rabbit was nothing. Real skill is flipping the script in a place like this. Hunger gnawed at my belly as I dove in. The cornbread was coarse and hard, the pickles overly salty, and every bite made me wince internally. However, Yuan Chao watched the meager meal with shining eyes as though it were a treasure. I softened. Yuan Chao, have you eaten yet? If not, we can share this. Yuan Chao swallowed slightly, then shook his head furiously. Jiqing Ji, this was meant for you. I can't take it. Seeing how determined he was and knowing my own hunger, I had no choice but to eat it myself. While eating, I asked him, where's your dad and Accountant Lu? They went to ask around at the other brigades and the forestry area to see if a Jiqing has gone missing. Said they'll be back soon. I nodded, but my heart grew heavier. They were going out of their way to help, but I knew it was futile. I don't belong here. There isn't a Zhao Tianliang in any registry or record. No ID, no documents. What am I? Worse. I could be accused of being an infiltrator or worse. I clenched my fist. I had to think of something. Without family or connections, returning to the city was a pipe dream. Even the Jiqing born and bred there couldn't go back. Where did that leave me? I had only one path forward. Stay here in the village. Li Hongbing and the others saved me. They were even worried on my behalf. The folks here didn't seem like bad people. If this is where I've ended up, then it's here I'll put down roots. Looking out at the dilapidated village through the window, I made a decision. I'd start over, and this time, I'd win. I told Yuan Shao I wanted to explore, and he eagerly agreed. We trudged down the uneven dirt roads, the boy excitedly pointing out whose yard was whose and who'd planted which jujube tree. I listened, chiming in here and there, quickly warming up to him. Leaving the village behind, the mud houses grew sparse, and golden wheat fields fanned out before us. Heavy ears of wheat swayed gently in the breeze, stretching as far as the eye could see. There's a river up ahead. Across it is another village. Also, stop calling me Jiqing. Just call me Tianliangji. Yuan Shao grinned and eagerly corrected himself. But my eyes were on that river. The earlier meal had lacked substance. I was still far from full. If I could catch some fish, maybe I could test this 100-fold harvest crit ability with something. Let's go check it out. At the riverbank, the water meandered lazily past. The surrounding plants yellowed and dry. Not far off, I noticed someone. A girl crouched by the riverside, scrubbing laundry. No matter the coarse blue fabric she wore, it couldn't hide her well-proportioned figure. Her hair draped partly over her face, revealing only her fair profile. The sunlight caught her just so, making her stand out all the more. She worked quietly, her hands scrubbing in rhythm while occasionally pausing to brush stray locks from her face. Wiped the sweat off my brow. I stole a few more glances, feeling my heart stir just a little. Out here in this remote little village, I hadn't expected to see such a beautiful girl. But I only allowed myself 2 quick glances before shifting my focus back to the river. For me, filling an empty stomach was still the top priority. Suddenly, a terrified scream filled the air. My head snapped up instantly, zoning in on the direction it came from. There, by the riverbank, the girl washing clothes had fallen to the ground, her face pale as a sheet. She was frantically scooting backward. In front of her was a water snake, coiled and flicking its tongue threateningly, ready to lunge at any moment. My gaze changed in an instant. It was sharper, brighter than when I'd first spotted that pretty face. Meat. It had practically delivered itself to me. I scanned my surroundings quickly, looking for something to throw. But the snake was too far. A rock wouldn't pack enough punch from this distance. Just as frustration started to set in, my eyes landed on the slingshot hanging from Li Yuan Chao's waist. Yuan Chao, let me borrow that. Before I had even finished my sentence, I had already grabbed it from his side. Grabbed a stone, pulled back the slingshot. Took aim, all in one fluid motion. With a sharp whiz, the stone hit the snake right on its weak spot, the 7-inch mark. It twitched once, then fell limp, lifeless on the ground. Li Yuanchao was stunned. Tianliangji, how are you so accurate? I didn't respond immediately. I walked over to confirm the snake was truly dead before finally turning to the girl. You okay? Still visibly shaken, she looked up at me, her voice trembling. Thank you, comrade. Only then did I get a clear look at her face. No makeup, but strikingly beautiful, almost distractingly so. Li Yuanchao moved closer, grinning like a fool. Yueqingjia, that scared me half to death. So, her name was Yueqing. Figured she must be a local girl. But her skin was far too fair, unlike the sun-kissed tones typical of the villagers. She dusted herself off while I looked on. Not sure if she felt shy under my gaze, but her expression hinted at it. Not that I thought too much of it. I wasn't looking at her. I was looking at my own space. The one in my mind, to be exact. It used to only have rabbits. Now, it was suddenly filled with a pile of water snakes. One snake from reality had multiplied into 100 in my space. Just as I suspected. A surge of joy swept through me, though I forced myself to hold it in. Finally, I squatted down and picked the snake off the ground. Can this thing be eaten? Li Yuanchao nodded vigorously. Yes, absolutely. Relief washed over me. At least I'd secured dinner. Tianliang, Yuanchao. From a distance, Li Hongbing was waving us over. A thought struck me. It was probably about the investigation into my identity. I was about to answer him when I noticed Lin Yueqing quickly gathering her clothes, clutching her basin, and hurrying off. Her frail figure looked unsteady, as if even walking was an effort. I withdrew my gaze. We weren't close. There was no reason to intervene. Food came first. Yuanchao, go clean the snake when we get back. Got it. He carried the snake as we walked toward Li Hongbing. When he saw the water snake in his son's hand, Li Hongbing narrowed his eyes. He was probably wondering if that amnesiac-educated youth had done the deed again. If it really was me, that meant I wasn't just some average Joe. Meat was the most sought-after resource in the production team. If I had a knack for getting meat, keeping me around could be a huge benefit for everyone. The bigger question was, would I even want to stay? Comrade Zhao, out hunting water snakes now. Just happened to be walking by with Yuan Shao. Came across it by the river, so I took care of it, I answered nonchalantly. Dad, you have no idea how dangerous it was. That snake almost bit Yueqingjie. If it weren't for Tianliangji's quick reaction, he used my slingshot to kill it in one hit. Really awesome. Li Yuanchao was practically bouncing with excitement, as though he'd been the hero of the story. But all Li Hongbing seemed to pick up on were the words Lin Yueqing. You ran into the girl from the Lin family? Sort of, I said with a nod. Li Hongbing glanced around, lowered his voice, and said, Comrade Zhao, I need to tell you something. In the future, keep your distance from that Lin girl. Dad, Li Yuanchao protested. Yueqingjie is so nice. Why should he stay away from her? You don't understand. I'm saying this for Comrade Zhao's benefit. There was an obvious caution in his tone, though I had no idea what it was about. Not wanting to press him on it, I simply smiled and nodded. Hongbing Shu, any updates on my situation? It's a bit complicated. Let's discuss back at the house. When we arrived at Li Hongbing's home, a woman in a blue traditional jacket stepped out to greet us. You're back. Li Hongbing gestured toward her and said, Zhao Jiqing, this is my wife, Wang Cuihua. I quickly greeted her respectfully. Hello, Aunt Cuihua. She looked me over before asking, how's your health? Not too bad. Just can't seem to remember much from before. She sighed. Don't stress too much over it, Xiao Zhao. Take your time. Treat this place like your own home. Thank you, Auntie. By the way, I caught a water snake earlier. Could you help us prep it? Li Yuanchao eagerly held it up. Mom, Tianliangji used my slingshot to take it down. Casting him a sidelong glance, Wang Cuihua said, I know you helped, and I'll make sure you get your slingshot back. But don't get reckless with it. Li Yuanchao was all smiles, practically skipping with excitement. Taking the catch, Wang Cuihua headed straight for the kitchen. Meanwhile, Li Hongbing led me into the main room, sending his son off elsewhere. I went with Accountant Lu this afternoon to check things out. Even the commune's educated youth office couldn't find any records on you. My heart sank a little. But don't worry. I found you down by the river. Maybe you floated down from upstream. We'll trace it back along the river. Until we figure things out, you can stay here and rest. Sure enough, I really ended up crossing over. Uncle Hongbing, I have an idea. Go ahead. If we never figure out where I came from, can I stay here? Li Hongbing froze for a moment. Are you serious? I nodded firmly. Uncle, I want to transfer my household registration here. Li Hongbing's expression turned serious. We need to talk this through. I don't want you blaming me in the future. Our team's work points aren't worth much. One work point is only a bit over 2 cents. Even if you work a full day, it's only a bit more than 20 cents. It's less than in other places. Are you sure you're okay with staying? I smiled. Money doesn't bother me. I've got skills. I won't go hungry. As long as the people are honest, that's all that matters. Uncle, it's because of your honesty that I've got to settle my registration here. I spoke with conviction. Li Hongbing's face turned red. All right. After dinner, we'll handle the paperwork. Not long after, Wang Cuihua brought in a pot of snake soup. Careful, it's hot. The aroma immediately filled the room. Li Yuanchao walked in, holding a tray of cornbread in his arms, and he gulped at the smell. Wang Cuihua served me a bowl first. Try your auntie's cooking. I took a sip, and my eyes lit up. The soup was incredibly fresh and warmed my stomach. The snake meat was firm and springy with no hint of gaminess. Suddenly, I heard loud slurping noises. Li Yuanchao was clutching a large bowl, gulping it down like a cow at water. I was stunned. This guy could really eat. Slow down. Wang Cuihua's face reddened in embarrassment. After dinner, Li Hongbing immediately took me to get my household registration sorted. Before nightfall, the paperwork was complete. The office handling the educated youth couldn't find my records and almost registered me as a veteran youth. Veteran youths stopped receiving grain provisions starting their second year. They could only rely on work points to earn food. Provisions were refined grains, far better than the coarse grains distributed by the team. Thanks to Li Hongbing's persistence, I was granted 4 months of provisions. Each month included 45 pounds of rice, an ounce of bean oil, and an ounce of pork. Since pork was in short supply, it was replaced with meat coupons. The rice and bean oil had already been collected. The youth quarters had long been abandoned. Now, I was the only one living there. Li Hongbing lit a kerosene lamp. This used to be the youth quarters. Everyone's gone back to the city now. I was pleased. I had my secrets and didn't want to share a space with others. Let me know if you're missing anything. Thank you, Uncle Hongbing. From now on, just call me Tianliang. All right, you're one of us now that you've got your registration here. Li Hongbing looked around. The place is well equipped, but it's missing bedding. It gets cold at night. He was already thinking about getting a few extra things for me. Tianliang, wait here. I'm going to grab some stuff. Uncle Hongbing, I'll come with you. No need. He left quickly after saying that. I looked around my new space. There was one large Kong bed, clearly built as a communal sleeping area for the educated youth. Now that I was alone, it felt spacious. The furniture was old, much of it handmade and uneven. Though basic, everything was functional. For a rural village in the 1970s, this was already pretty decent. I was content. A layer of dust covered everything, clearly showing how long it had been in use. I rolled up my sleeves, ready to clean. Tianliang, I'm here. As soon as I stepped into the yard to find cleaning supplies, I bumped into Li Yuanchao. The guy was carrying an armful of cleaning tools, brooms, dustpans, rags, and an enamel basin. All of it. What's all this? My dad sent me to help. Tianliang, which one do you need? The broom, please. Having someone lend a hand was definitely quicker than doing it all myself. I already owed them. What's one more favor? Li Yuanchao worked fast, and soon, the house, kitchen, and yard were all spotless. Yuanchao, thanks a lot for today. I wrung out the rag and sincerely thanked him. After eating your snake soup, it's the least I could do. You like it? Love it. If it's meat, I'm all for it. At the mention of the snake soup, his eyes lit up, and he gulped again. He'd probably love to have it every day. How about I treat you to it again tomorrow? Huh. He froze for a moment and then nodded eagerly. Of course. But water snakes aren't easy to come by. We were lucky today. Honestly, it's kind of bad luck for Yuqingjie though. I thought of the stash of 100 water snakes in my storage space, feeling pretty confident. I'd just bring out another batch tomorrow. Changing the topic, I asked, who was that girl earlier? Why did Uncle Hongbing tell me to stay away from her? Li Yuanchao's expression darkened. My dad's old-fashioned. He believes the gossip around the village. People say Yuqingjie is a jinx, that anyone close to her ends up unlucky. But they don't even know how amazing she is. That piqued my interest further. Calm down first. What's her story? Li Yuanchao took a breath before continuing. Lin Yuqing had an older brother. Not long after she was born, her brother fell ill, and no treatment seemed to help. The family pinned all the blame on her. Later, she got sick too, displaying similar symptoms as her brother, and no doctor could figure out why. Reason being? The family truly believed she was a bringer of bad luck. Since then, even her name was no longer used. Everyone in her household, heck, most of the people in the village, just called her the jinx. After hearing that, I felt a heaviness in my chest. Was her illness the same as her brother's? It sounded like it was likely hereditary. And if it was a genetic condition, it probably wasn't easy to treat. Thinking of all this, I felt even worse for that poor girl. Her body was already at war with itself, and yet she still had to endure so much unfairness from others. Forget it. Let's talk about something else. How about water snakes? I didn't want to linger on such a heavy topic anymore. Sure enough, talking about food lightened the mood quite a bit. Yuanchao, do we have hunters in our village? I acted casual, though my real thoughts were fixated on guns. Of course we do. We even have a hunter king. The Hunter King? That nickname sounded like quite the title. His name's Wang Qingshan. He lives on the northeast edge of the village. Wait, his last name is Wang. Is that where the nickname came from? Yup, that's right. I rubbed my temples. What's his skill level? He says he once took down a wild boar king when he was young. None of us have actually seen it though. Nowadays, he just hunts grouse, or, if he's lucky, catches an elk. Whether he has real skills or not is hard to say. But hey, he's having meat every few days, so I'd say he's doing pretty well. Li Yuanchao said all this with a straight face, but I couldn't stop myself from wanting to laugh. What about you, Tianliang? You know how to hunt? I shook my head. I don't know much about hunting, but I can shoot. In fact, I'm a pretty good shot. Really? If I hand you a gun, you think you could take down some game? This was getting interesting. I perked up. Do you have a gun? Nope. Just asking. I almost burst out laughing in frustration. What's the point of asking if you don't have one? Well, if you manage to get a gun somehow, I'll make sure there's fresh meat on your plate. How's that? Are you serious? Dead serious. Yuanchao actually began contemplating this carefully. My uncle has a 16-gauge single-barrel shotgun. Problem is, he's pretty reluctant to lend it out. Then why even bring it up? Hold on, don't get all worked up. I have a plan, but I'll need your help. Spit it out already. My uncle loves his liquor. If you can get your hands on some good alcohol, I'm sure I can convince him to part with the gun for a while. Alcohol, huh? Yeah, just make sure it's not some cheap moonshine. Something from the co-op supply store should do. Do you have any liquor ration tickets? Liquor tickets? That's when it hit me. Nothing gets bought these days without the proper ration coupons. Grain coupons, liquor coupons, you name it, you need it. I don't have anything like that. Other options. The black market. If we can't get it through official channels, there's always that route. Also, if you manage to snag a few water snakes or other good meat, we might be able to trade for it there. Now that, I could work with. I gave a nod of approval. After a bit more back and forth, Li Hongbing showed up carrying bedding and daily necessities. Enamel mugs, toothbrushes, tooth powder, towels, even matches. He'd thought of everything. Thanks, Uncle Hongbing. No need for thanks. We're all family. You and Xiao, get back home now. Let Tian Liang get some rest. Though reluctantly, Li Yuanchao had no choice but to leave. Before he left, he made plans to drop by the next day. Once everyone was gone, the place immediately grew quiet. I cleaned myself up briefly and went straight to bed. After such a long, busy day, I was completely drained. But by the next morning, I was feeling much better. Once I got up, I did a quick stretch routine, breaking a bit of a sweat before calling it quits. My stomach started growling, so it was time to get something in it. Fortunately, I'd already received my ration of staple grains yesterday, plenty to tide me over for a while. The small kitchen still had pots and bowls left behind by other educated youth before me. Yuan Shao and I had cleaned them thoroughly yesterday evening, so everything was ready to go. No shortage of fuel, either cotton stalks, rice husks, bits of firewood, all piled in a corner. Hongbing had also included 2 boxes of matches in what he'd brought over. That thoughtfulness wasn't lost on me. Soon enough, wisps of pale smoke began curling from the stovepipe, and the rice was on the boil. Meanwhile, I dug into my stash and pulled out 2 water snakes. After gutting, washing, and chopping them up, I tossed them into the pot for a soup. If only I had some scallions, ginger, or garlic. I murmured to myself as I stared into the simple broth. Good thing this snake meat isn't too gamey. Tianliang. Before the soup had finished, Yuan Chao's voice exploded from outside. Seconds later, he burst into the kitchen. Not eating yet. I smiled faintly. Perfect timing. The snake soup's almost ready. Want a bowl? Yuan Chao gulped audibly. With food shortages at home, his family was down to just 2 meals a day. He clearly wanted some, but felt too embarrassed to take a free handout. Nah, I'll wait till you're done. Then we can go snake hunting together. But as soon as those words left his mouth, his eyes widened in realization, fixed on the pot. You caught more water snakes already? Got lucky. Snagged 2. Like a flash, Yuan Chao lunged forward and dropped to his knees in front of me. Master, please take me as your disciple. I froze in place, stunned, before hurriedly pulling him back to his feet. What's with the theatrics? Master, teach me your snake-catching skills. When you're old, I swear I'll take care of you. I couldn't help but let out a sigh. I'm still young, thank you very much. But the kid wouldn't relent, looking at me with a sincerity that was hard to brush off. In the end, I nodded and agreed to take him on as an unofficial disciple. I could teach him techniques, sure, everything else? That was on him. All right, enough. Sit down, have some soup, and while you're at it, tell me more about this black market. Yes, master. Yuan Chao's grin practically stretched from ear to ear. We steadied the table and served up the rice and snake soup. 2 snakes in 1 pot, generous portions. Li Yuan Chao skipped the rice altogether, cradling the soup bowl as he drank straight from it. Even without seasoning, the aroma was irresistible. Things were cleaner and fresher these days, and the flavor of the meat was especially robust. After we finished eating, the 2 of us slumped into our chairs, rubbing our bellies while discussing important matters. How strict is the black market here? I asked. They were cracking down hard a few years ago, but it's much more relaxed now, Li Yuanchao said in a low voice. My dad said that the higher-ups nowadays kind of turn a blind eye to it. Plus, as the market slowly reopened, the black market is practically like a small farmer's market now. That got me thinking. This kind of shift in attitude wasn't simple. What's being sold in the black market? Hard to say. The black market sells everything. You name it, someone's got it for sale. Even guns. Not sure. Probably. I've never seen any, though. I didn't press further. A borrowed gun would never truly be mine. I needed one to call my own. Boss, you don't actually have to go to the black market to buy a gun. They've got them at the supply and marketing co-op. That statement took me by surprise. Guns sold out in the open at the supply co-op? But after thinking about it, it made sense. Guns weren't banned back then, and it wasn't uncommon for every household to own one. Selling guns through the co-op wasn't exactly shocking. I asked about the price, and after hearing it, gave up on the idea entirely. I didn't have a single dime to my name. Buying a gun was nothing but a daydream at this point. For now, my focus would be on surviving. But I did set a goal. Save up. Buy a gun. Whether it was from the black market or the co-op, without money, it was all wishful thinking. Boss, let me do the dishes, Li Yuanchao offered when he saw me zoning out. He quickly started clearing the table. Watching him buzz around with energy, I had a thought. Having an apprentice wasn't half bad. I smiled. Yuanchao, I'm heading out for a walk. All right, boss. With a wicker basket on my back and a hatchet in hand, I headed to the river I'd been to yesterday. After walking half the day, I found next to nothing. The river only had a few tiny fry. The rest was all water plants. Anything worth eating had already been fished out long ago. If I wanted meat, I'd have to head into the mountains. I needed meat to trade for alcohol at the black market, but since I was broke, meat would have to do as currency for now. Finding a quiet, secluded spot and making sure no one was around, I reached into my storage space for some rabbits and water snakes. 10 rabbits, each over a pound. 20 water snakes. The wicker basket was filled to the brim in an instant, but the sheer uniformity of the haul made it stand out too much. I needed to do some processing. I took a few steps forward, but then stopped. Focusing my mind into the storage space, I experimented with skinning one of the rabbits. It worked. I felt a jolt of excitement. This ability was a game changer. I skinned and butchered all the rabbits and water snakes right inside the storage space. 10 rabbits, 20 water snakes, all cleaned and ready. But by the time I finished, my vision went black, my head spun, and I almost collapsed. A sudden unease washed over me. Using the storage space drained my mental energy. This time, I'd pushed myself to the limit. It took a while before I recovered. Note to self, never process such a large batch at once again. Rabbits and snakes were one thing, but if it were a wild boar or a black bear, I'd probably be done for on the spot. For now, there wasn't a solution to improve the situation, and I didn't let myself dwell on it too much. I covered the contents of the basket with dried grass and twigs and headed back. On the way, I bumped into several villagers coming off work. Everyone was warm and friendly toward me. The team leader had mentioned my situation in the morning. Young people willingly settling down in Shungan village weren't common, so they had a certain respect for me. I greeted them all with smiles, exchanging a few words that quickly broke the ice. By the time I got back to the Educated Youth Center, Li Yuanchao was already waiting in the courtyard. Seeing the basket on my back, he eagerly came over. Boss, you were out chopping firewood? He asked, eyeing the dried grass peeking out from the top of the basket. I closed the courtyard door behind me. Let's head to the kitchen. Thud. I set the basket down. Li Yuanchao immediately sensed something was up. There had to be something in the basket. His eyes went wide. Boss, don't tell me you caught more meat. I lifted the dried grass and twigs, revealing the rabbit and snake meat. That much? Li Yuanchao's jaw dropped. Grab a bowl, I instructed. I'll fill one, and the rest we'll take to the black market. Quick as a flash, he returned with a large ceramic bowl. I filled it to the brim. Take this to Uncle Hongbing and Auntie Tsuehua. Who? He asked, confused. Your parents. Hurry, drop it off and come back so we can head to the black market. Only then did Li Yuanchao understand and perked up. Carefully covering the bowl, he dashed off toward his house. Someone greeted him on the way, but he didn't stop to chat. At home, no one was around. His dad, Li Hongbing, was the production team leader, and his mom, Wang Tsuehua, was the women's team leader. They were always busy and rarely at home. Li Yuanchao left the meat in the kitchen, locked the door, and breathed a sigh of relief before rushing back to the Educated Youth Center. Boss, aren't you keeping some for yourself? Think I'm worried about running out? Ready? Let's go to the black market. The black market was tucked away in a remote alley, impossible to find unless you were local. Brother Tianliang, we're a bit late, Yuanchao said as we arrived. There weren't many stalls left open. The black market usually started before dawn. I wasn't too bothered. My main purpose today was to scout the place and offload some meat. Let's look around for now. We walked in. The alley was quiet, and no one stopped us. We had only taken a few steps before an older woman approached. Looking to trade? Lowering my voice, I replied, yes. Tickets, rations, cash, whatever you've got. The woman turned heel and left immediately. I frowned. It wouldn't do to go person by person like this. Find Song Jianzi. He's been around here for a while, knows his way around. Lead the way. After weaving through twists and turns, we arrived at a discreet side entrance. There was only one stall there, manned by a vendor in his 40s. His face bore a prominent mole, and his eyebrows were unusually arched and long. That's Song Jianzi. As long as you're willing to pay his fee, he can make things happen. Folks say he's reliable enough. I nodded and stepped forward. Buying or selling? He asked. Both, I said plainly. A gleam sparked in his eye, and his smile widened. I didn't bother with small talk and laid out my needs directly. Cash, various tickets, quality alcohol. He chuckled, seemingly amused by my boldness. I can get it all. But what do you have for payment? I placed the bamboo basket on the ground and pulled off the cover. It was packed full of meat. His pupils shrunk as he crouched down for a closer look. It was fresh, no doubt, but it was rabbit and water snake meat, not exactly rare. He quickly assessed the value in his mind. Nice skills, my friend. You a seasoned hunter? Cleaned out a whole nest, huh? I smiled faintly, but didn't clarify. Just got lucky. So what's the trade value? I didn't confirm or deny his assumptions. Let him think what he wants. Let me weigh it. Although the meat wasn't too exotic, it was still enough to turn heads out there. It wasn't worth a fortune, but it certainly wasn't worthless either. He swiftly brought out the scale. 6 pounds of rabbit meat, 2.5 pounds of water snake meat. Less than 10 pounds in total. It didn't sound like much, but it was all cleaned and deboned. Pure meat, no skin, bones, or guts. All right, what are you trading for? He asked. Start with alcohol. The rest, exchange for cash and ration tickets. I had my priorities straight. The alcohol had to come first. It was the key to borrowing a gun. Without a firearm, no big game was an option. Song Jinzi pulled back a curtain and retrieved 2 bottles from a box. Daka Special Brew from Jiaodong. This is my best stock. 2 bottles, plus 15 pounds of ration tickets for the rest. I exchanged a glance with Li Yuanchao. The price seemed fair. Song Jinzi had been working the black market for a long time. It wasn't worth tarnishing his reputation over a few pounds of meat. Deal. I accepted the alcohol and tickets without further discussion. A smooth first transaction didn't necessarily prove trustworthiness. I'd test him a few more times, then decide if he was reliable enough for bigger trades, like firearms. We wandered the black market a bit more before exchanging 5 pounds of ration tickets for some spare change. Goal achieved, we didn't linger. On the road back to Shungan village. So, Yuan Chao, when are we visiting your uncle? Uncle's got a day off from the forestry station on Sunday. We can go then. Today was Thursday, September 23rd, just 2 days away. Enough time to scope out the nearby woods. Sounds like a plan. As we passed a field of reeds, a rustling sound suddenly caught my ear. I held up a hand, signaling him to stop. What's up? Yuan Chao asked in a hushed voice. There's movement. Hand me the slingshot. With no gun, this would have to do. I stooped to pick up a few small stones, crouched down, and slipped into the reeds. After advancing 5 or 6 yards, the sound grew even clearer. Close now. Parting the reeds carefully, I was momentarily stunned. On the grassy ground lay a young girl in a gray dress, cradling 2 quail eggs in her hands. Her side profile was lit with a soft smile. Sunlight traced the gentle curve of her waist. The next moment, the reeds rustled louder, and 3 fan-tailed snipes darted up into the air. Startled, the girl sprang to her feet, and her gaze met mine. Her face flushed crimson, likely recalling her earlier posture. But I wasn't staring at her. The moment the birds took flight, my expression turned focused. Left hand steadying the slingshot, right hand tightening the rubber band. Snap! The first stone struck one bird square on the head. The second hit another, cutting off its escape route. The third preempted their landing spot. 3 muffled thuds dropped in quick succession, feathers scattering. The birds hadn't flown far before they all plummeted to the ground. Masterful! Exclaimed Li Yuanchao from outside the reeds, watching the birds fall one by one. It was then that the girl realized her initial assumptions had been wrong. I wasn't stalking her. I was hunting for food too. She hadn't been following me, not deliberately anyway. And I wasn't eyeing her, either. As she got a closer look at my face, recognition dawned. It was me, the new urban youth settled in the village. Last time at the riverbank, I was the one who had saved her. She must have jumped to conclusions back then too. I exhaled quietly in relief. That was close. Almost gave myself away. Good thing those 3 unlucky birds showed up just in time. Wouldn't have been easy to explain otherwise. Li Yuanchao eagerly ducked into the reeds, but paused when he spotted her. Yueching Jia, what are you doing here? Your pants are all dirty. Your folks will scold you again, he chided. Knees and pants now smeared with mud. Her lips parted slightly, as if to retort. Since when did they ever care about me? But she swallowed her words. Thanks, Yuan Chao. I'll get going. As she walked past me, she hesitated briefly before extending her hand. In her palm rested the 2 quail eggs. Comrade Zhao, she whispered. Thank you for last time at the riverbank. These are for you. Her voice was soft, but her neck was already flushed red. Caught off guard, I froze for a moment. She, dashing into the reeds, was she out there just to find eggs for me? Seeing how she acted at home, she didn't seem like someone who'd have spare change for pocket money. These 2 eggs. They were probably all she could manage to give. My heart softened, and I reached out to take them. Comrade Lin, how did you know I like these? Thank you. Hearing my gratitude, a flicker of light appeared in her eyes. She'd spent the whole morning and only managed to find 2 eggs, and even worried they might be too humble a gift. I need to head back and make lunch, she said abruptly, turning quickly and leaving before I could respond. I tucked the eggs close to my chest, then stashed them in my private storage space. Earlier, I took down 3 common snipes, and suddenly my space was packed with 300 of them, almost entirely full. Master, that water rail is a hefty one. Must be a good amount of meat on it. Li Yuanchao came running over excitedly, carrying his catch. His eyes were practically glowing, though I couldn't tell if it was at the thought of the meat or something else. Is it tasty? I asked. Tasty. Even more tender than chicken, he exclaimed. All right, we'll have it for dinner. What about lunch? He shot back eagerly. I made an earnest face. In my hometown, there's a tradition that eating chicken at night brings good fortune. He believed me. All right then. Tonight, for good fortune. But honestly, the meat from the morning hadn't been touched yet, and with the weather being so hot, it wouldn't keep long. After packing up our catch, we began heading back to the village. That evening, I was invited to dinner at Li Hongbing's house, with Accountant Lu present as well. Good to see you, Uncle Lu, I greeted politely. Accountant Lu nodded back with a smile. The moment I stepped inside, a mouth-watering aroma hit me. There was cornbread made of white and yellow flour, water rail stew with mushrooms, spicy stir-fried rabbit, snake soup, steamed eggplants, and braised green beans. Accountant Lu lifted a half-full bottle of homemade liquor, sniffed it, and joked, Hongbing, are you living extravagantly now? 3 meat dishes in 1 meal. Special meals like this were usually reserved for big occasions, like butchering a pig. Li Hongbing, his smoking pipe in his mouth, wore a relaxed expression. All this meat came from Tianliang. You already know the state of my household, don't you? As our accountant. Accountant Lu paused, giving me a curious look. I'd only been here for 2 days and was already bringing in this much meat. Zhao the educated youth, you've got some serious skills, he praised me. Uncle Lu, if you keep showering me with compliments, I'm going to get a big head, I teased lightheartedly. He chuckled, seemingly even more impressed by me. When Wang Cuihua and Li Yuanchao joined us at the table, the meal began. I noticed that even with Accountant Lu at the table, Li Yuanchao ate like he hadn't had food in days, gobbling it down without any regard for decorum. As the son of the production team leader, you'd expect him to show some restraint, but this revealed the close relationship between the 2 families. During the meal, the conversation mostly revolved around me, Li Hongbing, and Accountant Lu. Come on, Tianliang, have a drink with your uncle, Li Hongbing said, raising his glass. Several toasts later, the discussion turned to my future plans. Over the past couple of days, they'd witnessed my abilities and agreed that sending me to the fields to earn labor points would be a waste. So, Tianliang, what are your plans? Li Hongbing asked straightforwardly. I'd already thought it through. Uncle, I'm a decent shot. I want to make a living by hunting, I declared. The 2 exchanged a glance, clearly intrigued. The team didn't have enough meat, and labor points were practically worthless. If I hunted regularly and traded my catches for essentials, it'd benefit everyone. But hunting was no small endeavor. It was risky, with wild beasts in the mountains. If I focused too much on hunting, I wouldn't earn enough labor points, which meant less grain during end-of-year distributions. Most folks didn't have the skill to rely on hunting. They'd do it as a side gig at most, trapping rabbits or pheasants to occasionally get a taste of meat. The fact that I volunteered seemed to take a load off their minds. Tianliang, you've thought this through? Hunting is dangerous, and there are rules. I need to lay them out for you clearly, Li Hongbing said with genuine concern. Uncle, I've made up my mind, I replied resolutely. If I couldn't make this work and ended up starving with all the resources I had, that would be truly embarrassing. All right, you've got guts. I'll take you to the Forestry Bureau to get a hunter's license, he decided. Uncle Hongbing, after getting the license, can I apply for a gun? Sunday, September 26th. Bright and early, Li Yuanchao came knocking for our morning workout. After breaking a sweat, I stopped and got busy starting a fire to prepare breakfast. Sensing that I was starting my chores, he tactfully excused himself. Master, I'm heading home to get some dry goods for my uncle. Go ahead. I steamed a few buns, cooked a pot of porridge, and had a simple breakfast. Honestly, I'm not much of a cook, so apart from breakfast, I'd been eating my meals at Li Hongbing's house these last couple of days. Of course, Each time I'd bring along meat or grains for them. Earlier in the week, we visited the Forestry Bureau to secure my hunting license and inquired about getting a firearm. The response was lukewarm. They didn't have any extra guns in stock, but promised to prioritize me if more became available. But who knows how long that if would take. I couldn't wait indefinitely. For now, I'd have to rely on my apprentice's uncle's gun. As luck would have it, his uncle was off work this weekend, and we'd arranged to meet. After breakfast, I grabbed a bamboo basket, locked my door, and pulled out items from my storage space. 2 bottles of sorghum liquor, 2 cleaned water rails, 2 wild rabbits, a can of malted milk, and a can of peach preserves. Earlier this week, I also went to the black market to meet with Song Jinzi and sold a significant haul. This time, I upped the quantity, handing over 20 rabbits, 30 snakes, and 20 water rails. When I laid out the numbers, even Song Jinzi, an old hand in the trade, was taken aback. Still, he didn't dare try any funny business. Like a seasoned trader, he stayed composed. I managed to exchange it all for a good-sized stash of ration stamps. 20 pounds of food stamps, 2 pounds of oil ration coupons, 5 or 6 pounds of side dish coupons, plus a few miscellaneous ones. Exchanged for 2 cans of malted milk and 3 cans of canned peaches. Though it looks like a lot, once the game is skinned and deboned, the actual amount of meat isn't much. I'm already pretty satisfied with this exchange. Once I get a gun and head into the mountains, hunting larger game, I'll be able to trade for even more. I covered the basket with an old cloth, locked the door, and set off to borrow a bike from Accountant Liu. Li Yuanchao's uncle works at the forest farm. It's far, and we don't stand a chance without transport. The only bicycle in the village belonged to Accountant Liu's family. To put his eldest son through high school in the county, Liu had taken on a ton of debt just to afford that bicycle. When I arrived at the courtyard with my basket, Li Yuanchao was already there. After some small talk, we were invited into the house. Inside sat Li Yuanchao and 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl. Qingyan, Qingyi, say hello. This is your brother Tianliang. Hello, brother Tianliang. I smiled and offered a can of peaches. Uncle, first time visiting, brought a little something for the kids. You're too polite, kid. Uncle, I'm also gonna need to borrow your bike later. Li Yuanchao teased from the side. The 2 kids were staring at the can so hard they were practically drooling. Liu puffed out his chest proudly, but eventually accepted it. Qingfeng's home studying today, so take the bike as you need. I thanked him, pushed the bike, and headed off. Not long after I left, the kids immediately opened the canned peaches. Liu stopped them in their tracks. Slow down. Save half for your eldest brother. He needs the energy for studying. Liu Qingyan muttered under his breath. We work hard too, don't we? How much debt did we take on just for that bike? What did you say? Was I the one who stopped you from studying? You were the one who didn't try hard enough. Liu's temper flared. And what's the point? Even if I studied, I'd still end up farming. How many people actually get work assigned after graduating? Liu Qingyan exploded. Liu Qingyi sat frozen in fear. Liu, at a loss for words, spit out a no point arguing with you, and left. The little girl was left calling for her dad, flustered. By then, Li Yuanchao and I were already on the road, bouncing along on the old Phoenix bicycle. We headed straight for Donkinga Forestry Farm. At the gate, Li Yuanchao hollered, Uncle, you home? From inside came a hearty laugh. It's you, Yuanchao, isn't it? What brings you here? Wang Yutian, slightly stooped over, came out wearing faded army green sleeve protectors and rubber shoes. I immediately noticed a gnarly scar on the left side of his face, probably a burn. He grinned broadly, showing a row of yellowed teeth. So it really is you, Yuanchao. What wind blew you this way? Does it take a special occasion for me to visit my uncle? I brought you something good today. Wang Yutian opened the gate and sniffed the air, his eyes lighting up. This is good wine, a specialty brew from Zhaodong. I was taken aback. The bottle hadn't even been opened, yet he recognized it by smell. Li Yuanchao grinned. My uncle here is a forest camp chef. Been doing this since he apprenticed at 15. Nearly 30 years now. His nose never misses a thing. That's when Wang's eyes landed on me. When did his nephew get this apprentice? This kid's barely in his 20s. What could he possibly teach? Master Wang, I'm Zhao Tianliang. Just settled in Sheng'an village. Wang looked puzzled, even more so than before. Come inside. Let's talk. As soon as I entered, I spotted the gun on the wall. A 16-gauge break-action shotgun modified, fitted with a semi-auto barrel, capable of firing 7.62 mm rounds. But at its core, still a single-shot firearm. You have to eject the shell and reload each round manually. Wang Yutian caught me eyeing it. You into guns? I am. You know how to use one? I do. He pointed at the heated brick bed. Kong, take a seat. He had already guessed my intention, but didn't mention the gun again. You're a city kid sent down here, aren't you? Most of them have gone back. Why do you stay in Shungan Village? I sighed. It's a long story. I briefly recounted my situation. Wang fell silent. So, no family here? I forced a smile. Maybe, but I don't remember. Li Yuanchao listened with red-rimmed eyes. Wang gave it some thought and finally said, folks in Shungan aren't bad. If you want to stay, you'll make it. Got to keep moving forward somehow. I chuckled, opening the cloth over the basket. First time meeting, I brought a little gift. The aroma of fresh meat filled the room. Wild game, 2 bottles of fine Jiaodong liquor, a can of malted milk, and another of canned peaches. Each item was pricey. Wang frowned. You didn't have to bring all this. I can't take it. I locked eyes with him and cut straight to the chase. Master Wang, I won't beat around the bush. I'm here to borrow your gun. As expected, Wang's face darkened. You couldn't just casually lend a gun out. If something happened, he'd be held responsible. But his eyes kept darting to the basket by his feet. Truthfully, the offering was too tempting. 2 bottles of the specialty Jiaodong liquor, his favorite. Meat, malted milk, canned peaches, luxuries that an average family wouldn't even see once in a year. Last time, malted drink powder and canned goods, whether gifted or kept at home, were both practical and carried a touch of class. Even though he worked as a cook at the forestry station and could occasionally bring back leftovers, it was far from enough to feed the whole family. This particular gift hit him right where it mattered. He looked at me again. A young man, smiling faintly, with upright features and an honest demeanor that somehow inspired trust without saying a word. Wang Yutian prided himself on being a good judge of character. His mind was made up, and a smile spread across his face. Xiao Zhao, you want to borrow the shotgun, huh? All right. Yuan Chao calls you his master, and as his uncle, I have to show some respect for that. But let's get a few things straight. Master Wang, name your terms, I said. Straightforward, I like that. He grabbed some paper and a pen and bent over the Kong table, scrawling down a few lines. First, this gun is strictly for hunting, not to be turned on people. Second, you're not to lend it to anyone else. Third, I'm only lending it to you for 2 months. You must return it on time. Fourth, you break it, you're responsible. Uncle, that makes 4 whole conditions already, muttered Li Yuanchao. Before he could continue, a sharp glare silenced him. I signed the paper without hesitation. The conditions weren't unreasonable. 2 months were enough for me to hunt and make enough to buy my own gun. Once I tucked away the agreement, Wang Yutian took the 16-gauge shotgun down from its hook on the wall and handed it to me. This gun was a gift from an old co-worker, and it's been hanging here and used ever since. Now it's yours, take good care of it. There was a hint of reluctance in his eyes as he caressed the gun barrel. I nodded solemnly. Uncle, if it's just gathering dust, you might as well gift it to my master. Don't you start. Wang Yutian snapped, cutting him off. This shotgun would fetch a good 200 to 300 if sold. Giving it away for free? Out of the question. Don't rush off. Stay and have a bite with us, he said. Sure. I've been dying to try my uncle's cooking, chirped Yuan Chao. Can you keep your mouth shut? Wang Yutian growled, grinding his teeth in frustration. It had been a polite offer, but with Li Yuanchao jumping on it, he had no choice but to commit. Of course, Xiao Zhao. Make yourself at home, he added, rolling up his sleeves and pulling out a piece of pork from the larder. Yuan Chao, keep your master company, came his parting instructions as he headed toward the kitchen. That left just me and my apprentice in the room. Master, my uncle's a bit tight-fisted and calculative, but he's not a bad guy. Don't mind him, Yuan Chao said quickly. If he hadn't thick-skinly twisted his uncle's arm moments ago, we'd already be shown the door. I waved it off with a small smile. Times are hard. I get it. Wait till you taste his food. Then you'll know it's worth it, Yuan Chao bragged. I didn't answer. The meal didn't matter to me as much as the 16-gauge I held in my hands. Carefully, almost reverently, I ran my fingers along its barrel. The look in my eyes wasn't just appreciation for a firearm. It was the expression of someone who had just gripped onto his chance to turn his fate around. Master, let's go out for a bit. Show me something cool. Yuan Chao nudged. Not now, I said. Your uncle's in the middle of cooking. Leaving it this time would be rude. I gave the gun a little pat and shook my head. Thud, thud, thud. A 7 or 8-year-old boy burst into the room, all chubby-faced and bold-eyed. Who are you? And what makes you think you can take my dad's gun? He demanded, standing akimbo, completely unafraid. Watch your manners. This is my master. My dad lent him the gun. It's not yours anymore, so apologize. Li Yuanchao barked, jumping down from the Kong and immediately grabbing the boy's ear. Ow, ow. Yuan Shao Gu, I was wrong. I was wrong. If you're wrong, say sorry. I'm sorry, master. I didn't know. Let go. What are you yelling about? This is my teacher. You call him Brother Tianliang. Brother Tianliang, I'm sorry. The boy whimpered. That's enough, Yuan Shao, I said, stepping in. Don't be too hard on him. He didn't know. Only then did Yuan Shao relent. Master, that little rascal's King Boldness, my uncle's youngest. There's an eldest and middle one too? I asked. As if summoned, two more boys rushed into the room. The first, maybe around 12 or 13, threw his chest out and demanded, Who's picking on my little brother? The older one, around 15 or 16, hovered behind him, saying nothing. Master, the oldest is named Wang Daming. The second one, Wang Daxia, Yuan Chao explained. Well, the names certainly fit. The middle kid had the righteous streak, while the youngest sure lived up to his boldness. The eldest, though, he seemed timid. Smells amazing, Wang Daxiao exclaimed suddenly, forgetting his protective posturing as the aroma of meat wafted in. Nose twitching, he practically glued himself to the kitchen doorframe. What's Dad cooking? Meat? Meat, shrieked Wang Boldness, eyes sparkling. Even Daming, trying to look nonchalant, betrayed himself with a few subtle steps toward the kitchen. All three brothers couldn't disguise their hunger. I turned to my apprentice and asked quietly, Your uncle's a cook. Why do his kids act like they haven't eaten in days? Yuan Chao hesitated for a moment before answering. My aunt passed away pretty early, so he raised all three on his own. Between meals and school fees, there's never enough to go around. I didn't say anything more, watching the little family's dynamic quietly. On the Kong table sat an iron pot of rabbit stew, made with wild sand rabbits, and a bottle of authentic Zhaodong Daco liquor. Xiao Zhao, drink up. A toast to you, Master Wang. I replied, holding my glass up. The liquor burned like fire on the way down. Damn, this is strong. Have some food, Wang Yutian urged. The three brothers didn't need another invite. They were already wolfing it down. The rabbit meat had been purged of its gamey smell using strong liquor, then simmered alongside potatoes, noodles, and wild mountain mushrooms until tender. The meat slid off the bone with a gentle pull. The boys had oil dripping down their chins. I took a bite and instantly understood. No wonder Yuan Chao didn't want to leave. How's my cooking? Wang Yutian asked. It's incredible. Not a single complaint, I said truthfully. Good. Have another drink, he exclaimed. After a few more rounds, his face turned an even deeper shade of red. Xiao Zhao. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. The forestry station's short on meat these days. Whoever can supply it, they'll buy whatever you've got. And they pay good money. I tensed up. Why would he? Master Wang, does the forestry still take private meat? Wang Yotian's tongue almost tied up in a knot. Take. Of course they take. They even pay more. Buying meat directly from individuals means no need for ration stamps. As he spoke, he gestured to the number 16 gauge shotgun hanging on the wall. If you hadn't come to borrow the gun, I was already considering going up the mountain to hunt a bit myself to help out at home. Something clicked in my mind. Master Wang, if I were to sell meat to the forestry, could you help connect me? Government-run agencies like the forestry were much safer than the black market. Let me tell you. Before he could finish, there was a bang. Wang Yutian had slumped over the Kong table, totally knocked out by the alcohol. I was speechless for a moment. Talk about bad timing to pass out. Still, I now had a lead. I could always ask him later. I picked up my chopsticks again and went for another piece of meat, only to grab a bone. I looked down at the bowl, and sure enough, it was all bones. Glancing over at the four young men, they were all lying back on the Kong with full bellies, looking immensely satisfied. Savages. I sighed, broke off half a corn cake, and gently dipped it into the wine before taking a slow bite. The next morning, I got up as usual. Exercise. Cook. The difference? Today, I was heading into the mountains. Wang Yutian had given me an extra 50 rounds of ammo. With the bullets packed tight, the shotgun slung over my shoulder, I set off to grab Li Hongbing and his brother, Li Yuanchao. Li Yuanchao had picked up a machete on the way out, but I spotted it and promptly confiscated it. Yuanchao, crops are almost ripe. This is when the wild boars love to come down the mountain. Let's go hunt some. Li Yuanchao's eyes lit up. He hated wild boars. After toiling all year, villagers relied on their harvest to keep them fed. Yet these pests came and wrecked everything. That said, he also had a taste for boar. Last year, the village had trapped and killed two, and he'd gotten a chance to feast on wild boar stew. He still couldn't forget it. The thought alone sparked my fire too. With a gun in hand, my heart felt alive with anticipation. You're welcome to tag along, But if we encounter anything, don't act on your own. You'll follow my orders. No problem. Let's move. We trekked through the mountain ridges, circling around, but didn't even find a single pile of boar droppings. I couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Call it luck if you want. At least we didn't meet one head-on. But unlucky too. If we had, it'd be risky. Old hunters always said, 1 boar, 2 bears, 3 tigers. Not that a boar was the strongest, but when they went berserk, it was just as dangerous. Let's keep looking. We shouldn't return empty-handed. Worst case, bagging a wild chicken would suffice. Coming up to an old poplar tree, I stopped in my tracks. Master, what are you looking at? The tree. Li Yuanchao stared with me for a while, looking serious. What are we looking for? I nearly rolled my eyes. Scrape marks. Scrape marks? What's that? Traces left by animals scratching themselves. See this line here? It's yellowed and has bristles stuck on it. That's from a boar, a male one. Li Yuanchao's face went pale as he nervously glanced around. A male boar? You're saying there's one nearby? I nodded. Adult male boars had thick skin and long tusks. Charging at full speed, they could impale a person. Sure, I had a gun, but only one life to spare. Without hunting dogs, positioning would be tough. Running into one by myself would be no joke. Judging by the fresh scrape marks, the boar's already been gone for a little while. Whether we find it depends on our luck. Master, are we really going after that boar? I spoke with a low voice. We'll check it out. If there's an opening, we'll give it a shot. I wasn't about to charge in recklessly. If I had the upper hand, I'd fire. If not, retreat immediately. I only had a single-barrel shotgun, no semi-automatic. The confidence boost was minimal. 2 or 3 good hunting dogs paired with a proper flank strategy, though, and I'd give myself a solid 90% chance. But I'd only just arrived in this era. Money was tight, resources were scarce, and gaining that level of prep would take time. For now, it was merely a pipe dream. I gave Li Yuanchao a sidelong glance. Now that he considered me his teacher, I could gradually train him to be a solid second shooter or even a tracker. The lead shooter role, however, required good marksmanship and innate talent. I couldn't afford the ammunition to train him up for it. With only 50 cartridges left, each shot needed to count. We combed through the mountain ridge, moving slowly. I scanned for any signs of wildlife, Li Yuanchao staying close to my side. Master, didn't you say you're no hunter? You seem sharper than the old village hunter, Wang. I gave a small smile. I picked up a bit of basics from my grandpa. Nothing much. Master, you're remembering things now. Only bits about guns. Everything else is still a jumbled mess. Li Yuanchao tactfully dropped the subject. Master, do you think we'll actually find that boar? Now's not the best season. Give it another 2 or 3 months. Once the heavy snow falls, that's when hunting gets easier. Why wait for snow? Snow reveals tracks, makes them easier to follow. Right now, with the fallen leaves everywhere, it's hard to see anything. You're purely relying on luck. So how do other hunters manage to find game during this time? They rely on dogs. Their noses are more useful than our eyes. By midday, the sun was beating down mercilessly. Let's take a break and grab something to eat. I'd just taken a couple of bites from my corn cake when Li Yuanchao fidgeted, unable to hold himself back. Master, I gotta take a leak. Go ahead. Don't wander too far. If anything happens, I won't have time to save you. Got it. Clutching his waistband, he jogged to a crooked poplar tree nearby. There was a grassy depression beside it. With a sigh of relief, he began unfastening his pants. Whoa! As the sound of water splashed to the ground, he suddenly noticed the small pit moved slightly. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, and nearly fainted from fright. Inside the pit was an enormous wild boar's head, its black eyes staring straight at him. It took a moment for him to process what just happened. Did he just pee on a wild boar's head? Was he out of his mind? He turned around and bolted, screaming at the top of his lungs. Boss, there's a wild boar. Suddenly, a sharp click echoed behind him. I was mid-bite on my last piece of cornbread when I heard the yell. My face froze. Without hesitating, I grabbed my rifle and dashed out. The entire morning had gone by without spotting a thing. And this kid pees once and finds a boar? And that loud yelling. Is he actively trying to lose his life? I sprinted with everything in me. It wasn't long before I spotted Li Yuanchao running for his life in my direction. About 100 meters behind him, a massive male wild boar chased furiously, closing the gap with terrifying speed. There's no time to wait. Scanning the terrain, I noticed a 3-meter-high rock platform on an uphill slope. Without hesitation, I veered off and climbed straight for it. You need the high ground. Aim for the shoulder to pierce through to the lungs. Only then do you have a chance to bring it down in one shot. Otherwise, my trainee wouldn't live to see another day. As I reached the platform, the wild boar had already stormed to within 70 meters. Even the wind carried the sound of its teeth grinding, sharp, chilling, and relentless. I steadied my breath, finger tightening on the trigger. Bang! Li Yuanchao glanced back. The boar was practically on his heels, the shadow closing in step by step. Oh no, it was way too fast. At this rate, it would send him flying. He pushed his legs harder, desperate to pull away, and miraculously, opened up some distance again. But the next moment, his feet slipped, and he tumbled forward, his face nearly hitting the ground. Behind him, he could almost feel the heavy weight and menace of the wild boar bearing down. And then, the gunfire rang out. Asterisk bang. Bang. Asterisk. Two more shots followed rapidly, almost overlapping in sound. The wild boar let out a piercing scream. Li Yuanchao lay flat on the ground, his mind spinning into chaos. 3 shots. Wasn't this rifle single shot only? Who fired them? Before he could figure things out, a familiar voice came from overhead. Get up. Quit playing dead. It was me. Snapped back to reality. Li Yuanchao climbed to his feet, his limbs weak and trembling, cold sweat drenching his body. He rubbed his sore arms and legs, finally managing to stand upright. Looking ahead, he saw me standing with my rifle, unwavering, staring forward. Following my gaze, he saw it too. A massive black wild boar, its mud-covered body lying motionless. It had fallen just 5 meters away. Li Yuanchao's eyes widened. Boss, is it dead? No idea. Why don't you go check? I said, a slight smirk on my face. And he did. Summoning his courage, he pulled the machete from his waist, gritted his teeth, and approached the boar gingerly. I nodded in approval from where I stood. This kid nearly lost his life just a moment ago, yet he still dared to go up and stab it. Courage like this is rare. Most people would have been paralyzed with fear. But he thrived under pressure, definitely hunter material. Even the extra burst of speed after being chased wasn't something just anyone could manage. You've got to have the build for that. Of course, sending him to check wasn't to put him in danger. My 3 shots hadn't missed. I was confident the boar was dead. But this was a test of his guts. Boss, it's really dead. Li Yuanchao jabbed the machete into the boar several times without any reaction before shouting gleefully. He lifted his foot and kicked it, as though venting all the terror he'd bottled up moments ago. Once he was done, he returned with the machete in hand, looking noticeably more at ease. Boss, did you fire all 3 shots just now? Well, who else would it be? But my uncle's 16-gauge shotgun can only fire single shots. You want me to teach you how to do it? Really? Yes, please. His eyes lit up like a kid in a candy store. Then clean up the wild boar first. I need to sit down for a bit. Without a word of complaint, Li Yuanchao hurried back over and got to work. I sat on a nearby rock, but my mind was buzzing like it had exploded. Somehow, my storage space had suddenly filled up with 100 identical wild boars. But my storage was only 10 cubic meters, way too small to fit all that. That strange feeling of intense pressure earlier? It was from everything crammed inside. Expand. I grit my teeth and shouted the command mentally. Unexpectedly, the space started to stretch and grow. 10 cubic meters. 20. 30. It wasn't until it hit 100 cubic meters that it stopped. I checked inside immediately. The rabbits, pheasants, and water snakes I'd stored previously were all gone, and of the 100 wild boars, only 10 remained. The price was steep, sure, but the storage space was now 10 times larger. From now on, no amount of game would ever push its limits. Even better, my control over the space had deepened. It was faster, smoother, and more efficient to process the contents. With this turn of events, the frustrations from earlier instantly dissolved. All told, this trip had been a massive win. Boss, the hide's way too tough. I can't cut through it. Li Yuanchao hollered, exasperated. I walked over, taking a glance at the rusty machete in his hand, and then at the 300-pound wild boar that lay before us. Don't bother wasting your energy. Go down the mountain and find someone to help. Li Yuanchao nodded. Who should I call? Sharing the meat is the unspoken rule when asking for help. Call Uncle Hongbing and stop by the Liu family, the accountant, and his lot. After considering it for a moment, I finalized the plan. I'd been eating at Uncle Hongbing's table quite often lately, owed him a debt of gratitude. And settling in at Sheng'an Village? That was possible thanks to Liu the accountant. Got it. I'll grab them now. Hold on. I'm coming with you. I didn't trust leaving him alone. What about the wild boar? Shouldn't someone guard it? Stay here. Not anymore. I don't want to encounter another boar. There's no telling what else might be out there in the woods. Splitting up could be dangerous. Give me the knife. We need to bleed it first. I took the machete and aimed right below the heart, 3 fingers down, and stabbed. The blade wasn't sharp, so it took a lot of force to pierce through the thick hide and fat. As soon as I pulled the knife out, blood started gushing out. Why do we need to bleed it? If you don't bleed it, the meat turns sour. You think that's edible? Li Yuanshao vigorously shook his head in response. I snapped some branches and covered the boar's eyes and face to keep the birds from scavenging. Once we were done, we quickly made our way down the mountain. Not long after we left, a tall figure appeared at the ridge. The man had broad shoulders, a square face, and a stern expression. His eyes lit up when he spotted the boar lying by the tree. He immediately walked over. At Li Hongbing's home. Old Lu, why do you look so worried these past few days? Li Hongbing passed him a bowl of water. Accountant Lu barely touched the water. He just sighed. Every household has its own struggles. My second kid has been giving me a headache. I can barely think straight. He didn't want to go into details. Seeing that, Li Hongbing decided to shift the conversation to the autumn harvest. The crops at Shangliang Commune got ravaged by wild boars. It's been calmer here, but I'm still uneasy. If a herd of boars charges in before the harvest, we're done for this year. Work points already aren't worth much, and if something happens, how am I supposed to explain to the villagers? His brows furrowed deeply as he spoke. Accountant Lu tried to stay optimistic, forcing a smile. Don't scare yourself. There's no sign of wild boars yet. Besides, we have hunters in the village. There's Hunter Wang to the northeast, the Qin brothers to the southeast, and the new guy Zhao. Even if wild boars show up, they wouldn't stand a chance against them. Li Hongbing shook his head. Hunter Wang only talks big. You've never actually seen him take one down, have you? The Qin brothers? None of them are reliable. And as for young Zhao, sure, he's promising. But without a gun, how's he supposed to take on wild boars? No matter how skilled he is, it's no use empty-handed. Hearing this, Accountant Lu felt a chill run through him. So what can we do? No idea yet. Li Hongbing lit up a cigarette, puffing away in silence. Dad, are you home? From outside came Li Yuanshao's urgent shout. Accountant Lu looked up, sensing something wasn't right. Something's off. Your boy might have gotten himself into trouble. This kid better not have caused me any trouble, muttered Li Hongbing. Not a second later, hurried footsteps echoed as someone bolted into the house. It was Li Yuanshao, drenched in sweat and clutching a blood-smeared machete. The blood on the blade had already dried to a dark red. The sight of the knife made Li Hongbing's mind go blank for a moment, a loud buzzing sound filling his head. Something terrible had clearly happened. He immediately grabbed for his tobacco pipe, ready to charge forward. Accountant Lu quickly stepped in to hold him back, asking first, Yuanshao, what did you do? Why are you covered in dirt? Dad, Uncle Lu, I went boar hunting with my teacher. One sentence was enough to completely throw the two men off guard. You what? Where's Zhao? Is he okay? The two exchanged a glance, both visibly alarmed now. I'm here, Uncle Hongbing, Uncle Lu. I stepped into the house, clothes still neat and unchanged. Oh, as long as everyone's fine. But what about the blood on the knife? Where's that from? From the boar. Li Hongbing was too stunned to process what was being said. I gave a faint smile and briefly recounted the events of that morning. Hearing how his son had been chased by a boar, Li Hongbing's eyes reddened. Upon hearing the boar had been killed, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. That was way too close. Zhao, I owe you one. If something had happened to this brat, I wouldn't know what to do. Dad, I'm fine, aren't I? The boar couldn't keep up with me, anyway. Li Yuanshao beamed with pride. I stood speechless. How could he still gloat at a time like this? Sure enough, the next moment, Li Hongbing grabbed a thick rod and started going at him. Hey, ow, it hurts. Dad, stop hitting me. The house was filled with his wailing cries, louder than the sound of slaughtering pigs. Accountant Lu stood by the side, sighing constantly. The old couple only had one son. They wouldn't say it, but they were deeply protective of him. If anything ever happened, the family line would be cut short for sure. He turned to me and asked, So, where's the boar? Did you manage to bring it down? Still on the mountain. It's at least 300 pounds. No way we could carry it ourselves. The knife wasn't sharp enough either, so we just bled it for now. Should we round up a few people? Originally, we were going to ask Uncle Hongbing and your family for help. If you're free, that'd be great. Of course I'm free. Accountant Lu's face lit up with enthusiasm. Helping to carry the boar meant getting a share of the meat. Who wouldn't want in on that? Hearing this, Li Hongbing put down the rod and grabbed a knife from the kitchen. Let's go, Zhao. You're sure the bloodletting wasn't thorough? If we take too long, the meat could spoil. The urgency in his tone was clear. I'll go grab my boy. Accountant Lou rushed off, practically jumping with excitement. Soon, a group of us was heading straight for the ridge. When we got there, everyone froze. The boar had already been cleaned and neatly processed. The head, hooves, tusks, and hide were arranged in perfect order. The cuts were clean, precise, and done with a level of skill that spoke of years of experience. Even I had to admit, it was beyond my capabilities. I frowned. Was it Hunter Wong? Why is he out here butchering the wild boar? Xiao Zhao, did you call him here? Li Hongbing recognized the man immediately. It was Wang Qingshan, the hunter from the northeast end of the village. The man who always claimed he had hunted wild boars before. I shook my head. Hongbing uncle, is he that Hunter Wong? Hearing my tone, Li Hongbing realized I didn't know the guy. He walked forward. Qingshan, you're aware this boar wasn't taken down by you, right? Wang Qingshan nodded, lifting up the boar's heart that still had a bullet hole visible. I know. Whoever shot it is skilled. But the field dressing was too careless. Blood didn't fully drain, and no follow-up shot to finish it. The meat'll spoil quickly like this. Li Hongbing looked at me. This wasn't something I was too familiar with. I nodded. He's right. I rushed the dressing. Thanks, Comrade Qingshan. When we divvy up the meat, you'll have a share. The rule was to divide the meat based on contributions, head count, firepower, and effort. Since I shot the boar, I would take 2 shares. Li Yuanchao, who helped, would get 1 share. Li Hongbing and Accountant Lu's families would share 1 portion. And now, Wang Qingshan would get a share as thanks. That made for a total of 5 portions. I'd get 2, while the rest each got 1. Wang Qingshan grinned. So, you're the new Jiqing Asterisk Zhao? Respectful. I can tell. He understood perfectly well. With someone else, tampering with a hunter's kill might have started a fight right there and then. I don't need a share of the meat, but I do have a favor to ask. Everyone paused. What is it? Go ahead, I said. He turned to look directly at me. I want to hunt a bear. I'd like to invite you along as my marksman. A bear. The expressions on the faces around us instantly changed. That was no joke. A bear's a deadly threat. Wang Qingshan stared intently at me. 3 shots. All to the same spot. You even took down that wild boar while it was charging. I respect your skill. If the 2 of us worked together, we'd stand a chance. He had already inspected the scene. The gouges from the boar's charge were still visible. It had come at me head-on. To stay composed and steady the shot in that situation, that takes some nerve. Suddenly, his eyes shifted to the firearm slung over my shoulder. Hold on, are you using a 16-gauge single shot? His tone sharpened. I turned my body slightly to give him a better view. This is all I've got. Wang Qingshan sucked in a shocked breath. With this old 16-gauge, you managed to hit the heart 3 times in a row? I thought you were using a Type 56 semi-auto. The Type 56, semi-automatic and far superior in firepower. The difference between the 2 is night and day. With a single shot, you'd have to reload between each round. After the initial surprise, excitement flooded his face. With a gunner like you on board, no bear could get away. What do you say? I hesitated. I didn't have a hunting dog, and tracking a bear alone in the mountains was too dangerous. Having Wang Qingshan as a guide would save a lot of trouble. Besides, I had my own plan in mind. So long as I fired the final shot, the bear wouldn't just count as 1 bear. The thought stirred a fire inside me. But the biggest worry right now was whether Wang Qingshan could be trusted. When hunting in the mountains, the danger doesn't only come from wild animals. It can come from other people, too. Comrade Qingshan, I'll need a few days to think it over before giving you an answer. I planned to ask around and learn more about Wang Qingshan's character before making any decisions. Wang Qingshan, on hearing that, actually looked relieved. All right, I'll wait to hear from you. I've only spotted traces of the bear so far, haven't found the den yet. We've got time, there's no rush here. He knew that I didn't fully trust him. And with things like this, rushing only makes it worse. With the bear hunt put on hold, we returned to dividing the wild boar. The innards had already been hung on a tree, customary practice to honor the mountain spirits. With Wang Qingshan declining his share, the division adjusted. The meat was split into 4 parts, and I got half. By the rules, the head and all 4 trotters also go to the shooter, Wang Qingshan reminded me. This boar was taken down by me, so the head and trotters were a mark of pride. The rest of the meat had already been carved. I picked out my share. In addition to meat, there were ribs, organs, its bristle hide, and a pair of tusks. Half of the innards were to be offered to the mountain spirit, and the other half I left behind. I didn't want to deal with their storage and spoilage without a hunting dog. I made up my mind, whatever it took, I'd get a good dog. In the mountains, a good hunting dog made all the difference. Almost every skilled hunter had one. The rest of the innards and the ribs were divided among the two other families. I took the tusks and the hide, both of which could fetch money at the state-owned store. As the shooter, this was custom, and no one objected. With Li Hongbing, Accountant Lu, and Lu Qingyan helping, we carried the meat downhill as steadily as could be. The group descended the mountain in high spirits. Along the way, Lu Qingyan walked with his father, using a bamboo pole to carry the load. "Dad, when we get back, can I eat a few pieces of meat?" he asked. Accountant Lu smiled. "Of course. Eat as much as you'd like." Since his second son's outburst a few days ago, he had a newfound clarity. All these years, he had been too partial to his eldest. He respected literary men and viewed Lu Qingfeng, who made it to high school, as the family's only hope. Thus, he protected him at all costs. He used to think his younger son and daughter shared the same mindset, that no matter what it took, they'd all sacrifice for Qingfeng's education. It wasn't until young Qingyan exploded in outrage that he realized supporting the eldest's schooling was his idea, not theirs. All these years, he had indeed wronged the second and third children. "Dad, big brother uses his brain for studying. Give it all to him." Then, Lu Qingyan said. His voice was low and quiet. Accountant Lu instinctively wanted to nod, but forced himself to hold back. "No need. This time, since he didn't help carry the meat, just leave some for him. You and Qingyi eat more." Qingyan Lu abruptly looked up, surprise filling his eyes. "What? Doesn't sound like something I'd say." Accountant Lu chuckled. "Qingyan, haven't you always wanted a new pair of rubber shoes? We'll sell some meat and get them for you." Qingyan froze in place. He had begged countless times, but his father never gave in. And now he's offering on his own? The family was already in debt from supporting his older brother's education. Could Dad really afford to buy him shoes? The young boy hung his head, his thoughts churning like a storm, unable to speak a word. Did Lu have a falling out with Qingyan? Li Yuanchao whispered, lowering his voice. Li Hongbing sighed deeply. It's tough being old Lu. 3 kids, it's no easy task trying to balance things out. Thank goodness Tianliang shared a little meat with him this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have something to smooth things over with. Li Yuanchao listened with partial understanding, but his mind soon drifted back to thoughts of dinner. As soon as we returned to Shungen village, the wild boar meat became the talk of the town. The news spread like wildfire and drew a crowd of curious villagers. Wasn't this the work of the Hunter King? Impressive. I thought he was just bragging. This boar's got to weigh 300 or 400 pounds at least. Voices of praise echoed everywhere. It wasn't Wang Qingshan who shot it. Qin Baoshan crossed his arms and interrupted coldly. Take a closer look. See who's carrying the boar's head and trotters. The crowd then noticed that the one holding the boar's head was an unfamiliar face. Isn't that the newly arrived educated youth Zhao? He hunted it? No way. Even stronger than Wang Qingshan. The Qin brothers couldn't even measure up to this. Qin Baoshan's face darkened. Being overshadowed didn't sit well with him, though he had to admit, it was clear the guy didn't bring any hunting dogs and was only armed with a modified 16-gauge shotgun. The young man had talent. It was just hard to say how much help he'd had. The crowd grew larger. I raised my hand to quiet everyone and assured them that the wild boar meat would be shared among everyone. In the mountains, we have rules. When prey is caught, it gets divided. As someone new here, building goodwill was paramount. Even if I had the support of the production team leader and the accountant, those alone wouldn't silence a village. So, I made sure to cut and distribute 1 pound of meat to each household. I kept the 4 trotters and shared most of the boar's head too, giving away nearly 100 pounds in all. No one dared to take more than their share, but to me, it was worth it. After all, there were still 10 more wild boars in my stash. Sacrificing this small portion to win the whole village's goodwill was a steal. Everyone praised my generosity and extended dinner invites, which I politely declined, explaining I still had things to do. After the crowd dispersed, I noticed a slender, white figure standing not too far away. I raised my hand and beckoned to Lin Yueqing. I'd shared meat with everyone from the educated youth team, so of course, she'd get some too. But the moment her eyes met mine, she lowered her head and bolted away. I froze in place. Was I that frightening? I looked down to see my hands covered in dried blood, wild boar blood, nothing more. Forget it. I headed back to my hut, grabbed some rope, tied up the 4 trotters, and lowered them into the well to tenderize them. This way, the meat wouldn't turn tough. There was still plenty of meat left over after I divvied it up with the villagers. Since I couldn't finish it all myself, I decided to carry the excess over to my apprentice's family. At the Lin household, as Lin Yueqing approached the door, She could hear her parents laughing inside, cheerfully discussing how they'd prepare the wild boar meat for dinner. Her mother had gone to claim a portion when I distributed the meat. "Where'd this meat come from?" her father asked, puffing on his dry tobacco pipe. "The new educated youth, Zhao, gave it to us." "What a generous fellow," her mother replied, grinning from ear to ear. "Truly generous." Her father nodded in approval. Just as Yueqing was about to step inside, their conversation brought her to a halt. "So, have we settled on a son-in-law, old man?" her mother asked in a hushed tone. "It's hard. With our girl's situation, finding someone good is no small task," her father sighed. "Not one decent match?" "There is one. Remarried. A bit older, but he's willing to pay for our son's bride." "How old?" "Over 40, and he has a son in his 20s. The room fell silent. If she married him, she'd essentially become the wife of two men in the household. Lin Yueqing stood outside leaning on the wall, feeling as if her blood had frozen. Moments later, her mother softly spoke again. "What about the new educated youth, Zhao?" She remembered the way I'd looked when I distributed the meat. Her father scoffed. "Someone capable of hunting wild boars won't ever fancy our daughter. Stop dreaming. If we can't secure someone soon, it'll have to be the divorced man. We can't wait much longer." Each word was like a hammer blow to Yueqing's heart. Meanwhile, the Li household was lively. "Come on now, Zhao, a toast to you." Li Hongbing raised his enamel mug, grinning widely. I clinked my glass with his and took a bite of the braised wild boar meat they'd served. Its skin was tender, bursting with rich flavor, a true delight. "Sui Huaani, this is top-notch cooking," I complimented sincerely. Wang Cuihua laughed heartily. "This is nothing. My younger brother works as a chef at the forestry station. Now he knows true cooking." Li Yuanchao, his cheeks stuffed with ribs, nodded enthusiastically. An idea struck me. The last time Wang Yutian got drunk, he mentioned the forestry station buying meat. With 10 wild boars in my stash, I needed to find an outlet for them. Just as the trotters finished tenderizing in the well. "Son, I'll head over to Wang Yotian's place again, and I'll bring that cheap apprentice with me while I'm at it." After a few rounds of drinks, I asked about Wang Qingshan. "Uncle, that hunter today, Wang, can he be trusted?" Li Hongbing thought for a moment before answering. "Qingshan's a decent guy. He's got a good reputation." He paused, his tone suddenly serious. "But let me give you a piece of advice. Don't mess with bear hunting." Zhao Tianliang thought he was just being overprotective and chuckled. "Uncle Hongbing, I'm a hunter. How could I possibly not hunt bears?" "Xiao Zhao, you don't get it. Even if you were going with the Qin brothers, I wouldn't stop you. But Qingshan, he's different. He's not cut out for it." Li Hongbing pointed to his chest and lowered his voice. 5 years ago, his wife was killed by a bear. Ever since then, he's lost his nerve. He used to have the guts to go after wild boars. His skills are still sharp, no doubt about it. But after his wife died, he got so spooked he can't even steady his gun anymore. In these 5 years, he hasn't taken down a single decent piece of game. If you go into the mountains with him, it's too much of a risk. That's when I finally started to understand. "Thanks for the heads up, uncle. I'll think it through." Li Hongbing nodded and didn't say more. Off to the side, Li Yuanchao was chomping away, his hands greasy and clutching 2 chunks of braised wild boar meat, as if his life depended on it. The whole conversation had seemed irrelevant to him. Early the next morning, I stuck to my usual routine of morning exercises and cooking. Ever since Li Yuanchao saw my shooting skills, he'd been a lot more industrious. He showed up to sweep the yard before dawn had fully broken. After breakfast, he asked, "Master, are we heading into the mountains again today?" I shook my head. There was still game to deal with. There was no rush to head back out. Bagging that wild boar was partly luck. Li Yuanchao distracted it, and I happened to be in a prime position to take it down with a single shot. If it came to a real fight, it wouldn't have been so easy. Next time I go into the mountains, I'll need 2 or 3 hunting dogs in tow. You and Xiao, go ask around nearby villages, see who's selling hunting dogs. This is important." Li Yuanchao straightened up immediately. "Don't worry, master. I'll ask every household I can. Make sure to write down the details of who has what." "Got it." Once he left, I changed clothes and headed out. I'd stayed up late the night before, but had finally butchered the 3 wild boars. Today, I needed to bring some of it to the black market to exchange for cash. In a corner of the black market, Song Jinzi had just wrapped up a deal and was busy counting cash. "Brother Song, how's the haul been these past couple of days?" I approached with my bamboo basket slung over my back. Though my face was covered, Song Jinzi recognized me immediately. "Plenty of cash coming in lately, but I'm worried you won't have enough goods." I didn't even reply. Instead, I set my basket down on the ground and pulled back the worn cloth covering it. Song Jianzi had expected the usual, maybe some rabbit or bird meat. But when he looked down, he froze. 3 wild boar heads stared right back at him, dark eyes glaring lifelessly. Holy, where did these come from? He instinctively took a small step back. Seeing the cold look in my eyes, he quickly corrected himself. Forget I asked. Brother, are you selling all 3 of these heads? I shook my head. This is just to whet your appetite. I've got 3 entire wild boars. What the hell? 3 wild boars. Song Jianzi let out an involuntary curse. Who on earth can manage to take down 3 wild boars? Brother, I heard up Liang commune's dealing with a wild boar outbreak. A lot of hunting squads went over there. Judging by what you've got, it seems like your take was pretty impressive. Damn, 3 whole wild boars. You've got skills, I'll give you that. I didn't have the faintest idea what outbreak or which hunting squads he was talking about. But since he'd just handed me a convenient alibi, I saw no reason not to roll with it. It could only work to my advantage. Brother Song, as long as you keep it to yourself, that'd be great, I said. Song Jianzi's expression grew serious. The hunters who'd gone up to Liang weren't amateurs. The names alone gave him pause. Lu Sampao, Qian Jin from Little Xing'an, Black Bear Zhang. The man in front of him? He might just be among them. His attitude instantly humbled. A grin spread across his face. Brother, are you selling all 3 wild boars? Do you think you can handle it? Song Jianzi thumped his chest. I've been in this business for years. It's not for nothing. 3 boars? That's nothing. I can take them. All right, let's set a time and place. You name it. I'll follow your lead. Deals this big, totaling hundreds of pounds, aren't secure in the open black market. At some point, when there's too much money at play, someone will start getting ideas. What are you looking to exchange for? I'll prepare in advance. Guns and ammo. Song Jianzi took a sharp breath. I can get you a handmade gun, but I doubt you'd want something that crude. I nodded. What caliber ammo? 7.62. Song Jianzi thought it over. 100 rounds. That's the most I can do. Fair enough. The rest can be converted into cash and ration tickets. If you have hunting dogs, that'd be a bonus. Song Jianzi's eyes gleamed. Guns, bullets, and hunting dogs. What does that say? It says their haul may have been successful, but their losses weren't small either. Especially their dogs. A hunter without dogs is like losing an arm. Raising good dogs requires fresh meat, blood exposure, and long-term training. It's an investment. Song Jianzi's mind was already racing. He didn't have any trained hunting dogs in hand just yet, but he could track some down. A client like this, a big spender, was rare. Anyone capable of taking down 3 wild boars? You could count such outfits on one hand within a 10-mile radius. If he could solidify this connection, we patched things up with the hunting dog, just like sending coal in the snow. With that, this connection was established. Buddy, don't worry, I'll figure this out for you, he said. My heart lifted with joy. If he really could get me the hunting dog, it would save me a world of trouble. 3 days from now, the deal goes down. 5 miles outside of Dongbei Township in the Donkinga Forest Farm. 3 days, that's enough time for me to find the dog. Song Jianzi nodded. 3 days is fine, but will the meat keep for that long? I want it fresh. I smiled lightly. Rest assured, 3 days from now, all of it will be fresh. If any of it goes bad, it's yours for free. Song Jianzi slapped his thigh. Great. It's settled, then. At this point, backing out would just make me look guilty. If, in 3 days, I really could deliver fresh meat, this guy would definitely be worth associating with. Brother Song, I'll leave these 3 pig heads with you as a deposit. Song Jianzi grinned and pulled out a stack of cash and ration tickets. Buddy, this is all I've got on me. I'll make up the rest at the trade in 3 days. I counted 5 large 10 yuan bills and a few smaller ones, 5s, 2s, and 1s, a total of 92 yuan. There were ration tickets too, food stamps, cloth stamps, oil stamps, and others, small amounts but all very useful. Just what I needed. Brother Song, any good liquor left? Just 1 bottle of Xiaodong Special Brew Daku. Add that to the tab. I took the liquor and decided to make a stop at Wang Youtian's place. Passing by the supply and marketing cooperative, I paused. Develop the economy, safeguard supplies, was painted on the outside of the red brick building. Grandpa mentioned this place a lot, but this was my first time coming here. With cash and ration tickets in hand, I figured I might as well put them to good use. The sales counter was wooden, covered with glass. The shop assistant had her hair in a braided ponytail and wore a blue worker's uniform. There was quite a line, but the assistants all had this cold, arrogant demeanor. People in their position had iron rice bowls, jobs for life, and therefore higher social status. You couldn't pick what you wanted to buy. They decided for you. If you bought a lot, they might even complain you were causing trouble. I noticed a slightly older shop assistant, her hair pinned with a plastic hair clip that looked rather trendy. I turned to a corner, stealthily took a few processed rabbit pelts out of my hidden stash, stuffed them in a basket, and queued up. After about 10 minutes, it was my turn. Handing over money and sugar ration tickets, I said, "Sister Zhang, please weigh me some sugar." She paused, clearly not recognizing me. But my genuine tone when I called her Sister Zhang caught her off guard, and her movements noticeably sped up. Your hair clip really shines. Even the daughter of our team leader doesn't have something this nice. Sister Zhang subconsciously touched the hair clip. It's from relatives in Shanghai. Can't get it anywhere else. No wonder. It's even better than what the department store sells. I followed up one compliment with another. Sister Zhang couldn't hide her smile. No one thought much of it, assuming we were just old acquaintances. The timing was right. I pulled out the nicest rabbit pelt from my basket. Sister Zhang, the pelts I was working on the other day are finished. I brought one for you. Matches your style perfectly. Her eyes lit up, fixated on the rabbit pelt. When did she ever ask me to tan any pelts? She quickly caught on. It was a gift. Everyone knew the supply and marketing cooperative always held back some special stock reserved for insiders. If you wanted to buy those in-demand goods, you had to get on a salesperson's good side. Sister Zhang was no stranger to receiving gifts, and she rarely accepted them because most didn't meet her standards. But that rabbit pelt? She truly loved it. She couldn't help but size me up a little more. Handsome, polite, and thoughtful with gifts. If she'd married a little later, she thought with a sigh, "Oh my, thank you so much, brother. You did a really nice job on this pelt." She held the rabbit pelt with a look of fondness. "Not a wasted effort," I said lightly. "By the way, Sister Zhang, I'd like to buy some more supplies. Tell me what you need. I'll pick out the best for you." I pulled out all the tickets I had. Sister Zhang, this is everything. Had it been anyone else, she'd have seemed impatient already. But with me, she felt delighted and eagerly started selecting items for me. The line of customers, waiting and watching, grew increasingly envious. Just because he's handsome, he gets to cut in line? Having connections sure is different, huh? Some people overheard our chat and assumed we were longtime friends. I played it cool, keeping a calm expression. I had done my research. Sister Zhang loved keeping up appearances. Complimenting her looks was a foolproof move, and the rabbit pelt sealed the deal. And it worked like a charm. Was it worth it? Absolutely. I'd be coming here often, and now I had an in. Having a contact at the cooperative meant I wouldn't be stuck with leftovers or reject stock. In no time, there was a small mountain of goods on the counter. Matches, flashlights, soap, cigarettes, sugar, toothpaste, rubber shoes, vanishing cream. Everything was brand new. The queue behind me looked like they were about to burst with frustration. Why were they stuck with rusty flashlights and shoes that peeled? Well, I got the good stuff. But no one dared say a word. In times like these, the customer was certainly not always right. "Hey, little bro, take a look. Is it aligned?" She wiped the sweat off her forehead. "I trust you. No need to check." "How much?" $72 and 38 cents. My heart skipped a beat. The money wasn't even warm in my pocket, and most of it was gone. If anyone else heard this, they'd probably get so mad they'd spit blood. These things could stock up another household for years. After saying goodbye to Sister Zhang from the supply and marketing co-op, I carried my goods out. Finding a secluded corner, I stashed most of it into my hidden space, leaving only some groceries and smaller items in the basket for cover. If someone saw, it'd be easy to explain. This way, whenever I pull out more items later, I'll have a story ready. Feeling a bit lighter, I headed back towards Shengantun village. I really need to get a bicycle. I'll ask Song Jinzi about it later. Frozen Green Valley Forest Farm. With the basket on my back, I trudged along, my legs nearly giving out. Li Yuanshao followed behind me, wiping the sweat off my brow. I've come to understand why accountant Lu gritted his teeth to borrow money to buy his eldest son a bike. This rugged path is exhausting. With a bicycle, half the effort would be saved. When the deal goes through in a couple of days, I must remember to ask Song Jinzi about getting my hands on one. "Master, if my uncle knows you brought pig trotters and booze, he'll lose his mind with excitement." Li Yuanshao could practically taste his uncle's braised trotters just thinking about it, his mouth already watering. "You want to eat pork knuckle? Stay sharp later." "Don't worry, master. Leave it to me." For the sake of that meaty meal, Li Yuanshao pounded his chest, pledging himself to the task. After returning from the co-op last time, I stuck around Shengantun, asking around for hunting dogs. But after searching the entirety of the production team and forest farm, no one was selling any. There were plenty of mutts, though. The pig trotters now hanging in the well were starting to stink of sourness, so I brought Li Yuanchao to seek out Wang Yutian. The black market can't be everything. I'll need to set up multiple channels. Otherwise, if something goes wrong someday, all the wild game in my hands could go to waste. Wang Yutian had just finished a day of hard labor and was heading home with a net bag containing 2 aluminum meal boxes. The moment he walked through the door, his 2 youngest sons came rushing over. "Dad, what good stuff did you bring back?" Wang Dedan, the youngest, snatched the bag. As soon as Wang Yutian sat down, his second son, Wang Dixia, started massaging his legs and shoulders. "Where's Deming?" "In the kitchen, kneading dough." Of the 3 boys, the eldest was the most reliable. Opening the lunchbox revealed cabbage stewed with vermicelli in one and steamed eggplants in the other, along with 3 pieces of thick, fatty pork. Wang Dedan's eyes lit up. "Dad, this is such a treat. There's even fatty pork." Wang Yutian grinned proudly. The leadership from the forest farm came by. The director shared some good meat, and I got to benefit. Remembering what the director had mentioned, his heart began to race. The forestry farm was looking to acquire some extra meat. Whoever could supply it would earn an extra 10% on top. This was a golden opportunity. But the problem was, the gun he needed was lent out already. Even if he had a gun, heading into the mountains wasn't just about carrying one. It was risking your life for meat. "Dad, the cornbread's ready." Wang Deming came in with mixed grain cornbread and pickled radishes. "You boys eat first. I need to rest a moment." The 3 boys crowded the Kong table to eat, alternating between bites of cornbread and pickles. No one touched those 3 slabs of fatty pork. They all wanted a taste, yet refrained, knowing their father worked too hard, and the fatty meat was for him to replenish his strength. "Uncle, you home?" Hearing the shout, Wang Yutian shot upright. "Deming, go check if your older cousin brought someone over." Wang Deming peeked outside and saw his cousin Yuanchao along with me, the guy who had brought the meat last time. He instantly clued in and scurried back into the house. "Dad, it's cousin Yuanchao and brother Zhao." "Got it. You boys keep eating." Sliding on his shoes, Wang Yutian went to open the door. Before getting close enough to see us properly, the aroma of meat and liquor was already drifting his way, hitting him straight in the soul. A broad smile spread across his face. "Oh my, Xiao Zhao, I was just thinking about you, and here you are. Guess we're on the same wavelength, Uncle." "Uncle, who are you kidding? You were probably thinking more about my master's stuff." Li Yuanchao quipped, clearly knowing his uncle all too well. Caught red-handed, Wang Yutian didn't even bat an eye. "Nonsense. Xiao Zhao, have you eaten yet?" "Master Wang, I'm just here to mooch a meal." "Perfect timing. I was about to cook." "Then don't mind if we do. My home is your home." I shifted gears in the conversation. "Got a couple pig trotters the other day. Didn't trust myself to cook them properly. Didn't want to waste them." Wang Yutian's eyes twinkled with interest. "2 of them. Hand them over. I promise they'll turn out mouth-watering." His mind, however, was racing. By established rules, hunters typically only got to keep 1 trotter. The rest went to the group. Now both were in my possession. Could that mean I hunted the wild boar solo? A thought struck him like lightning. "Hold up. That wild boar, did you use my 16-gauge shotgun to bring it down?" I nodded. "Your gun really came through for me." For a moment, Wang Yutian was speechless. That old shotgun taking down a wild boar? A miracle. Li Yuanchao, unable to contain himself, cut in to describe the thrilling hunt, practically making himself out to be the hero. But Wang Yutian's focus stayed sharp. 3 shots, and it was down? It's a single-shot rifle. I just shoot fast. Relieved, Wang Yutian let out a deep breath, admiration growing in his eyes. "You've got talent." House. 3 boys sat beside a Kong table, heads down as they gnawed on cornbread. Wang Yutian suddenly remembered there were still people at home, his expression a little awkward. "Stop eating. We'll be having braised trotters in a bit." "Trotters." The 3 boys immediately perked up. I set out the pork trotters and a bottle of liquor. The kids' eyes lit up. Wang Yutian ordered firewood to be lit and water boiled. 2 of the boys rushed over to me, enthusiastically massaging my shoulders and legs. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "All right, go treat your cousin the same way." The pair immediately pivoted to doing the same for Li Yuanchao. Li Yuanchao, visibly uncomfortable, glanced back and forth between them. After all these years, he had never been treated this well in his life. Deep down, his respect for me only grew. Now, this was the kind of authority that commanded respect. I couldn't decipher Li Yuanchao's exaggerated winks and expressions and didn't give it much thought. My focus was on the room itself. I weighed my options. Should I bring up the idea of selling meat? Rumor had it that things were tight for the Wang family. If that were true, I was more than willing to yield a good portion of the profits. The odds of success didn't seem slim. In the kitchen, Wang Yutian was meticulously singeing hair off the two pork trotters while Wang Daming added birch logs to the stove. Dad, I think Brother Zhao's the real deal. Borrowed the gun for just a few days, and he's already hunted a wild boar. While we're all sitting together for dinner, why don't you bring up the idea of the meat deal with him? The usually reserved Wang Daming finally spoke up. This didn't surprise Wang Yutian. Daming might seem a little slow or taciturn to outsiders, but the boy had been perceptive and mature beyond his age since childhood. In fact, many things had already been hashed out between father and son, including negotiating the procurement channels for selling meat. I think he's solid too. When we first lent him that gun, I didn't expect him to bag a boar so quickly. Skills like his are rare in this area. If he starts hunting full-time, it's only a matter of time before he makes a name for himself. But with a talent as sought after as he is, would he even be willing to collaborate with us? Wang Daming added a few more chunks of wood into the stove. Dad, the sooner you bring it up, the better. And what makes you say that? If he's capable of taking down a wild boar solo, yet doesn't even have his own gun, and has to borrow ours, that says a lot about his current situation. It's likely that times are tough for him too. If we offer him a way to make real money now, he'll probably take it. Wang Yutian nodded in rapid agreement. You've got a point. I'll test the waters later. Dad, when you bring it up, don't try to shortchange him too much. Give Brother Zhao a generous cut. Wang Daming had a keen understanding of his father's tendencies. He worried that his dad might negotiate too aggressively and risk offending me. In Daming's eyes, I was bound to rise sooner or later. Extending generosity now was akin to offering charcoal during a snowstorm. Wang Yotian's face reddened as he tugged at his faded green military-style arm sleeves. You think your old man's short-sighted like that? Watch the fire. Wang Daming instinctively shrank back and said no more. Over 2 hours later, the aroma of cooking meat saturated the kitchen and began to waft outwards. In the neighboring house, the enticing smell was too much for the children, who began crying out for meat. Frustrated, the neighbors cursed Wang Yutian silently several times over. Asterisk, what's the big deal? He's just a cook for the timber yard, stealing from the company's stash and flaunting it too. Asterisk. The neighbor sidled up to the edge of the wooden fence and poked his head over to ask, Yutian, what kind of goodies is the workplace dishing out this time? Smells divine. Carrying a big basin of sour cabbage pork trotters, Wang Yutian chuckled. It's not from work. A hunter friend of mine shared it with us. At this, the neighbor was left speechless. If it was game brought by a hunter, there was no room to criticize. Brother Yutian, that friend of yours sounds amazing. Think you could introduce us sometime? Privately, Wang Yutian scoffed. Introduce you to him? In your dreams. Sure, some other time. The friend just dropped off the trotters for us to make a decent meal, and we're starving over here. Let's talk later. Trailing after him, Wang Daming carried a platter of soy-braised wild boar trotters. The neighbor simply stared, saliva pooling in his mouth, stomach growling. He couldn't take it anymore. If he kept watching, he was liable to lose it. He stormed back inside, slamming the door shut behind him. Woman, slaughter that chicken tonight. We're eating meat. Are you out of your mind? That's our laying hen. Chaos and loud squawking ensued next door. Neither I nor Wang Yutian paid any mind. We didn't even hear it. Little Zhao, come try this sour cabbage pork trotter and this soy-braised wild boar trotter. This time, I've pulled out all my signature moves. Wang Yutian beamed with confidence. The fragrances from the two dishes filled the room, distinct yet equally tantalizing. The soy-braised trotters shimmered with a reddish glaze, its rich soy aroma unmistakable. The sour cabbage stew with pork trotters was golden and inviting, with acidity so sharp, you could feel it teasing the appetite from first whiff. I ladled a bowl of sour cabbage soup, taking a sip. The tang hit straight to the tongue, followed by a bite of the sour cabbage itself. Perfectly crisp, sending an electrifying sensation through me. Biting into a piece of pork trotter, the skin and meat practically melted apart. Juices burst with each chew. The flavor was unbelievable. One bite led to another. It was impossible to stop. Little Zhao, how about a drink to go with it? Wang Yutian pulled out half a bottle of locally brewed liquor, poured me a full enamel mug. Cheers. To you, Master Wang. We clinked glasses. Now try the soy-braised one. It pairs even better with the liquor. I grabbed a piece and bit in. The richness of the soy wrapped around the tender chewiness of the tendons. Even the bones had a depth of flavor worthy of slow savoring. Master Wang, this is divine. All I could think was how wonderful it'd be if I could freeload off meals like this every single day. But the logging yard was located out in Dongqinggu, far from Shengyantan, so the idea was nothing but wishful thinking. With a few drinks down, both of us simultaneously began to speak. Little Zhao, I've got something to discuss. Master Wang, there's something I need to bring up too. We paused in unison, startled. You go first. No, you first. After some polite exchanges, Wang Yutian cleared his throat. Xiao Zhao, I've got a business proposition. Interested? My heart skipped a beat. Could it be about selling meat to the lumberyard? What kind of deal? Tell me more. He lowered his voice conspiratorially. This has to stay between us. Even if you decide against it, don't go around spreading the word. Don't worry. I understand the rules. He nodded in approval. The lumberyard needs a batch of fresh meat soon. I know you're skilled, and you can take down big game on your own. How about heading up the mountain to hunt a few large ones and sell them there? Just as I suspected. Feigning calm, I asked, I'd be up for it. But the key question is, what's the price? Price was the real deal breaker. As long as it wasn't too far off from the black market rates, I was in. Wang Yutian explained. The lumberyard pays 10% above the standard rate. High-quality meat gets the premium, but rabbits, birds, fish, and the like are just paid regular price. I nodded, already understanding. Laborers always preferred fatty meat. Lean meat naturally fetched less. If it's worth it, I'm in. But how are we splitting this? I knew full well that no one works for free. He hesitated for a good moment, looking a little embarrassed, before finally replying. Just $10 per transaction as a middleman fee. How does that sound to you? $10. I quickly did the mental math. Not bad at all. The lumberyard would be after big catches. A single wild boar could yield over 200 to 300 pounds of meat. At government-run stores, a pound of pork went for 82 cents. If the lumberyard's rate was 10% higher, that'd be 92 cents per pound. A wild boar could easily bring in a couple $100. Add in extras like the boar's stomach, tusks, and bristles, and the earnings were even better. If I managed to sell more than one in a single batch, this could be a substantial sum. $10 as a middleman fee? That wouldn't even be 0.5% of my earnings. He was being more than fair. After all, he controlled the access to the buyer and could have easily brought in someone else for the job. Plus, no need to brave the black market and its risks. Hunters would clamor for such deals. It struck me that this price was generous, unusually so for the calculative Wang Yutian I knew. He must be someone who truly values trustworthiness. Master Wang, I've got a proposal. For future transactions, how about you act as my representative when dealing with the lumberyard? I wasn't keen on showing my face directly. It was still some years before private enterprise became more relaxed in 1978. Drawing too much attention could get me into trouble. For each successful deal, I'll give you 5% on top of the fixed middleman fee. With my skills and the wild game I could bring in, I'd never settle for just 1 or 2 animals per trip. Even a mere 0.5% commission on volume could represent a considerable sum of money. In a single transaction, he might earn what he made in a month. Xiao Zhao, are you serious? Wang Yutian couldn't quite calculate the finer details, but his gut told him it was a promising deal. He glanced at his eldest son, Wang Deming, who silently nodded in approval. I caught the exchange and filed it away in my memory. All right, Xiao Zhao, we're good. Your identity? I won't breathe a word to anyone. Hearing him say that, I couldn't help but smile. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. When you're given a cut, you take on the associated risks, too. Master Wang, here's to a fruitful partnership. Cheers. Cheers. He was in great spirits, no doubt from seeing not just an opportunity to make money, but also from securing a better future for his family. That meal did more than just fill bellies. It opened a new stream of income for the Wang family. If the game supply kept up, this side hustle could easily out-earn his main job. He cut himself off mid-thought, realizing how giddy he was becoming. Better not to celebrate aloud just yet. Dinner stretched late into the night. Instead of heading back to Shengyan village, I stayed overnight at the Wang household with Li Yuanxiao. The next morning, I was up early as usual for my daily routines. Brother Zhao, is that martial arts you're practicing? Little Wang Daxia stared at me wide-eyed. I chuckled. This kid's name literally meant hero, and he sure was living up to it in spirit. You know martial arts? He pressed eagerly. What I'm doing isn't martial arts. It's just exercises for staying healthy, nowhere near what real martial artists do. He clearly didn't believe me. Especially after seeing Li Yuanxiao joining me for practice, the kid began mimicking us outright. I didn't bother stopping him. After all, staying active was never a bad thing. Xiao Zhao, come try a steamed bun. It's stuffed with sauerkraut and crispy pork cracklings, called out Wang Yutian, freshly finished with practice. I turned to see him walking over with a tray of oversized buns. Grabbing one, I took a big bite. The tangy aroma of the pickled cabbage hit first, followed by the crunch of the cracklings. It was heavenly. Cracklings were the crispy leftovers after rendering pork fat. Paired with sauerkraut, they were anything but greasy. Add a bowl of millet porridge to the mix. It was heaven. One bite of bun followed by a sip of smooth porridge. It was bliss. The Wang family's 3 kids and Li Yuanchao were all eating so voraciously that their faces gleamed with oil. In just these past 2 days, their meals had been better than most families' feasts during the new year. Master Wang, your cooking is truly top-notch, I complimented sincerely. But the thought of returning home to cook for myself dampened my spirits. Thankfully, there was always the option of swinging by my apprentice's house for a meal or two. Wang Cuihua's cooking was only a notch below Master Wang's, and leagues better than mine. Still, I couldn't keep imposing forever. Perhaps I should learn from Wang Yutian? I quickly dismissed the thought. Cooking just wasn't my strong suit. Even in my previous life, my grandfather had hired a professional chef to teach me, but I proved hopeless. No matter how hard I tried, my dishes came out inedible. The idea of hunting down delicacies in the mountains only to fail at preparing them properly for meals left me more than a little frustrated. After breakfast, I bid my farewells and headed back to Sheng'an village with Li Yuanchao. Having spent the night away, Yuanchao went home first to check in with his family, while I returned to the communal youth lodging. I figured I'd spend the day wandering near the edge of the woods. I wasn't planning on trekking too deep, just hunting for a few pheasants or rabbits to swap up the menu a bit. After all, eating boar meat nonstop could get old. Got sick of this a long time ago. On the road, a few older women were gathered, gossiping about all sorts of trivial things. Which family's kid caused trouble, who just bought new furniture, nothing but small talk. I was just about to leave when I overheard something. That cursed girl from the Lin family is getting married. Who's unlucky enough to marry her? The guy's over 40, his wife already passed away, so there's nothing to fear. What does he do? A hunter. Paid quite a big dowry. Sold their daughter for money? Heartless. The guy's also got a son in his 20s, lazy as hell. Could she even have a good life there? Some found it amusing, others felt bad for the girl. I pieced it together. It was about Lin Yueqing, that girl who collected quail eggs in the reeds. I knew her life was tough, but I didn't realize it was this bad. A middle-aged guy with a good-for-nothing son. How could she accept that? But no matter how unfair I thought it was, I had no place to meddle. Who am I to intervene? Sticking my nose into it would only bring trouble my way. Suppressing the irritation in my chest, I headed back to the educated youth compound. As I entered the yard, I thought I caught a flash of white out of the corner of my eye, but it disappeared instantly. Thinking I imagined it, I didn't dwell on it. I went inside to check my belongings, made sure nothing was missing, then took out some number 16 trap lines from my storage space. After getting everything in order, I locked the door to leave. Just then, Li Yuanchao came running up. Master, I'm here. You bring your slingshot. Today was a rabbit and pheasant kind of day. I didn't want to waste bullets. Of my 50-bullet stash, only 47 were left. I'd save gunfire for big game. Of course I did. Borrowed Lu Qingyan's too. I took the slingshot from him and asked casually, has Lu the accountant patched things up with his son? When I borrowed the slingshot, he was showing off his brand new green rubber boots, so I guess they're good now. I nodded and didn't press further. Let's go. Just as we stepped out, Li Yuanchao blurted out, Master, you ever think about getting a wife? I froze for a second, then rapped him lightly on the head. You're barely out of diapers, and you're worrying about my marriage. He rubbed his head, muttering, Yueqing's getting married to some old guy? She's really pitiful. Master, how about you marry her instead? I stiffened. To think this kid brought up such a subject seriously. Did your dad send you to say this? Li Yuanchao shook his head. My dad couldn't care less about her. Master, Yueqing isn't bad at all. Don't look down on her like my dad does. This your own idea? Li Yuanchao nodded earnestly. I really think she's a good person, hardworking, gentle. That reputation of hers is just bad luck. We'll talk about it later. I shook my head. Right now, I wasn't interested in marriage. I needed to stabilize my life first. I wouldn't let myself get distracted. At the very least, I had to finish building my house. I'd already applied for residency in Sheng'an village. The land for my homestead was almost approved. Once the village council stamped the papers, I'd officially have land of my own. Then I could consider other matters. Li Yuanchao looked disappointed. In his eyes, I was probably Lin Yueqing's only shot at a better life. But I didn't pick up on his hints, so he didn't dare push me further. All right, enough about that. Let's go hunting instead. I patted the slingshot at my waist. The mention of hunting instantly lifted his spirits. Master, last time you hit 3 waterfowls in one shot. What trick was that? Teach me. You want to learn? Sure, just keep up. Li Yuanshao could barely hold back his excitement. He'd always been envious of that trick. If he could pull off a triple hit one day, everyone would be in awe. We headed into the reeds. In the grassy marshes, it wasn't uncommon to find pheasants and ducks foraging. Remember the triple meteor move I just taught you? Master, I didn't quite get it. That's normal. It's tricky. Takes at least 6 months to master. Don't rush. How long did it take you? About 3 days. Li Yuanshao was at a loss for words. Shouldn't have asked. Don't compare yourself to me. Just watch closely. I held the slingshot in my left hand, 3 pellets clasped in my right. Aim. Fire. The first pellet flew out, and the recoil slid the second into the pouch. It shot out right after. The third followed with a wrist flick. Zing, zing, zing. 3 sharp sounds, almost in sync. Got it. Li Yuanshao stared with his mouth open. He hadn't caught a thing. Master, maybe I should just give up. Nonsense. Watch again. This time I slowed it down on purpose. But to spectators, it was still lightning fast. Zing, zing, zing. Suddenly, a shrill cry came from deeper in the reeds. Hit something. Let's go. We followed the sound. There, sprawled on the marshy grass, lay a ring-necked pheasant. A ringneck. And nice and plump. Li Yuanshao couldn't stop grinning. I, however, raised a hand to signal him. Shoo, I whispered. I motioned ahead, crouching lower as I crept forward. Pushing aside some reeds, I spotted a flock of low-hopping ground pheasants darting through the underbrush. My gaze sharpened. This was the moment. Seeing 5 grass runners, an animal akin to pheasants, I could feel my breathing quicken with excitement. In a low voice, I said to my apprentice, "Here's your chance to practice. As soon as I make a move, you follow. Try to take as many down as you can." Li Yuanshao nodded, but I noticed his hands trembling slightly. I raised my hand and took the first shot. Asterisk meteor triple shot. Asterisk. Asterisk whiz. 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 Asterisk. 3 bullets connected, and 3 of the grass runners, caught mid-sprint, screeched to a halt. Li Yuanshao hurried to follow up. His first shot was decent, but the second fell straight to the ground, and the third didn't even leave the barrel. Out of 5, 3 were down thanks to me. 1 got away wounded, with the last one sprinting alongside it. Chase them, I commanded. Without a glance back, I was already charging toward the 2 escapees. The grass runners, panicked, leaped into the air and sped up, wings flapping close to the ground. Unfortunately for them, flying made them an even bigger target. Golden opportunity. Another meteor triple shot. I shot while running, not aiming for precision, but to control their escape path. Asterisk whiz. 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 Asterisk. After a few volleys, the 2 didn't make it far before they dropped. Victory. A grin spread across my face. Hunting wasn't prohibited in this era. You wanted to chase, you chased. Do this decades later, and you'd probably end up in handcuffs. The 2 grass runners lay about 30 meters ahead. As I approached and lifted them, I heard Li Yuanshao catching up, out of breath, and looking at me with admiration. Master, that was incredible. When will I ever be as good as you? Don't rush it. Your first shot was on target. Shows you've got potential. Really? He lit up, beaming. Really? The kid was so happy he sprinted toward the down game. Ah. Thud. Running too fast, he slipped and went flying straight into the reed marsh. I shook my head, speechless, and was just about to retrieve the remaining game myself when I heard him exclaim, "Master, eggs. Tons of eggs." Surprised, I parted the reeds to see several nests on the ground. Inside, eggs that were a dusty yellow with speckles, slightly larger than pigeon eggs. "There must be 100 eggs here," he exclaimed, his smile stretching ear to ear. "We've hit the jackpot this time." I picked one up and had a sudden thought. Opening up the storage space only I could access, I saw something extraordinary. 100 grass runner eggs appeared within the space. My heart skipped. This ability of mine was ridiculously powerful. Then I turned and saw Li Yuanshao holding another egg. "Give me that," I said, taking it from him and holding it in my hand. Nothing. The storage space didn't react. I picked up another egg, one untouched, and instantly, another 100 eggs appeared in the space again. It clicked. These eggs were considered unclaimed. The first person to touch them earned ownership. Only when it was me who claimed them did the multiplier effect kick in. But if someone else touched them first, the effect was nullified, even when transferred to me. This meant that any game or resources had to be taken directly by me for the ability to work. From now on, Every critical moment when hunting or gathering, I'd need to land the final blow. I smiled bitterly to myself. What kind of reincarnation twist was this? Thrown back to the northeastern wilds to essentially play a scavenger headshot game? You and Xiao, keep an eye on the 3 grass runners. I'll handle the eggs. I sent him off and began collecting. One particular nest held 132 eggs. 2 had been touched, leaving me 130, which multiplied into 13,000 in the storage space. Selling these would easily net me several $100, enough for a down payment on a new house. Add in the 6 total grass runners I bagged, which amounted to 600 with the multiplier, and I was officially set. Feeling good, I slung my basket and went to find Li Yuanchao. As I neared, I saw him prone behind the reeds, completely still. My instincts flared. Something was off. I grabbed my trusty 16-gauge shotgun and crept closer. Even at my approach, he didn't move. I kicked him lightly, seeing his body tremble slightly. Silently, I swiped the reeds aside. Not far off, 2 men stood holding the 3 grass runners. One was in his 50s, carrying a rifle. The other, in his early 30s, had a knife tucked at his waist. Their expressions leered with cruelty. Their eyes were unsettling. Li Yuanchao hadn't rushed out, which, given how things looked, was the right call. But now that I was here, there was no way I'd let anyone stomp on us. Yuanchao, stay calm. Let me handle this, I whispered. Master. His eyes were bloodshot. They're planning to take Sister Yueching away. I overheard them talking about. He choked, unable to finish. I frowned deeply. What exactly did they say? His face turned red as he struggled for words. I patted his shoulder, cutting him off. Got it. Say no more. My eyes turned to ice as I looked at the 2 men. Slipping the basket off my back, I set it down. Stay here. Do not move, I told him before stepping out of the reeds with my gun. The duo, Chun Sengu and Chun Damao, startled when they saw me, retreating a few steps at the sight of my shotgun. Realizing they, too, were armed, their expressions turned hostile. Chun Damao tightened his grip on his knife, barking, "What are you trying to pull, kid?" A cold smile crossed my lips. You've got my game in your hands, and you're asking what I'm doing. And you think just cause you say so it's yours? What's it got? Your name on it. Bang. I fired. The bullet grazed his cheek, the heat scorching his skin. Half his face burned like fire. Then came the stench. He'd pissed himself. Pathetic. I cycled the next rounds and aimed the barrel at Shin Sangu. For a moment, his brain refused to register. But when I pressed the black muzzle against him, he panicked and tossed down his makeshift rifle, raising his hands high. Big brother. Sir, had I known it was yours, I wouldn't have dared touch it with 100 guts. Not mine, so it's fair game to you. My voice was like frost. Never again. I swear, never again. Shin Sangu wept, snot and tears streaming. Clatter. Shin Damao let his knife drop, both hands flying up in surrender, face pale as a sheet. The guy standing in front of us is clearly a lunatic. The moment you disagree with him, he pulls the trigger. At this point, there's no use talking about justice or reason. Shin Damao may act like a bully around here, but even he dares not utter a peep in front of someone this ruthless. He's just praying not to die in this maze of reeds. I heard you lot wanted to marry a girl from our village, and your filthy mouths couldn't stay clean about it. Boss, it was him, Shin Sangu, who said that. Nothing to do with me. Shin Damao sold his own father out on the spot. Shin Sangu's glare could have killed someone. Doesn't matter who's marrying who. After today, you all better stay the hell away from our village. Who do you trash think you are? I spat on the ground. Shin Sangu awkwardly forced a smile. We won't dare anymore. We'll cancel the arrangement immediately. Just please, spare us. Your words? I don't trust them. Shin Damao thought this was the end for them, that they were going to be silenced for good, and fell to his knees with a thud. Shin Sangu, realizing where this was going, quickly dropped to his knees too. Do you want to live? I asked plainly. Yes, yes. Then leave something here. I nudged a knife toward them with my foot. Cut one off, and I'll let you go. Their faces turned as pale as if they'd seen a ghost. Shin Damao whispered to his father in desperation. Pa, I'm still unmarried, maybe you should. You ungrateful little bastard. The two of them scrambled in a panic, grappling with each other as they edged closer to the handmade shotgun by the ground. I stayed still, watching the whole thing with amusement. Just as Chun Sangu's fingers brushed against the shotgun. Bang, bang. 2 shots rang out. The father and son froze. They looked down to see that the bullets had barely grazed past their manhood. A little closer, and they would have been finished for Real. Cold sweat drenched their backs. Finally, it dawned on them. My aim was terrifyingly precise. If I wanted to kill them, it'd be a piece of cake. They kowtowed desperately. Mercy. We swear we'll never set foot in Shungen village again. Whatever petty schemes they had in mind evaporated on the spot. It was simple, death or kneel. Kneeling seemed like the only option. Scram. Don't ever let me see you two again. They scurried off, stumbling and crawling like wild dogs, completely abandoning the knife and shotgun behind. I picked up the weapons. What's that saying? Finders keepers. Master, came a trembling voice from behind me. Li Yuanchao was so awestruck, he almost stammered. To him, the scene just now must have looked like something out of a legend. I tossed the knife and hunting rifle over to him. Here, hold on to these. They'll come in handy next time you need to hunt in the mountains. Li Yuanchao cradled the weapons like they were rare treasures, his eyes sparkling like stars. Master, do you think they'll come back to bother you etching after this? Not for a while, I said, letting a grin crawl across my face. Besides, after that little scene, those two have plenty of drama between them to keep things spicy. They'll be too busy squabbling to think about revenge. Earlier, I'd forced the old man to lose all dignity, and the son stood there egging him on. Most of their father-son relationship probably snapped right there, and then, patching that up? Not likely. Li Yuanchao stared at me, then broke into a sly smirk himself, as if plotting something of his own. About 5 miles northeast of Donkinga Forest Farm, the night had grown deep, the trees thick. A shadow moved quietly between the pines, clutching a tiger-headed flashlight. He made his way to a crooked poplar tree, looking around nervously. This is the spot. Where's the guy? From the darkness came a low voice. The stray goose can't pierce the clouds. Song Jinzi flinched, but turned toward the sound, spotting only a blurry figure. It was that kid who had been selling wild boar, overly cautious, as usual. Swallowing his irritation, Song Jinzi muttered the response. A school of carp rise to become dragons. The shadow immediately laughed and stepped forward. Brother Song, come with me. Your goods are ready. The two made their way to a clearing, one after the other. Song Jinzi's flashlight flickered over the ground, and his eyes lit up. 3 wild boars had already been skinned, gutted, and dismembered, laid neatly over clean leaves. Convenient. He could take them back to sell as is. We fed the guts and scraps to the dogs, but the rest is all here, I said, leaning casually against a tree. Song Jinzi nodded. Fair's fair. He knew the rules. Business is business. We'll still need them weighed, though. Of course. I stood back, watching him work. The 3 boars were roughly the same size, though I'd cleverly held back just enough so nothing would arouse suspicion. Song Jinzi worked quickly, his scales precise. Before long, he'd tallied everything up. 500 pounds of meat, 130 pounds of bone, 3 pounds of bristles, 3 hides, and 6 tusks. The figures matched perfectly. Grinning, Song Jinzi sidled closer. Brother, I got you a hunting dog. It's still young, though, needs some raising. My eyes glimmered. These past few days, I'd scoured the area looking for someone willing to sell a good dog, with no luck. How young? Song Jinzi coughed awkwardly. It, just came off its litter. I stayed silent. A newborn pup? By the time it's ready for the mountains, I'd probably be growing gray hairs. What's the breed? A cross between Liezhou Hong and Black Wolfhound. My heart skipped. Liezhou Hong was fierce and loyal, while Black Wolfhounds had unmatched hunting instinct. If this pup really was a mix of both, even as a baby, it would still be worth something down the line. How much? Song Jinzi held up 5 fingers. 50 pounds of wild boar meat. It wasn't a small price, especially for a puppy, but I didn't hesitate. Deal. If you come across more pups in the future, keep me in mind. Will do. He chuckled smugly and quickly agreed. Pulling out a small abacus, he began to click away, tallying our final exchanges. Oh, by the way, reckon you could get your hands on some bicycle tickets? I asked. The clattering of the abacus paused. Those? You're out of luck. Practically non-existent on the black market these days. Haven't seen one in over 2 years myself. My mood sank. So I'd overestimated him after all. Even someone as connected as Song Jinzi seemed to be limited to just dealing around the perimeters of the forest reserves. The black market in the fields, core, and farms is pretty limited. If you really want something good, you'll have to find another way. Buddy, I'll see what I can do. Maybe I can pull something together, Song Jinzi said, gritting his teeth as he tried to maintain composure, though his confidence was clearly lacking. All right, I'll wait to hear from you. I responded politely, though I wasn't holding out hope in my heart. The sound of an abacus ticking resumed, then stopped with a loud clap. Song Jinzi pulled out a stack of cash and ration tickets. counting out about $300 and maybe 200 plus tickets. Friend, this is about the best I could manage. Take a look, and if there's anything you don't want, I'll reimburse the difference. I glanced over. At times like this, you couldn't afford to be picky. No need, I'll take the lot. The pup hasn't weaned yet, and the mother dog's fiercely protective. It'll be a little safer to deal with in a few days. When the time is right, I'll bring it to you, he promised. I nodded. How much longer? The family said 10 days or so. Got it. Song Jianzi suddenly cleared his throat, hesitating. I can't carry all this wild boar meat by myself. I'll have some people come help. Also, the 100 rounds of ammunition I promised are with them. Once the boar meat's been moved, we'll be square, cash and goods included. I blinked, then chuckled. He was clearly hedging his bets, wary of the possibility I might have the support of some hunting gang. No wonder he waited until now to mention the ammo. He was probably scared I'd double-cross him. I get it. Can't be too careful, I assured him, stepping back under the poplar tree to wait. Song Jianzi put his fingers to his mouth and blew a strange whistle. 3 minutes later, footsteps approached. I stayed looking casual on the outside, but my nerves were tight, ready to draw if needed. 2 men, one tall and one short, entered the woods, each carrying empty baskets. The goods are over there. Load 'em up, Song Jianzi instructed. Without a word, the men got to work, filling their baskets with the wild boar meat, taking several trips back and forth. There was probably a flatbed cart parked outside the woods. Once all the meat was moved, the tall guy handed a package to Song Jianzi, who waved them off before tossing it over to me. Here's your ammo, he said plainly. A rooster crowed as the dawn broke. I rolled over, shaking off sleep, and got up to start my morning training. Up so early today, Yuan Chao? I see you've already got man to steaming. Came the sound of someone sweeping outside, followed by a faint aroma of fresh dough. Rare gesture of diligence from my apprentice. I might let him have an extra steamed bun today. Bare-chested, I pushed the door open. The old wooden door creaked as I stepped out. To my surprise, a young girl stood in the yard, a broom in hand. She looked straight at me, seemingly by accident, her eyes locking onto my abs. A cold breeze brushed past, and I shivered. Wait, was this some kind of dream? I was so excited last night about getting a top-notch hunting dog pup that I didn't sleep well. Was I hallucinating? Brother Zhao, why aren't you wearing a shirt? Lin Yueqing stammered, quickly lowering her gaze, her face flushing crimson. Not a dream. I pinched myself hard. Ow, definitely awake. When did my apprentice become such a grown-up girl? Thank goodness I had my pants on. Otherwise, this would have been truly embarrassing. I hastily withdrew back inside, shutting the door, and threw on a shirt. Usually, I skipped a top when I trained in the mornings. This time it backfired. Must have been some prank by Li Yuanchao. Fine, he'd pay for that in his training later. After composing myself, I stepped back outside. By now, Lin Yueqing had moved to another corner of the yard to sweep, her face still tinged pink. I avoided looking directly at her, pushing aside any stray thoughts, and focused on my training. When I was almost finished with my routine, Yuan Chao finally strolled in. Good morning, master. Morning, Sister Yueqing. His cheerful grin was as wide as ever, blissfully unaware of the trouble brewing for him. Come here, I ordered, squinting at him. What's up, master? Show me the stance I taught you yesterday. Without hesitation, Li Yuanchao dropped into a horse stance, feet apart, his back straight, his center of gravity low, focused solely on strengthening his base. Looking good, right, master? He chirped, without an ounce of suspicion. Not bad. Stay in it as long as you can. You're not allowed to move until I tell you. I said. Got it, he responded eagerly. I stood next to him, then asked quietly. Was it you who asked Lin Yueqing to come here? Yuan Chao looked confused, shaking his head quickly. I really don't know anything about that, master. Oh, really? Fine then, you're definitely not getting off the hook easy today. Hold that position. Do not move until I say otherwise. I tossed that command over my shoulder as I walked into the kitchen. Wait, Zhao brother. Lin Yueqing interrupted softly in the doorway, uncovering a pot to remove a steamed egg. She drizzled a bit of soy sauce on top. This way it's more flavorful, she said, holding the hot dish in her bare hands like it was nothing. Doesn't that burn you? I asked, puzzled. I'm used to it, she answered casually, setting out some steamed buns and porridge on the table. Brother Zhao, eat while it's hot. I'll head out now, she murmured, turning to go. Lin comrade, stay and eat with us. I blurted, instinctively grabbing her hand. She froze, her body stiff, her face so red it seemed like it might drip. It hit me a second later that I was still holding onto her hand. I quickly let go. Sorry about that. Sit down. Eat with us. Brother Zhao, just call me Yuecheng. Really, I should. Yuecheng, I interrupted, my voice steady. She stopped for a moment, hesitated, then obediently sat down. Facing each other at the table, I could see how flustered she was, her heart racing, her face glowing even brighter. Last night, Yuan Chao had come running in to tell her how I'd dealt with the Chun father and son duo on her behalf. Only now did she learn I'd nearly pulled a gun for her sake. Gratitude and guilt clearly weighed on her mind. Yuan Chao had suggested she come to our place this morning to help tidy up, as if it might convey her thanks. Report, I can only lend a hand. She glanced back at Li Yuan Chao, who was still standing in the courtyard, legs trembling, sweat dripping down his face, his complexion pale. Dage Zhao, he won't pass out like this, will he? Leave him be. Let him train. His foundation is too weak. If he doesn't grind it out now, he'll suffer more later, I said coldly. I took a bite of the steamed egg, and my eyes lit up. So good. The runny local eggs with soy sauce dissolved as soon as they hit my tongue. Lin Yuecheng sneaked a glance at me. Seeing I enjoyed the food, a quiet happiness spread across her face. Don't just drink the porridge. Eat some mantou and steamed egg. You're too thin, she suggested. Enough. I started to respond, but before I could finish, the mantou and steamed egg were already pushed in front of her. She was frighteningly thin, like the wind could carry her away. Looking at her pale complexion, a heavy feeling settled in my chest. I wanted to ask if she was unwell, but I was afraid to touch a nerve, so I held back. Turning to the courtyard, I yelled, "Come eat." Li Yuan Chao, completely drained and vision blurred, felt like he'd been granted a second lease on life. He collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Only now did he realize I was punishing him. But what did he do wrong? He only wanted to matchmake me with a Shermu, a master's wife. And Lin Yuecheng, so wonderful. How could I not see it? As Lin Yuecheng made a move to stand up, sympathizing, I cut her off. Sit and eat. I went over and hauled Li Yuan Chao up. Not too shabby. Keep it up in the future, I commented. Whatever faint gratitude, he had evaporated instantly. The three of us sat down to eat. After this, we'll head to the ridge, I added. At the mention of heading into the mountains, Li Yuan Chao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Last time we hunted a wild boar, his reputation skyrocketed in the village. Wherever he went, he was greeted with Brother Yuan Chao. More importantly, hunting meant meat on the table. Just entering puberty and perpetually hungry, an outing to the mountains was a thrilling prospect for him. Seeing the gleam in his eyes, I couldn't help but smirk. Breakfast stretched on for over an hour, mostly because I kept an eye on Lin Yuecheng, making sure she finished her share. Dage Zhao, let me clean up, she offered. I'll do it. You go rest. I insisted, not letting her lift a finger. She was in no condition to overexert herself. Can I stay just a little longer? Just for a bit. Her voice was soft, almost pleading. Sure, as long as you want. I relented, unable to harden my heart against her. Handing the dishes and utensils to Li Yuan Chao, I went inside to gear up. A Model 16 pipe gun, the Chun family's short rifle, a machete, and supplies, leg wraps, flint, torches, salt chunks, all packed. Once prepped, I stepped out. Li Yuan Chao was already waiting by the door. Let's go. In the courtyard, Lin Yuecheng hesitated. Will you be back for lunch? No. Lock the courtyard gate when you leave, and pass the key to Uncle Hongbing. Handing over the responsibility, I headed for the mountains. We didn't venture into the deep woods, only roaming the outskirts of the ridges. Next time Yuecheng comes by, you need to be present, I said solemnly. Master, sometimes I'm tied up with things at home. I might not always. Li Yuan Chao trailed off, trying to explain. He thought giving us alone time was a good thing. You're overthinking, I interrupted, voice stern. She's a single young woman, and I'm a bachelor. Do you know how much gossip that would stir up? Her standing in the village is already precarious. Don't add fuel to the fire. Li Yuan Chao froze, realization dawning on him. Right? People who knew the context might understand, but strangers would only spread rumors. If word got out, it would ruin Lin Yuecheng's reputation, and it would be his fault. His throat tightened. The words he managed were a muttered, "Master, I was wrong." Good. Just remember, I said, giving his shoulder a light pat. Changing the subject, I asked, so, I hear the village is planning a wild boar hunt. My dad mentioned it, but nothing's set yet. Why not? The leadership won't approve it unless we provide our own rations to hire hunters. I nodded. The harvest this year wasn't great. Relying on local hunters was probably the only feasible option. I smirked. Not sure there's even going to be a boar problem here. That's what I said, but my dad's stubborn about it. Says things are really bad this year. The Shangliang commune over there's been ravaged. They've hired all sorts of big-name hunters, but they're still knee-deep in trouble. My expression grew serious. I'd heard about the situation, but didn't realize things were unresolved. So what's their plan? I pressed. Offer higher rewards, keep recruiting. If that fails, they might involve the militia, Li Yuanchao explained. How big are the rewards? His eyes lit up. 50 caddies of grain and 20 rounds of bullets for each boar. Kill 10, and you get a bicycle. Over 15, and you're awarded a permit for a television set. I raised an eyebrow. Tempting. Grain was survival. A bicycle or a television signified status. Any household that added such items to their 3 rounds and a sound lineup would find matchmakers flocking to their door. But wild boars aren't rabbits. A tin-boar hunt needed a solid, well-coordinated team. Do they have proper firearms? I asked. Not really. But I heard 5.6 semi-autos could be applied for, he revealed. My interest piqued. A 5.6 semi-automatic would be a significant upgrade from my modified rifle. I can't believe this guy, taking on wild boars head-on. Master, you're not seriously considering going there, are you? Li Yuanchao's face had gone pale. I've given it some thought, but haven't decided yet, I replied. That place is a meat grinder, too dangerous. I know what I'm doing, I assured him. The forest near Shungan village is pitifully low on game. In all the time I've been here, I've only come across one lousy hare, barely anything decent to hunt. If I want to make a decent haul, I'll have to venture deeper into the mountains. But the farther in you go, the closer you walk to death's edge. My apprentice is still young. He's not stepping into the deep woods for another 2 or 3 years at least. That leaves me on my own. If I get lost or run into a beast, it's all on me to handle. If only I had a good hunting dog. That'd make things so much easier. Unfortunately, that Lijo Red mixed with black wolf dog pup of mine needs at least another year of training before he'll be any good. Until then, I won't risk diving into those forests recklessly. I've always been cautious. Since they're dealing with a wild boar infestation over at Shangliang Commune, they've already mapped out the activity range of the herds. If I went out there, I bet my skills would pay off. An idea suddenly popped into my mind. There are still 7 wild boars stashed away in my space. If I brought one out to pass off as a fresh kill, I could trade it for a bicycle or even TV raffle tickets. Easy, right? But just as quickly as that thought surfaced, I squashed it. Wild boars all tend to look alike, and sure, it's fine to sell the meat here and there. But if I take one of these kills to the commune and try to pull this over the eyes of seasoned hunters, there's a real chance someone might sniff out something fishy. Risking my secret for the sake of something I could earn down the line anyway? That'd be plain stupid. For now, I'll just keep scouring the Shungan forest. If there's really nothing to show for it after a while, I'll apply to go to Shangliang Commune to hunt. With a golden finger on my side, bagging even one boar would put me ahead of the game. Then, a new thought struck me. I could join a team. With the number of hunters in Shangliang Commune, forming or joining a group should be easy. And as long as I made sure the final shot was mine, even pulling most of the work for free would still be worth it. We spent the entire day wandering around the outskirts of the forest. Aside from bagging one measly sand hare, there was nothing. I was beginning to wonder if this area was cursed. Poor crops, scarce game. Lunch was just some steamed buns and cold water. A quick, joyless meal. After a short rest, we pressed on. By sundown, we had nothing more than that single sand hare to show for all our effort, and it was starting to feel a little embarrassing. On the way back, I ran into Wang Qingshan. He was tall, square-jawed, and familiar. I'd seen him around before. Clearly a fellow hunter. The moment he saw me, he made a beeline toward me, like he'd been waiting. As soon as we stepped into his courtyard, the barking of a dog greeted us. Sure too quiet. With just one command from Wang Qingshan, the big dog instantly settled down. Brother Wang, is that a wolf dog? I asked, eyeing the big, grayish-blue dog lying by the kennel. Purebred. It handles all kinds of small game. Pheasants, hares, my whole family depends on it. Wang Qingshan's tone carried unmistakable pride. I took a closer look. Shirtu lounged on the ground, wagging his tail slightly. His fur was dull and graying. He was clearly getting on in years. A fine dog, I commented. Once we were indoors, Wang Qingshan got straight to the point. We're all hunters, Tianliang. Let's keep in touch more, he said, his words carrying a weight beyond casual politeness. I cut to the chase. Brother Wang, just say what's on your mind. Rubbing his hands nervously, he lowered his voice. The bear I mentioned before, I know where it is now. Are you in? Let's take it down together. My expression darkened immediately. Hunting bears isn't a game. How many people are you bringing? Counting you, 3 of us. You're an excellent shot. so you'll be the shooter. I called another guy. His aim's average, but he's great with an axe and can handle 2 shots at the most. I'll be driving the hunt and using Shirtu for distraction. I mentally weighed my options. The most dangerous job, driving the hunt, was something Wang Qingshan was taking on himself. 3 seasoned hunters, plus a trained dog. Not a bad team. And how are we splitting the spoils? I'm not taking a share. You and the other guy can divide it based on how much effort you each put in, Wang Qingshan said through gritted teeth, his eyes burning with vengeful determination. It was obvious. He'd lost his wife to this bear, and ever since, he couldn't even hold a gun steady. That kind of rage had been simmering for years, waiting to boil over. I'm not going, I replied simply. Wang Qingshan froze. Out of the 4 of us, he was contributing the gun, the dog, and a man. That made his offer more than generous. Most people would jump at the chance, or at least, he thought so. Why not? Brother Wang, let me be honest with you. You're blinded by vengeance. If we actually face that bear, can you stay calm? Hunting a bear isn't something you do on a whim. Go in unprepared, and you're signing your own death warrant. I wasn't about to travel with someone who was likely to crack under pressure. Wang Qingshan had no answer for that. The memory of blood and loss made his hands tremble uncontrollably. He chuckled bitterly. All right, I won't push you. He offered to stay for a meal, but I declined and headed back to the educated youth camp. The kitchen courtyard was already alive with the scent of dinner being prepared. When I stepped into the cookhouse, Li Yuanchao was plucking the hair, while Lin Yueqing busied herself heating water. Brother Zhao, you're back. Helping out again? Thanks so much. You've done so much for me. I want to pitch in where I can, she replied earnestly. Her gaze met mine, resolute and sincere. I blinked, then smiled. Having you around makes me happy. The grip on her pot lid tightened ever so slightly, and a faint smile spread across her face as she lowered her gaze. I headed out to split some wood. An hour later, dinner was ready. Hare stewed with mushrooms, braised hare, scrambled wild eggs with scallions, and chilled wild greens dressed in sauce. The scent spread everywhere as the dish was served. It smells amazing. Li Yuanchao couldn't help but swallow hard. Go ahead, eat, I said. I picked up a piece of meat with my chopsticks. Lin Yueqing stared at me, her fingers turning pale from the tension. The aroma of the meat mixed with the delicate mushroom fragrance. It was firm, chewy, and full of flavor. Delicious, I exclaimed before grabbing another piece. Only then did Lin Yueqing breathe a sigh of relief, bowing her head to eat slowly. After finishing up and tidying the table, she softly said, Brother Zhao, see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, I replied. On her way home, her heart felt light and carefree. At the Lin household, it was all agreed upon. So why did the Chen family go back on their word? Mother Lin wiped her tears, turning toward the matchmaker to vent her feelings. The matchmaker awkwardly replied, My apologies. I'll try to find another match for your daughter, an even better one. But as for this marriage, it's off. About the dowry, though, Mother Lin glanced at Father Lin. With a dark and somber face, Father Lin sat puffing on his cigarette, silent. After a few puffs, he let out a heavy sigh and waved his hand. Return it. Mother Lin's hands were trembling as she fumbled in her pocket for a long time. The matchmaker frowned impatiently. Sister, where's the money? She started to suspect the family might not want to return the dowry. After all, even a divorced man didn't want this girl. This fiasco had significantly tarnished their reputation. News had already spread about Chen Sandog canceling the marriage. If even a second marriage candidate wouldn't accept her, who else would dare propose? The matchmaker had secretly decided this would be her last visit to the Lin family. Never again. Finally, Mother Lin pulled out a bundle of cash, her shaky hands handing it over. Once the dowry was returned, it meant their eldest son's wedding would be indefinitely postponed again. The matchmaker snatched the money with a forced smile. Well then, I'll be going. The groom's family is pressing me. Sister, please, our eldest son's marital prospects rely on you, pleaded Mother Lin, gripping the matchmaker's arm. The matchmaker pulled her hand back. Of course, she said politely, but inwardly, she sneered. No way was she ever coming back. She left quickly, almost as if fleeing misfortune. Inside the house, a suffocating tension filled the air. Father and Mother Lin's faces were stone cold. That damn girl causing trouble again. At the team office, seated across a black wooden table, the two of us faced each other. Li Hongbing grinned as he handed me a form. Take a look, Zhao. I glanced at the title, Rural Homestead Application Form, and my eyes lit up. Did it get approved? Not yet, he said. You fill it out first. I'll arrange for the villagers to sign off on it. Then it'll go up to the commune for a seal, and after that you'll have a plot ready for building a house. To get prime land, you needed majority approval. I took the form and carefully filled out each section. Uncle Hongbing, I appreciate it. No need to be so formal. Thanks to you, our family has meat to eat every day. He'd practically treated me like one of his own. Even his in-laws were benefiting. Since I'd arrived, both households were living much better, and things were only improving. After leaving the office, I took Li Yuanchao to the mountain again. We'd scoured nearly all the nearby forests, leaving only a red pine grove. Barely into the grove, Li Yuanchao lowered his voice. Master, look. Scratch marks. What's it from? Not sure, but it's not a wild boar, he replied, his nerves evident. I walked closer to examine the red pine tree. On the bark were a few shiny, slick scratch marks. I picked up a few strands of black fur and sniffed. A black bear, I said, voice calm. Do we go after it? Li Yuanchao was both excited and nervous. Let's give it a shot, I said. If it had been a grizzly, I wouldn't hesitate to pull back. They're the rulers of the mountains, deadly if provoked. Black bears, on the other hand, were timid and more likely to flee. But a bear, no matter how timid, was still a bear, dangerous nonetheless. Yuanchao, stick close to me and follow orders. Got it. Sweat slicked Li Yuanchao's palms as he gripped his hunting knife tightly. I hadn't given him the rifle. Too risky since he might fire it off recklessly and hurt someone. Soon, I found a path that looked like it was made by a large animal. I followed the trail with Yuanchao close behind. We kept a steady pace, conserving our energy. After about 20 minutes, Master, look ahead. Yuanchao pointed. The area before us was utterly chaotic, flattened undergrowth, disturbed soil. A fierce fight took place here, I remarked. Another predator? Unlikely. Judging by the multitude of chaotic footprints, it was likely a group of hunters clashing with the bear. I couldn't help feeling a pang of disappointment. Someone had beat us to the bear. Should we keep going? We'll continue, but don't act rashly. Let's assess the situation first. Stealing someone's hunt is a severe breach of protocol in the mountains. It could lead to deadly confrontations if the involved parties were hard-headed. This patch of red pine forest wasn't far from Shengyantan, so the hunters were likely local townsfolk. The only hunter I'd heard was seeking this bear recently was Wang Qingshan. Since we'd crossed paths, I figured I'd check it out. If an opportunity arose, we'd take it. There was blood on the ground. I picked up some bloody dirt and sniffed. The bear's injured and still running. Let's follow the blood trail. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion erupted in the distance. Something's gone wrong. We picked up our pace immediately. Jingguang. Jingguang. Wang Qingshan shouted hoarsely, his eyes bloodshot. The black bear, with bloodied Li Jingguang in its grasp, licked him with its coarse tongue, leaving half his face torn open. With a dull thud, the body was thrown to the ground, lifeless. Jingguang. Wang Qingshan's voice broke as he screamed. The black bear fixed its gaze on him, as if mocking him. This beast was deviously cunning. Encircled and outnumbered, the beast feigned injury and fled, suddenly bursting forth with violent ferocity. With one powerful paw swipe, it broke the spine of the wolf dog, Stone. Another slash tore open the thigh of one of its human attackers, leaving him incapacitated and bleeding out, awaiting death. Li Jinggang fired his weapon in an attempt to save his comrades, but the gun misfired, exploding in his hands. The blast left him gravely injured, bloodied, and unable to fight, right before the bear dragged him away. Now, only Wang Qingshan remained capable of movement. A deep claw wound stretched across his chest, blood gushing uncontrollably. Roar! The black bear, eyes poor but sense of smell razor-sharp, let out a thunderous bellow as it charged. Wang stood in the downwind path. His bloodied scent carried directly to the beast. Escape wasn't an option. Even the heavens won't help me, huh? Wang muttered bitterly, gripping his axe tightly with both hands. Fine then, I'll fight to my last breath. Though tall and strong, Wang was still dwarfed in size by the bear. With mutual resolve, man and beast launched towards one another. It was kill or be killed. At the crucial moment, Wang dove aside, twisting his body to the ground and counter-swinging his axe. The blade struck deep into the bear's hind leg. Though he hit his target, Wang lost balance and crashed to the ground, scrambling to rise again. In a fight with such a ferocious predator, even a second's delay could mean death. Before he could fully regain his footing, the forest erupted with 3 consecutive gunshots. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk. The shots rang out almost simultaneously. Who fired? Wang's heart sank. None of the others he had brought along were still in any condition to pull a trigger. As Wang landed his axe on the bear's leg moments earlier, I had just arrived. The injury slowed the bear. It dropped lower, chest exposed right in front of me. The opportunity wouldn't come twice. Raising my Model 16 firearm, I chambered, aimed, and fired. One shot. Reload. Another shot. Reload. The third rang out soon after. All three 7.62mm bullets tore through the beast's heart. Blood sprayed violently as the bear let out a final pained howl before collapsing with a thud, lifeless. No divine intervention could save a fatal hit like that. Wang Qingshan finally steadied himself and turned to look back. Zhao Xiaogayu, how are you here? His expression was one of shock. No time for questions. You and Xiao, run down the mountain and call for help now. I barked orders. Got it, Shifu. Li Yuan Shao, who'd just reached the bloody scene, spun on his heels and sprinted down to seek aid. I nodded, kneeling by Li Jiangang to assess his condition. He's still breathing. There's hope. Li Jiangang was gravely wounded. Half his face torn apart, fragments embedded in his flesh. But mercifully, no vital organs were harmed. Hearing this, Wang Qingshan exhaled in relief as he crumpled to the ground, exhausted. Moments earlier, he had placed his life on the line to protect his comrades. Now, completely drained, his thoughts spiraled back to the bear's earlier rampage. It had taken his wife from him, and in a split second of carelessness, he allowed it to break through their formation and attack others in the group, killing Zhou Weidong. His eyes grew red with guilt. It had been his error that had cost his brother's life. With Li Jiangang critical, I didn't dare move him until help arrived. I turned my attention to another injured teammate struggling to stay alive. Comrade, thanks to your arrival, we've made it out alive. What's your name? Zhou Weidong. Zhao Tianliang, I replied. There wasn't even a hint of resentment in Zhou Weidong's tone. He knew that without my intervention, all three of them would have perished gruesomely here, leaving nothing but their bones for others to find. The meeting room at the brigade headquarters was packed. People crowded the benches, leaned against walls, and some even pressed up to the windows to eavesdrop. Order, Li Hongbing, the team leader, knocked on the table to quieten the murmurs. I've called everyone here today to discuss the homestead land allocation for Zhao Jiqing. The brigade proposes giving him the northeast plot by the village. Let's take a vote. A voice from the crowd interrupted. Team leader, isn't that plot nearly 300, almost 400 square meters? Li Hongbing's brows furrowed. What are you implying, Wang Dongjun? Nothing, Wang replied in a slow, drawn-out manner. But doesn't it seem like a lot for an outsider? His remark immediately stirred murmurs of agreement amongst others. Yeah, for 100 square meters? What about our kids in the future? Leader, we shouldn't be so generous to someone from outside. Someone else chimed in. The lot used for pig farming would be enough for him. Why give him such a prime spot in the northeast? Smack. Li Hongbing slammed his hand against the table, silencing the group. Enough. Let me make this clear. Zhao Jiqing's household has already been officially registered here in Sheng'an Village. He's one of us now. From now on, no one's allowed to call him an outsider. Understand. He scanned the room, locking eyes with some of the dissenters who now lowered their gazes. Many of them had been refugees fleeing famine or educated youth with no way back to the city. They had put down roots in this village. They were outsiders once, too. By opposing Zhao's land allocation, they were essentially closing doors to their own futures. When other opportunities came up, how could they hope to get a fair share if they alienated themselves now? I agree, someone broke the silence. If he's registered here, he's one of us. There's no need to draw such hard lines. One by one, hands went up, and soon a majority was in favor. Lu, the account keeper, lowered his pen. Zhao Jiqing's capable, and last time we hunted wild boar, who didn't get their share of meat. Don't turn your back on people after eating. He knew in his heart that I had helped his family before. This favor had to be repaid. Many people thought back to that time when the meat was divided, remembering their kids' happy faces as they ate, and they too nodded along. In the corner, a few loafers were still dawdling. They usually avoided doing work, always trying to take advantage. Li Hongbing was pondering how to deal with them when hurried footsteps suddenly echoed outside. Bang! The door burst open. Dad, Hunter Wang and two hunters from the neighboring village fought a black bear and were seriously injured. Quick, we need help. The room exploded into action. Wang Dongjun, hitch the wagon and call for the barefoot doctor. Everyone else, grab your gear and follow me up the mountain. Li Hongbing's gaze darkened. Dad, no weapons needed. The black bear was already killed by my master. We just need to go rescue the injured and bring the bear down. Li Hongbing was taken aback. He's amazed at me yet again. Captain, I'll go. Suddenly, one of the loafers from the corner volunteered eagerly. I'll go too. Me too. Li Hongbing smirked coldly. Earlier, when weapons were called for, these people hid. Now that they heard the bear was dead, they were all climbing over themselves to help. Listen carefully. That bear was killed by Zhao the educated youth. Wang Daqing's face flushed. Captain, I never opposed the homestead policy. Zhao is one of us. I totally support him. Others quickly chimed in, afraid they'd be left out of the meat distribution. Remember your words. Now, follow me up the mountain. Son, lead the way. Nearby, the accountant, Lu, silently admired the captain. Even amid an emergency, he managed to iron out the land allocation dispute. That's the brilliance of a good leader. It's in the Red Pine Forest. Follow me. Li Yuanshao led the group, a grand procession heading into the mountains. Once they reached the spot, everyone stopped in their tracks, stunned. A massive black bear lay on the ground, resembling a small mountain. Oh my goodness, it's huge. Wang Daqing's jaw practically hit the ground. Save the injured first. Stop gawking at the bear. Li Hongbing smacked him and immediately directed people to lift the wounded. He walked over to me and quietly asked, Xiao Zhao, you okay? I shook my head. I'm fine. Li Jiangang is hurt the worst. If we don't act fast, he might not make it. The barefoot doctor is already on the way. He'll be here soon. No one dared touch anything besides Li Jiangang. Wang Qingshan, Zhou Weidong, and the dog, Shirtu, were laid on doors that had been taken down to serve as stretchers. With no actual stretchers in the village, makeshift solutions had to do. The two men and the dog were carried down the mountain first. The black bear wasn't left behind either. A few of the loafers gritted their teeth and carried it back to the village. 5 minutes later, Wang Dongjun arrived with the barefoot doctor, Li Baokong. Li Baokong began treating Li Jiangang right away, stopping the bleeding and having him transferred to a stretcher they'd brought. The group carefully descended the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, 2 borrowed carts were waiting, one a donkey cart, the other an ox cart. They placed Li Jiangang on the donkey cart while Wang Qingshan, Zhou Weidong, and Shirtu squeezed onto the ox cart. Li Hongbing gave instructions. Son, Xiao Zhao, you two head back to the village. I'll take care of the injured. And with that, he and Wang Dongjun drove the carts away to get medical help. That left just me and my disciple alone. I frowned. Yuanshao, isn't your dad going the wrong way? Why isn't he heading straight to the clinic? Li Yuanshao whispered. To go to the clinic, you need an introduction letter from the commune. Without it, they won't accept anyone. Only then did I realize, nowadays, without that letter, you couldn't do anything. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Come on, let's head back to check out that bear. We returned to the village. At the village entrance, Lin Yuqing was anxiously waiting for us. Seeing that we were safe, she visibly sighed in relief. I smiled and asked, Yuqing, do you know how to cook bear paw? She froze, unsure how to respond. She had never even seen a bear paw before, but if I wanted her to make it, her instinct was to agree. No worries, I'll teach you, I said casually. Li Yuanshao grew tense. His master wasn't great at cooking to begin with. Teaching someone else? He feared it might end in disaster. The village was in chaos. Almost everyone had gathered near the team office to see the bear. Accountant Lu was doing his best to maintain order and ensure the bear wasn't taken apart prematurely. When he saw me from a distance, he waved and shouted, Zhao the educated youth, hurry over. Everyone's waiting to hear how this bear is being divided. All eyes turned to me. After all, I was the one who brought the bear down. I spoke decisively. The bear gallbladder, nose, patella bones, and all 4 bear paws are mine. The rest of the bear will be divided among the village. For families who help today, they'll get an extra share. The items I claimed were the most valuable. The gallbladder, depending on its type, could fetch a few hundred yuan when sold to the state stores. The nose was a remedy for epilepsy, and the patella bones were treasured medicinal ingredients. As for the bear paws, they were prestigious no matter whether you were giving them as gifts or keeping them for a family meal. Some people were envious, but everyone knew the truth. These were earned with my life on the line. Being able to take back some meat was already a windfall for everyone else. The crowd erupted into cheers. Tonight, everyone would eat meat. Stay in line. Don't push. Everyone will get a share, yelled Accountant Lu, raising his voice to maintain order. Once the line settled, Lu brought over 2 seasoned hands to begin carving up the bear. I stood nearby, observing intently. One of the workers reached the bear's rounded belly, where the gallbladder was. Sensing my curiosity, he smiled and began explaining. Zhao Jiqing, the gallbladder you're looking for is right here, see? This bulging part. I reached out and felt it, nodding as I did so. I memorized its location. This way, when I deal with those 100 black bears back in my storage space someday, I won't be completely clueless. The man followed the gallbladder down towards the bile duct, tied it up neatly with a piece of string, and sliced it off with one clean cut. A bear gall, as big as a fist, dropped into his hand. Ah, what a shame. It's a grass gall. Someone recognized it right away and sighed in disappointment. But I didn't mind at all. A fist-sized grass gall could still sell for a few $100. And considering I had 100 more sitting in my space, well, that could make me quite a wealthy man. Of course, I was fully aware that flooding the market would devalue them. Scarcity is what makes something precious. Around here, I figured I'd sell 10 or so at a time. After that, I'd either wait for the demand to build back up or take my business elsewhere. These were plans to consider carefully later. The helpers arranged by Accountant Lou were efficient. Soon, they had pulled out everything I'd asked for: bear gall, kneecaps for bear paws, and a bear nose. Each item was wrapped in old newspaper and handed to me. Zhao Jiqing, here's what you wanted. I also set aside some offal for you. Hunters believe in paying respect to the mountain spirit. I get that, said the uncle who had taught me to locate the gallbladder earlier. I pulled out a pack of Daqianmen cigarettes and offered him one. Uncle, I'm new here and don't even know your name yet. His eyes lit up when he saw the Daqianmen, tucking the cigarette behind his ear. Name's Lu Bingrun. I'm kin to Accountant Lu. Thank you, Uncle Bingrun. I'll take my leave now. I raised the offal in my hand as a gesture and headed off. Back at the Educated Youth Station, I handed the items over to my apprentice and asked him to go back with Lin Yueqing first. Then I turned back into the red pine forest. I hung the offal from a tree branch and bowed respectfully towards the mountains. Looking into the woods, I let out a long sigh. Refusing Wang Qingshan back then had been the right call. If I had agreed, I might have been another person carried to the clinic today. That said, this opportunity to make a profit had only come about because of Wang Qingshan and his group risking their lives. Since we decided to distribute the bear meat among the villagers, I'd have to buy some gifts and pay a visit to those 3 families soon. Back at the Educated Youth Station, when I returned, Lin Yueqing had already finished cooking. She occasionally glanced my way, smirking to herself. My instincts kicked in. I immediately locked my eyes on Li Yuanchao. If something was off, this punk must have been bad-mouthing me while I was gone. Li Yuanchao kept his head low, avoiding my gaze altogether. As expected, it was him. Yuanchao, stance training is basic practice. Stop eating and go stand. What? Li Yuanchao's face fell instantly. He hated the numbness in his legs from stance training. What? Sweat more now. Bleed less in the forest later. Get going. Yueqing Jia. He looked to Lin Yueqing for help. She bit her lip. Yuanchao, brother Zhao is right. Roaming the mountains is dangerous, so it's crucial to hone your skills. Li Yuanchao felt like the sky came crashing down. She wasn't even officially his sister-in-law yet, and she was already siding with the master. Once she truly became Shrak, master's wife, wouldn't he be facing double the discipline? He cursed his own bad luck for digging this hole for himself. Hurry up. I glared at him. Ugh, all right. He could only obediently shuffle over to the kitchen door and stand in stance as ordered. Forget about him, Yueqing. Let's eat. I picked up my chopsticks, already digging into the food. I didn't even need to think to know what had happened. Li Yuanchao had probably complained in front of Lin Yueqing about my cooking. Sure, it wasn't stellar, but there was no need to go spreading it around. I had my pride too, you know. Once I saw that Li Yuanchao was about to collapse, I finally told him to stop. All right, that's good for now. From now on, do this twice daily, morning and evening, with this same duration. No slacking off. Got it, master. Come over and eat. Feeling a bit guilty for not standing up for him earlier, Lin Yueqing hurried to serve him food. Thanks, master's wife. Li Yuanchao was so tired he blurted it out without thinking. Lin Yueqing's cheeks turned bright red, glowing all the way to her ears. She instinctively glanced over at me. Seeing that I didn't rebuke him, she actually smiled a little, albeit shyly. Then she lightly swatted Li Yuanchao. Don't talk nonsense. I turned my head away, somewhat embarrassed myself. I did harbor feelings for Lin Yueqing, but when it came to marriage, I just wasn't sure. After all, I didn't even have any experience in dating, not in this life, nor the previous one. I had no idea how to navigate something like this. I'm heading out for a bit. Murmuring an excuse, I grabbed the grass gall and quickly headed out of the station. Once I left, I exhaled deeply. As I walked along, villagers stopped to thank me for giving out bear meat. I responded in kind, all the while asking for directions to Lu Bingruan's house. Following what I was told, I soon arrived and called out at the gate. Uncle Bingrun, are you home? Who's that? Hold on, I'm coming. Soon enough, the tanned figure of Lu Bingrun appeared. Seeing that it was me, he immediately broke into a grin. Zhao Jiqing, what brings you here? I'd like some advice on how to handle this bear gall. I held up the grass gall for him to see. He understood instantly. You've come to the right guy? Not many people know how to deal with this, but I do. Then I'll trouble you, Uncle Bingrun, to show me. I handed over another pack of Diqianmen. His eyes lit up with delight as he saw the cigarettes. He quickly invited me inside. Come in, come in. Pour some water for Comrade Zhao. Don't bother, let's get straight to business. Bear bile couldn't be sold outright. It needed to be processed into powder first before state-owned shops would accept it. I wasn't familiar with the intricacies involved. The two of us sat down. Lu Bingrun lit a cigarette and spoke slowly. Bear bile requires a live gall, one that doesn't touch the ground. Ideally, just before the bear draws its last breath, you tie off the bile duct. Once removed, wrap it in basswood bark, coat it with yellow clay, and hang it from the roof beam to slowly dry the bile out. He exhaled a puff of smoke, waiting for me to take it all in. That's just the basics. The real craftsmanship comes after. My interest piqued. I knew this was the key part. Ordinary people just hang it from the beam and call it a day. But for the best results, you should hollow out a piece of pine wood, place the bile inside, then seal it with beeswax. Wait until the bile solidifies into patterns resembling ancient coins, then mix in a touch of deer blood. Skip any of these steps, and the medicinal effects drop significantly. The price can drop by 20 to 30%. 20 to 30% wasn't a small number. A bile sold for several hundred yuan could easily see a 100 yuan cut. I offered a heartfelt thanks. Without Lu Bingruan's guidance, I wouldn't have learned any of these details. Thank you, Uncle Bingrun. But you're wondering where to get the beeswax and deer blood, aren't you? I nodded. I've got some stored at home. Doesn't do me any good just sitting there. Take it. I couldn't possibly. Don't be modest. That pack of Diqianmen cigarettes you brought more than covers it. Lu Bingrun stood up and retrieved 2 jars, one large and one small, from a 5-drawer cabinet. The larger jar is beeswax, and the smaller one is deer blood. Should be enough to process 20 or 30 bear biles. For an ordinary person, hunting even 20 bears in a lifetime was nearly impossible. This was indeed plenty. But not for me. My stash contained 100 black bears, 100 biliary sacs. These 2 jars were nowhere near enough. Back at the collective housing for educated youths, Li Yuanchao and Lin Yueqing were nowhere to be found. I stored the bear bile in the secret compartment, locked the courtyard gate, and ventured to the edge of the village to collect a few pieces of pine wood. Returning home, I hollowed out the pine logs and placed the bile sacks inside, sealing the openings with beeswax. Then I hung the logs from the ceiling beam. Now, technically, storing them in the secret space would have been safer. But time doesn't pass in the secret space, so the bile wouldn't have time to settle. It had to be left outside. I stared up at the roof beams for a moment, then frowned. The entire village knew I had bear bile. Leaving it at home wasn't secure. Someone might get ideas. I crafted a decoy log, hung it up, and secretly brought the real one into the house. That night, after midnight, I tiptoed out in the dark to the northeast corner of the village. That was Wang Qingshan's courtyard. Both he and his dog were staying at the township clinic, and the place was pitch black. I pushed the door open, stashed the pine log in a corner of the roof beams, and retraced my steps. Who would think to look for bear bile here? The next morning, I got up to exercise. Good morning, Brother Zhao, Lin Yueqing greeted, arriving early as usual. Morning. I'm heading out today. I won't be back for meals. Oh, her voice dwindled slightly. Then I won't come over today. You still need to eat. Use whatever's in my kitchen. Her complexion had finally gained a bit of color over the last few days, no longer the ghostly pale it used to be. I knew she wasn't eating well at home. Lin Yueqing instinctively hesitated to accept. Brother Zhao, I can't. Stop pushing back, or I'll really get mad. All right. She agreed reluctantly, though her heart felt warm and fuzzy. Li Yuanchao finally chimed in. Master, aren't you taking me along? I'm going to your uncle's house. Li Yuanchao was overjoyed, practically bouncing up and down. A visit to his uncle's house meant food, good food. If Master was going, there was no way he wouldn't tag along. Stand still. My scolding snapped him back to attention. He quickly straightened up, focused on his stance. Lin Yueqing couldn't help but giggle. Li Yuanchao stuck out his tongue playfully in response. After breakfast, I brought out 4 bear paws and grabbed a bottle of inexpensive baijiu. I hadn't visited Song Jianzi recently, so I was out of high-quality liquor. All I had left was cheap baijiu from the supply and marketing cooperative. It's the thought that counts. I told myself. I packed the bear paws and liquor into a basket, took Li Yuanchao along, and headed out. Here, you keep the key. Got it. Be careful on the road. Lin Yueqing clutched the key tightly, like a little wife seeing her husband off to work. We walked toward Donkinga Forest Farm. Not for the first time, the thought of buying a bicycle crossed my mind. But without the necessary coupons, money alone wouldn't do any good. And I wasn't sure if Song Jianzi could be counted on. Maybe I should hunt 10 wild boars in Shangliang Commune to trade for a bike? I sighed, shelving the idea for now. The land for my homestead had been settled. Li Hongbing had gathered everyone to place their handprints on an agreement allotting me 200 square meters, with an additional 200 for a courtyard, totaling 400 square meters in the northeast part of the village, not far from Wang Qingshan's house. Now I needed to save up for construction, so I planned to sell some wild boar meat for cash. Upon arriving at the forest farm's courtyard, Li Yuanchao hollered to announce our presence. Wang Daxiao and Wang Daiden ran out, their eyes lighting up as soon as they saw me. Brother Zhao. The enthusiasm was so over the top, it felt like they were seeing their long-lost father. Li Yuanchao coughed exaggeratedly a few times before they finally acknowledged him. Oh, and Brother Yuanchao's here, too. He rolled his eyes dramatically, grumbling about how much he'd spoiled the two kids for nothing. Inside, I inquired about Guangming. He's at school, won't be back until noon. Still attending elementary school? I asked, surprised. At 14. Xiao Gao sighed. Well, no wonder. The school's been a mess these past few years. Just being able to study is good enough. Wang Bold scooted closer. Brother Zhao, what goodies did you bring this time? Bear paws. Ever tried him before? The two brothers' eyes went wide. Bear paws. I lifted the top off the basket, revealing 4 charred-looking bear paws. Did you bag another black bear? Got lucky. Took advantage of a slip. Are black bears really blind? Or are they dangerous? The two brothers couldn't stop circling around me. Let's take this inside. Once we were in the inner room, Wang Daxia started boiling water and pouring tea. Brother Zhao, tell us all about the bear. The two Wang brothers were wide-eyed with curiosity. I glanced at the clock. Wang Yutian wasn't back from work yet, so I figured I'd share a bit of knowledge with the kids. Bold, you asked if black bears are blind, right? They're not blind, just nearsighted, so they can't see far. But their noses? Incredibly sharp, they can smell from far away. If you ever run into one in the mountains, never run against the wind. By the time Wang Yutian came home with his net bag, he could already hear bursts of exclamations from inside the house. It made him pause, wondering who was visiting. Hurrying inside, he immediately noticed the familiar basket by the doorway and found me sitting on the Kong with his nephews. Ah, Xiao Xiao, what treasure did you bring this time? Master Wang, take a look under the cover. The smell of raw meat hung thick in the air. Wang Yutian had a hunch, but as he pulled back the cloth, for bear paws lay inside, dark and ominous. Bear paws. His eyes flew up to meet mine. In just a few days, you took down a black bear? With all 4 paws intact, it was clear the entire bear had been dealt with. More impressively, I hadn't brought hunting dogs, just an inexperienced nephew. It meant I'd likely taken the bear down alone. I shook my head. It was touch and go. I'll tell you what happened. After I recounted the adventure, Wang Yutian sighed heavily. That black bear was cunning. 3 seasoned hunters couldn't handle it. You took your shot at just the right moment and nailed it. That courage, nothing short of remarkable. By the way, was its gallbladder any good? Just grass gall. Ah, what a shame. If it had been copper gall, its value would have doubled. I chuckled. Grass gall isn't bad either. I'll take what I can get. Just then, Wang Guangming came home from school. Dad, I'm back. Brother Zhao, cousin Adong, you're here too? I nodded. Wang Yutian stood up to start preparing dinner. Guangming, come help out. I gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Just got back from school, rest up. I'll handle it. No way, you're a guest. But before Guangming could insist, his father chimed in. Let Xiao Xiao help. You sit down. Guangming reluctantly placed his school bag down. In the kitchen, Wang Yutian was cleaning bear paws. Xiao Xiao, you came here with a reason, didn't you? Yeah, I've got a batch of wild boar meat. Wanted to see if you could help sell it. Wang Yutian froze mid-motion. How much are we talking about? I held up 7 fingers. How much? 7. Just meat and organs. Kept the tusks and bristles for myself. He sucked in a sharp breath. 7 boars? Wild ones, not farm-raised. It's doable, but where'd you get so many? My expression darkened. Master Wang. He immediately realized he'd overstepped. That's on me. I shouldn't have asked. Don't worry, I won't pry. I nodded, steering the conversation back to business. This shipment will arrive tomorrow night. Have the people at the forestry site ready to pick it up. Got it. We lowered our voices, finalizing the time and place. By now, Wang Yutian had finished singeing and scraping the bear paws, moving on to prepping the ingredients. We're short a few things. I'll head to the supply co-op. Master Wang, let me go instead. I still had some cash and ration stamps left over from the last wild boar sale. All right, I'll borrow a bike for you. He arranged for a bicycle from one of the nearby workers' dormitories. This was a forestry station, and households here were a bit better off. 5 or 6 of them even had bikes. Hopping on, I headed straight for the same supply co-op as last time. The slogan on their wall hadn't changed. Develop the economy to secure supplies. I gave it a quick glance before heading inside and queuing up at the counter where the same salesgirl, Xiao Zhang, was working. It took about 10 minutes before I reached her. Xiao Zhang looked a little tired, but the moment she spotted me, her eyes lit up. Back again. Could you help me grab these items? I handed over my ration stamps, not going too heavy since I'd just recently stocked up. 2 ounces of lead shot, a coil of rope, 20 pounds of coarse salt, 20 pounds of baijiu, 2 ounces of kerosene, 2 boxes of matches, a hurricane lamp, a new pair of rubber shoes, and a sewing kit, 2 packs of flying horse cigarettes, a box of Daqianmin, and 3 tins of malted milk tablets. While I tried to keep the purchase modest, it still amounted to a hefty pile of goods. Xiao Zhang was soon bustling around, visibly flustered but less annoyed once I flashed her a smile. That hairpin you're wearing? Looks great on you. Suits you perfectly. She flushed, instinctively touching her hairpin. Just like that, any complaints melted away. Carrying the large haul out the door drew plenty of attention. Some guessed I was a cadre's son, while others pondered matchmaking me for their daughters. I ignored the stares, securing the bulk of the goods to the bike's rear rack. Once I reached a secluded spot, I concealed most of it in my personal stash, leaving only the cooking supplies visible. When I returned to the forestry station, Wang Yutian had been waiting. The final ingredients in hand, the bear paws were officially set to cook. I was promptly booted back to the main room, while the Adong smirked. Mouth. My uncle is so stingy, he doesn't even let you see a single dish. Even if you saw it, you couldn't make it. I couldn't figure out whom he was criticizing, so I stayed quiet, mentally taking note to settle scores later. Over half an hour later, Wang Yutian came in holding an enamel basin. Steam was rolling off it, and the delicious smell was enough to make anyone's mouth water. Wow, that aroma! Wang Daden wiped his mouth. Guangming, bring the noodles over. A big bowl of noodles was placed on the table, and everyone grabbed a bowl. Let's eat. Wang Yutian sat down, and everyone immediately started digging in. I picked up a chunk of sinewy meat, glistening with oil, and took a big bite. The flavor of mushrooms and winter bamboo shoots burst in my mouth. The bear paw was so tender it practically melted as soon as I bit into it, not even slightly tough. After swallowing, a faint sweetness lingered. Master Wang, this is incredible. Your cooking skills are unmatched. I genuinely complimented him. Wang Yutian, used to hearing praises, couldn't help but beam a little when I acknowledged him. Xiao Zhao, eat more. You always bring meat over. Don't hold back on eating yourself. After eating a few more bites of noodles, I looked up and asked, Master Wang, is there any bear paw left? Yes, there's still some in the pot. Then pack some up for me. Wang Yutian nodded. The ingredients had been provided by me, so he was already satisfied to get a meal out of it. After the meal, Wang Yutian went to work, and Wang Guangming went to school. I didn't leave. Borrowing their bicycle, I planned to use up my grain coupons at the grain station. Right now, 3 people were eating at the Educated Youth Outpost, and over 100 pounds of grain wasn't enough. I ate plain white rice every meal, unlike others who mixed it with coarse grains. Just leave the bike in the courtyard when you're done. Wang Yutian agreed cheerfully. I rode straight to the grain station and bought 200 pounds of rice in one go. After returning to Dongqinggu, I packed the bear paw I'd taken and went back to Shengyantan. At the Educated Youth Outpost, I pushed the bike into the yard and saw Lin Yueqing leaning against the kitchen door, daydreaming. Hearing the commotion, she suddenly looked up. When she saw it was me, her smile couldn't be hidden, though she quickly tried to rein it in. Brother Zhao, you're back? Have you eaten? As long as I said I hadn't, she'd light the stove immediately. I ate already, bear paw. I carried the rice bag into the room, poured one bag into the rice jar, and left the other bag to the side. The room looked the same as when I left in the morning. You didn't have lunch? She tugged at the hem of her shirt, unable to speak. Here, have this. It's a bit rich, but see if you like it. I handed her an aluminum lunchbox. What's in it? Smells amazing. Braised bear paw. Brought it back just for you. Our fingertips touched, and she shivered, like she'd been shocked, her heartbeat skipping. When she opened the lunchbox, the aroma hit her, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. Eat up while it's hot. Don't hold back. I've got to return the bike. See you later. She nodded, watching me leave. After returning the bike, I picked up my apprentice and headed back to Shengyantan. On the way, I heard that Wang Qingshan and Li Hongbing had come back. Once home, I pulled out 3 cans of malted milk, 6 rabbits, and 100 eggs from the storage space, packed them into a basket, and carried the rice bag straight to Wang Qingshan's house. Stepping into the courtyard for the 3rd time, I instinctively glanced toward the doghouse and froze. It was empty. Brother Wang, you home? Yeah, door's not locked, come on in. The voice from inside sounded heavy. I stepped in to find Wang Qingshan half reclining on the Kong. The gray wolf dog, Shirtu, was lying beside him, thick bandages wrapped around its waist. How's Shirtu doing? Pain clouded Wang Qingshan's eyes as his hand gently stroked the dog's head. He's done for. Won't be able to stand for the rest of his life. The room fell silent. How come you're here with all this stuff, Tianliang? Wang Qingshan finally noticed the bag of rice and basket in my hands. Brother Wang, I kept the gallbladder for bear paws and the patella of that black bear for myself. The rest I shared with the villagers. End of the day, I got the better end of the deal. These are things I hunted myself, along with some nutrition supplements, for you and the 2 other brothers from that day. Wang Qingshan gave a bitter smile. If you hadn't shown up in time, the 3 of us wouldn't even be alive now. You killed the bear, you decide how to split it. I can't take these. I simply put the items down inside. Whether you take them or not isn't up to you to decide. Wang Qingshan was stunned, staring at the supplies, his heart filling with warmth. This time, it was his mistake that left Li Jiangang and Zhou Weidong severely injured. Li Jiangang almost lost his life. Both families had wives and kids to support, so he had to take responsibility. But he hadn't saved much over the years. What I brought today was exactly what they needed to get by. He would remember this favor. Brother Wang, get some rest and recover. I'll head out now. Tianliang, wait. Anything else? I didn't even pour you a glass of water. Sit for a bit. I've got something to say. I sat down, and Wang Qingshan poured me a cup of hot water. You heard about the pig epidemic in Shangliang commune? Yeah, I heard there's a decent bounty for hunting wild boars. It shouldn't be too hard for someone like you. You want to give it a shot. I looked at him. Do you have any plans? Wang Qingshan sighed. I'm out of money and food. Shirtu gave his all for me, and now, his future's bleak. I can't stand anymore. I need to recover. Since Jian Gang and Wei Dong got injured because of me, I have to make it up to them. At dawn, let's work together. You want to hunt wild boars with me? Yes. This time, I won't lose control again. I thought about it. Wang Qingshan was skilled and had let go of his grudges. Hunting wild boars was dangerous. Having someone to distract them while I took the shot would be safer. All right. Once you've recovered, we'll go. Great. Wang Qingshan laughed a bit too hard, pulling at his wound and causing him to suck in a sharp breath. Concentrate on recovering. I'll keep an eye on things over there. Outside the birch forest, 2 ox carts came to a stop. You think the person you found is reliable, Yu Tian? Meeting out here, of all places? Don't worry, Lao Bao. I've got this under control. If you don't trust others, you should at least trust me. There better not be any slip-ups. If something goes wrong, we'll both be in trouble. Bao Yue wiped his shiny bald head, which gleamed under the moonlight, almost blindingly. Relax. You'll see the real deal soon enough. Wait here. I'll go check first. Wang Yutian carried a flashlight and ventured into the woods, heading to the agreed meeting spot to find me. Zhao, are you there? The rustling of grass sounded, and a tall figure emerged. It was me. Master Wang, the goods are back here. Let me take a look. Shining the flashlight ahead, piles of neatly sorted wild boar meat appeared, stacked like small mountains, a startling sight. 7 wild boars in one go. No one in the surrounding townships could pull this off. Wang Yutian felt a pang of anxiety, but quickly suppressed it. He was just the middleman, making a bit of hard-earned cash, and didn't want to get too involved. He pulled out a thick wad of cash and handed it over. This is a 300 yuan deposit. Once the meat is delivered to the forest farm and settled up, I'll give you the rest. I nodded. The forest farm had a decent reputation. If anyone dared to stiff me, I had my own way of teaching them a lesson. I took the money. All right, Master Wang, your share, half a cut. I'll calculate after I've received the full payment. There was no rush. Until I had the money in hand, neither did he. After I left, Wang Yutian went back to gather his people. Lao Bao, let's get to work. In the woods? Don't tell me they're alive. Cut the crap and start hauling. Getting this to the forest farm is the priority. Back at the youth station, I sat on the Kong bed soaking my feet. As the hot water washed over me, my whole body relaxed. I pulled out all the money and started counting, bill by bill. 1 yuan, 2 yuan, 536 yuan and 8 cents. I put the money away. I heard the site for housing plots had been approved and the paperwork had been submitted to the commune office, just waiting for the stamp. Once it was stamped, I'd officially have my own land. With over 500 yuan in hand, plus the remaining payment from the forest farm, it was time to start thinking about building a house. I had no idea how to build one, but surely there was someone in the village who did. The next day, I grabbed 2 packs of Daqianmen cigarettes and went to see Li Hongbing. "Uncle, I want to build a house." Li Hongbing's hand trembled slightly. "A house? That'll cost quite a bit." I pulled out a handful of cash and slapped it onto the table. "Is this enough?" 10 stacks of big denominations lay spread out. "It'll do, at most, for a straw hut." Smack. I slapped my hunting knife down on top of the cash. "What about with this? Maybe a shack in the mountains." I pressed down on both the knife and the money. "How about with both? Can I get a proper house built on my plot?" Li Hongbing put down his tobacco pipe. "You're thinking of hunting while building a house at the same time?" "Yes, and I want a brick house." Li Hongbing took a sharp inhale. This young man had guts. If it were anyone else, he would have sent them packing by now. But I was different. Since coming to the village, I had hunted not just wild boars, but also bears. Many veteran hunters couldn't achieve such a record in a year. If I could keep this up, even a brick house wasn't out of reach. "Zhao, are you sure? Building a brick house isn't cheap. If you run out of money halfway, the project will end up abandoned." "Uncle, I've got it worked out. It's good to have ambition." "All right, I'll help you out. These 2 packs of cigarettes can be used to grease the wheels a bit. Getting approval for bricks and tiles won't be easy." "Uncle, these are for you to smoke. I'll send other stuff for the greasing." "You're a good kid," Li Hongbing said, taking a puff of his pipe. "But money needs to be saved. I'm fine with my pipe tobacco." Despite his words, he stashed the 2 packs of Daqianmen. High-grade cigarettes like these would help him look good at meetings. "I'll handle the house for you. You focus on hunting and saving more money." "Uncle, I'm planning to hunt wild boars in Shangliang Commune." "What? Shangliang Commune?" Li Hongbing sat bolt upright. "That area is a mess right now. This year, wild boars have been swarming over there, destroying all the cornfields. Isn't that an opportunity for a hunter?" "Zhao, don't overestimate yourself. One wild boar and a group of wild boars are entirely different. Most regular hunters have already backed off. Only a few big hunting crews are still toughing it out." I perked up. "Uncle, tell me about those hunting crews over there." Li Hongbing let out a long sigh. "This time, there are about a dozen hunting crews. The most skilled are Lu Sanpao, Qianjin from Little Xing'an, and Black Bear Zhang. Lu Sanpao once downed a male grizzly with 3 shots. Qianjin's a mountain tracker, unmatched when it comes to finding game. Black Bear Zhang is even tougher. He's bold enough to take on. I fought a black bear barehanded and scared it away. Someone that tough wouldn't even dare claim they could swagger around Upper Beam Commune with impunity. Between the lines, they were basically telling me not to get too ahead of myself. "Xiao Zhao, you're just getting started. Wait until you've got your own hunting gang before you get involved in these things." "I understand." I stopped arguing. I knew there was no point. Talking was useless. Strength was the real foundation. That's the spirit. Take it one step at a time. 2 days later, the homestead plot was approved. I took out 100 yuan and asked Li Hongbing to help organize the house construction. I made sure he used people from the village. It's easier to manage that way. I threw all my energy into hunting. Most times, I'd be off alone, quietly working through the 100 black bears I had stashed in my secret space. Skinning them, extracting bile, deboning. It wasn't bad for one, but having so many was backbreaking. I could only process about 10 a day before I was too exhausted to even stand up straight. It took me 10 full days to finish the job. Half a month flew by quickly. Wang Yutian handed me the final payment of 700 yuan for the wild boar deal. True to our agreement, I gave 50 yuan as a finder's fee. Wang Yutian, who's usually stingy, was uncharacteristically generous and treated me to a round of drinks. During this period, I frequently visited the supply and marketing co-op to slowly spend my supply tickets. Most of the candies and goodies I bought ended up going to Lin Yueqing. What was left, I gave to my discount rate apprentice. One day, it hit me that the appointment with Song Jianzi was coming up, so I headed to the black market early in the morning. The black market was the same as always, dark and oppressive. I'd only just reached the stall when Song Jianzi recognized me. "Brother, long time no see. Folks like us, running the mountains. It's normal to disappear for 10 days or half a month, right? True enough. You here today for that puppy. I nodded. Song Jianzi didn't waste time. He quickly packed up his stall and waved someone over from the distance. Before long, a man came over to move the goods. It looked like the same guy who was carrying pork last time. Let's go. Off to the seller's place. The two of us headed out into Daohua village. See those 3 wooden houses up ahead? The seller lives there. At the foot of the mountain stood 3 modest wooden cabins surrounded by a fence. There was nothing around except tall grass and trees, no neighbors in sight. They live way out here. The guy's nickname is Dog Maniac. Why is that? He loves dogs, raises 7 or 8 of them. Back in his heyday, he had more than 30, all hunting breeds. 30+ hunting dogs. Yep, all fierce as could be. The village folks were so scared of being bitten, they forced him to move here at the edge of the village. How come he's down to just a few dogs now? Most of them got poisoned. Someone's been at him, never caught the culprit. Since then, he stopped going into the mountains and just holes up at home. We stepped into the yard. Qingye, you in? Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed several small mounds of dirt behind the house. Just as I was about to get a closer look, the door opened. Out walked an older man in his 60s with short-cropped, graying hair and a scar on his temple. His cloudy, vacant eyes locked onto me. Wearing a mask during the day? Got something to hide. Song Jianzi chuckled uneasily. Qingye, it's just the nature of our trade, secrecy and all. Buyers and sellers both follow the same custom. Qingye couldn't care less about the explanation. He turned on his heel. If you want a dog, follow me. If the mother doesn't accept you, you'll leave immediately. We understand the rules. That's when it dawned on me. The puppies belonged to Qingye, and Song Jianzi was just brokering for some extra cash. We entered the dog shed. As soon as the door opened, a red and black Lijiao Hong dog stood up, its eyes full of ferocity. This is the mother dog. If you can win her approval, the puppy is yours. Qingye folded his arms, looking like he was enjoying the show while Song Jianzi quietly edged toward the door as if wary of the mother dog's temper. The animal was about the size of a calf, her muscles taut and guarding her pups protectively. I took careful steps closer, suppressing any sign of hostility. The moment I took a step, the mother dog stood tall, ears pricked, and throat growling low. Another step closer, and her tail swished, agitation clear. The tension in the room spiked instantly. Looks like this deal's not happening. Qingye chuckled darkly. Sweat began forming on Song Jianzi's forehead. He couldn't shake the suspicion. Was the dog really this temperamental by nature, or was Qingye deliberately obstructing the sale? Casting an uneasy glance at me, he figured things were about to go south. What is it? Caught on yet? I don't like this guy you brought. Masked up in broad daylight. Suspicious. My dogs aren't leaving with someone like that. Take him and get out before anyone gets bitten. It's not worth straining relations. Qingye, we had an agreement. This sudden change of heart, it isn't fair. Song Jianzi was barely holding back his frustration. The old man was clearly messing with him. You've already made money off the dogs I've given you before, even turned a profit. I didn't say anything, did I? Now I don't want to sell anymore. Got a problem. Song Jianzi clenched his fists, loosening them again after a moment. If he left empty-handed today, he'd bear the loss entirely. Worse, he'd lose his key customer, digging himself into an even deeper hole. Don't blame me for getting upset. Back then, dogs of mine were poisoned by low-life sneaks that wouldn't show their faces. This guy reeks of the same kind of trouble. Bitterness and rage burned in Qingye's eyes as he spoke, a distant but vivid resentment apparent. Song Jianzi kept quiet. He knew he'd been played. Suddenly, a low bark came from inside the wooden house, soft, almost like a sound of pleading. The two of them whipped around to look. I'd already closed in on the mother dog, standing less than a meter away. Though I stayed entirely still, the once aggressive dog had lowered her head, avoiding meeting my gaze. The pups behind her, terrified, were trembling like leaves in a storm. Only moments ago, the mother dog had been baring her teeth at me, ready to spring. Then, an idea had struck me. I'd let out a faint wisp of the aura I carried in my hidden space. A strong line of tendon and stamina fully built up. But now, with this new development, things might completely change for me and this pup. Piles of blood and flesh from hundreds of black bears, savage and overwhelming. Just leaking even a fraction of their essence was enough to crush everything in its wake. The mother dog, who was seething with aggression mere moments ago, suddenly appeared stunned. Fear replaced fury in its gaze, as it crouched low and drew back, thoroughly subdued. Sensing the confrontation was over, I withdrew my imposing aura. The beast was beaten as expected. I reached out and placed my hand on its head, and to my surprise, it didn't resist. It's done. The moment shifted. The mother dog gently picked up a small pup in her mouth and brought it over to me, laying it down at my feet. Impossible. Li Qingtian's expression twisted with shock. He rushed over to inspect the mother dog, going over her from head to tail, desperate to find any trace of manipulation or injury. Yet as his hands assessed the animal, the truth was plain: she was unharmed. The look she now gave me? Absolute submission, a low-ranking beast gazing upon the alpha wolf. This wasn't just any mother dog. This was his prized Lijo Red, a ferocious beast he'd personally trained, fortified to stand its ground against wild predators. And yet here it was, bowing before a man who'd done seemingly nothing at all. Li Qingtian's glare bore into me, his disbelief ripening into quiet dread. Meanwhile, I lifted the pup, cradling its small, trembling frame. Its fur was a vivid black-red, a stark contrast to its steady shivers. Dogs like this one, bred for hunting, courage was paramount. They couldn't flinch before danger, let alone tremble at the mere hint of it. Without guts, even the bloodlines weren't worth much. I frowned. Could this little thing really have been frightened out of its wits? If it's broken and worthless now, that'd be a massive loss. Who the hell are you? Li Qingtian finally burst out, his eyes digging into me like daggers, desperate to peel away my masked exterior. I flicked my gaze to the door. Brother Song, the deal's sealed. Wait outside for me. All right. Song Jianzi stepped out, but the confusion inside him churned endlessly. He'd expected this transaction to go sideways, maybe even cost them. But the second this masked stranger intervened, the infamous dog maniac's fierce mutt practically fell in line. The more Song relived the moment, the more his awe grew. Clearly, this wasn't just some ordinary hunter. Inside the small cabin, an intense quiet hung in the air. I reached up and took off my mask, revealing my face to the older man. Old Man Li, the name's Zhao Tianliang. Just another hunter from Shungan village. Li Qingtian examined me carefully, the tension in his gaze finally softening. Well, looks like we've got ourselves a bold kid, he said with sly approval. Didn't mean to keep my identity under wraps earlier. It gets in the way of business sometimes. Smart move. Kid, he said with sincerity. Mind if I call you Xiao Zhao? Call me whatever you like. I nodded politely. What just happened with the mother dog? I used to trick her too. For that, I owe you an apology. He stepped forward, bowing slightly before I stopped him mid-motion with a firm grip. Sir, you don't need to trouble yourself. So you've heard about me? His tone carried mixed emotions, more resigned than proud. I have. Li Qingtian's face darkened. He didn't meet my eyes as he muttered. Those 22 dogs, they were more than hunting companions. I raised every single one with these hands, trained them for years. Losing them, it was the deepest pain of my life. I nodded solemnly. Stay strong, sir. One day justice will come. Let's hope I live to see that day. He exhaled slowly before pacing to an old chest in the corner. After rummaging through its contents, he returned and placed a small wooden box in my hands. Take this. I opened it. Inside were 3 unassuming yet extraordinary items: a bone whistle, a heavily treated canine collar, and 2 peculiar iron spikes. For raising hunters. That whistle's carved from deer bone. Won't crack in the winter no matter how cold it gets. The collar? Made from wolf hide and cured in bear oil. It's practically bite-proof. As for these dog spikes, well, in the right moment, they can save a life. My eyes lit up. These weren't ordinary tools. They were treasures, solid proof of wisdom earned only through decades of survival. Thank you, elderly. I bowed deeply, truly grateful. Take good care of that pup, he added. Its parents weren't just fierce. They were legends. This little one will only outshine them, with the way it's bred. You can trust me, I promised. This pup's destiny will not be wasted. Replacing the mask on my face, I gathered the pup in the box, stepping out into the brisk air. Behind me, Li Qingtian lingered in the doorway, his scrutinizing gaze following my back as I walked away. His Lijo Red quietly trailed beside me, laden with both reverence and reluctance as her master watched her betrayal in silent disbelief. When Song Jianzi saw the wooden box in my hands, his brows raised and he let out a whistle. Not bad, brother. Looks like you've raked in quite the haul. Credit goes to you. Let's settle up. As we strolled together, he piped up again. By the way, got any more wild boar meat? Last batch sold out in less than 24 hours. People can't get enough of the stuff. Next time I have some, you'll be the first to know. Speaking of which, you asked around about those bike tickets? He hesitated, rubbing his hands guiltily. Ah, tough to pin one down, but I've got a lead. Give me some more time. All right, I'll wait for your word. After parting ways, I followed a familiar path back toward Shungin village. The pup squirmed and nuzzled in my arms the entire way, its fur soft as velvet and its size almost comical. Returning to the shared space at the commune, I set the pup down. It immediately started waddling around, sniffing at everything, a little ball of fluff full of curiosity. Utterly endearing. I crouched beside it, teasing it for a bit. Soon enough, the little one refused to leave my side, pawing at my legs and nudging close to my feet. Rubbing its tiny head thoughtfully, I began to plot training methods. Turning a pup into a full-fledged hunting beast wasn't a quick task. At this size, we'd be looking at a year's worth of foundational discipline at least. That was too damn slow. But then something peculiar happened. At the edge of my awareness, that mental space inside me trembled again. I focused inward, where I kept the remains of the black bear we'd taken down. To my astonishment, the bear meat began shifting, compacting, gathering into a concentrated, marble-sized red orb. I plucked the orb from its resting place, and instantly, knowledge flooded my mind. Its purpose was profound. This strange essence could accelerate a hunting dog's development. Enough of it, and a weaned pup could mature into a capable adult in mere days, with no risks or side effects. My chest tightened with an odd mixture of excitement and disbelief. The tiny pup suddenly perked up, clearly fixated on the strange orb in my hands, tail wagging furiously. This thing's way too large to feed you. Before I could finish, the pup jumped and snatched the red marble right out of my hand. No, but I was too late. The shaft of an arrow can only withstand the tear between life and death. Thinking of this, I summoned a red pellet from my spatial power once more. The red dog caught the scent and instantly grew restless, wagging its tail furiously. But I clenched the red pellet tightly, deliberately holding it back. When it was a small pup, I let some things slide since it couldn't control itself. Now it's different. At 6 months old, the dog has consciousness. If I don't establish dominance now, once it grows into a full-fledged beast, it'll be much harder to tame. From now on, I'm your master. Everything you do has to follow my command, understand? I said casually, intending it only as an opening statement. To my surprise, the red dog actually nodded in response. So this red pellet, not only does it strengthen the body, but it also boosts intelligence and imprints loyalty? Understanding dawned on me about the terrifying potential of the red pellet. If word got out, it would undoubtedly attract a frenzy of attention. If leaked, trouble would inevitably come my way. The existence of the red pellet must remain a secret. From now on, your name is Chi Wong. How's that sound? Woof. Its tail wagged even faster. Your nickname will be Xiao Qi. Woof. Too smart for its own good. Training began immediately. Xiao Qi sit. Chi Wong obediently dropped into a seated position. Bring me my boots from under the bed. It promptly turned, grabbed the boots, and brought them back securely. I couldn't stop grinning ear to ear. This dog was ready to start flushing rabbits in the mountains. Here's your reward, catch. I tossed a red pellet, and Chi Wong leapt up to snatch it midair. The next moment, its body surged in size again, its shoulder height now nearing 70 centimeters, with an even richer and brighter coat. Practically the size of a fully grown 1-year-old dog. A single red pellet equaling 6 months of growth? I made a mental note. A few more of these, and it would be fully mature. I condensed 3 more red pellets and fed them one by one. After the first, its body grew even larger. After the second, the rusty red of its coat turned to a fiery reddish-brown, with a black line appearing down its back. After the third, its size completely surpassed that of its mother. Its muscles were taut, its silhouette sharp and striking. A mane-like ruff of coarse fur emerged around its neck, its pup-like innocence gone, replaced by a fierce, commanding presence. Majestic. Good dog. Pure bloodline. Outstanding potential. The Lijo red dog had always reigned as the king of fighting dogs with its immense strength and aggressive nature. Xiao Qi, I called experimentally. Woof. Chi Wong instantly fell to the ground at my feet, the fierce gleam in its eyes replaced by pure affection. Loyalty remains unshaken. Good. I patted its head. You're coming with me to the mountains in a bit. Time to test this dog's full capability. At the Lao Tadingzi mountain. Geared up, I prepared and walked 10 miles, reaching the boundary between Shungin Tun and Hongqi Tun with Chi Wong by my side. The outskirts of Shungin Tun had already been scoured by me. There wasn't much wildlife left. This time, I decided to try a new place. I'd heard from Wang Qingshan that there were roe deer here. Last time, when I encountered Li Jiangang and Zhou Weidong in the Red Pine Forest, they were also from Hongqitan. It had been half a month since then. One of them was still bedridden, and the other had just barely started to move around. It'd be a while before they ventured back into the mountains. With a sigh, I ventured into the forest with Qi Wang. The moment we entered, Qi Wang transformed into a fiery blur, sniffing and darting from place to place, alternating between bursts of speed and moments of stillness, the wildness within it completely unleashed. I maintained a steady 70-meter distance, trailing behind at a casual pace. The dear reminder of the bone whistle at my waist, given by Li Qingtian, meant I could recall Qi Wang whenever needed. Having Qi Wang scouting ahead eased my journey into the wild tremendously. This trip was meant to synchronize our teamwork. Once we were perfectly in sync, I'd take Qi Wang along with Wang Qingshan to Liang Township for some boar hunting. Now that I knew I could refine red pellets using the blood and flesh of wild game through the spatial power, my thirst for hunting burned even more intensely. A single pellet required the blood and meat of 5 black bears. In my space, a single black bear yielded about 200 pounds of meat, meaning 5 of them equaled 1,000 pounds. Selling that to the logging camp would easily bring in $800 to $900. Yet raising a pup into a mature dog required 3 to 4 pellets, roughly $3,000 worth. Man, this burns cash. But seeing Qi Wang out ahead, tirelessly searching for prey, I couldn't help but feel it was worth it. Once I raised a whole pack of hunting dogs, worrying about prey would be a thing of the past. By that time, this investment would be peanuts. Woof! That bark from Qi Wang drew my attention sharply. Something was up. I quickened my pace, following Qi Wang's movements as it lunged towards a target. Its swiftness wasn't just speed. It resembled a bolt of red lightning streaking across the forest. The further I chased after it, the tighter my chest felt. Was this the result of the red pellets? Or was Qi Wang naturally this powerful? By the time I caught up, a roe deer was already lying on the ground, its life hanging by a thread. Qi Wang stood proudly over its prey, tongue hanging, eyes full of triumph. Not bad. You even knew to leave it alive. The deer's windpipe had been torn open, trapped under Qi Wang's powerful grip. I drew my knife and finished the job. The moment the deer died, 100 of its kind appeared in my space. Excellent. Perfect haul. This alone replenished the bear meat I had used up, with plenty to spare. Whine whimper. Qi Wang nuzzled my pant leg, whining softly. Want more red pellets? Qi Wang eagerly nodded. I hardened my expression, holding up 4 fingers. You've already had 4 pellets and caught just 1 deer. If you want another, go hunt another prey first. I lowered 1 finger. 1 prey, 1 pellet. Staring at the roe deer on the ground, I nodded. If you want to eat, put in the effort. Red King immediately lowered his head to sniff the air, continuing the search for prey. An idea struck me. This dog's nose had an amazing scenting ability. Hunters call a dog's sense of smell its scent head. Those with strong scenting noses can become lead dogs. With the thick fallen leaves of late autumn, the ground carried a chaotic mess of odors, yet Red King could lock onto prey upwind. This ability is called upwind scent and is far superior to ground scent, which relies solely on sniffing the ground. Fallen leaves or heavy snow wouldn't faze him. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. This time, I truly stumbled upon a treasure. I stored the roe deer in my pocket dimension to prevent spoilage and continued to explore the barren hills with Red King. In the span of 2 hours, Red King found 2 more roe deer. Each time, he'd bark to alert me to follow him. He'd chase the roe deer, injure it almost to death, and then wait for me to finish it off. As I wiped my knife clean on the deer hide, I couldn't help but feel a tinge of discomfort. Red King was too capable, leaving me little to do. If other hunters heard me complain, they'd definitely call me spoiled. How many people dream of having a top-tier hunting dog and can't get one? And here I was greedy for more thrill. Red, just 1 more. Catch 1 more, and we'll call it even. After covering nearly 8 miles, Red King showed no signs of exhaustion. The more I observed, the more impressed I became. Ordinary hunting dogs would be dead tired after running 2 or 3 miles. Yet Red King went 8 without breaking a sweat. His stamina was off the charts. Who wouldn't be envious of a dog like this? Red King perked up his ears, his mouth curling up as if smiling. I patted his head. Go on, keep at it. With a red flash, Red King darted off again. I stored the roe deer in my space and looked up at his fiery silhouette ahead, already thinking about the wild boars over at Liang Commune. Roe deer were too weak. They were practically finished off before I could do anything. Wild boars, though, that's where the real fun was. Eat up, you earned this. I held a small red pill in my fingers. Red King sat obediently, his eyes shining brightly. Beside him lay a freshly killed roe deer. Catch! I tossed the red pill, and Red King caught it midair, swallowing it in one gulp. The four he'd already eaten had brought him to maturity. Would there be any more changes if he kept eating? I studied him carefully. He hadn't grown in size. His fur hadn't changed, nor had the stiff bristle of hair on his neck. Was the red pill's effect maxed out at this stage? No, there was still something different. Just a moment ago, he'd shown a bit of fatigue after running 8 or 9 miles. Now, though, he was brimming with energy. The red pill could restore stamina. That was already an incredible advantage. Most hunting dogs are done after 2 or 3 miles. With one red pill, they could double their range. Woof! Red King gave a low bark, pressing his paw on the leg of the roe deer. You want meat? I laughed, thinking he might grow picky after eating the red pills. I cut off a roe deer leg and tossed it to him. Red King took a big bite, but didn't swallow the meat outright. Instead, he tore the flesh away and focused on chewing the bones, gnawing loudly. Sharpening your teeth, huh? I pried his mouth open and took a look. His teeth had become sharper and thicker. I checked his paws next, sharper claws too. So there was some change, just not immediately obvious. Stamina restoration was just a side effect. The red pill's real power lay in gradually strengthening the body. If I kept feeding them to him over time, what kind of monster would Red King become? A legendary king of dogs. The kind every hunting dog would look up to. I chuckled to myself at such a far-off dream. I put the roe deer away in the space pocket, looked for a spot to sit down, and watched as Red King chewed on the bones while I divided up the meat. As usual, I hung a set of innards on a tree to pay respects to the mountain spirit. After Red King finished sharpening his teeth, we made our way back the way we came, a man and his dog. When we neared Shungen village, I took out 2 baskets from the space, loaded them with divided roe deer meat, and grabbed a shoulder pole to carry them. Let's head home. Shungen village. In an open space, 7 or 8 shirtless men stood around the production team leader, Li Hongbing, holding shovels and pickaxes. Team leader, we've laid out the lines. The next step is digging the foundation. Li Fushan pointed at the 4 corners, where wooden stakes had been driven and ropes pulled taut to outline the base. A while back, Li Hongbing had said he'd help me build a house. Li Fushan and the others agreed without hesitation. These days, there were no construction crews. Villagers helped each other build houses for free. It cost you nothing but providing meals. But even so, people competed to do the work. Why? Because one meal outside meant saving food at home. Fushan, you've worked on plenty of houses in the village. You know the process, get it right, and do a good job. Li Hongbing entrusted the task to him. A few men exchanged glances, one nudging Li Fushan with his elbow. Li Hongbing caught on immediately. If there's a problem, just say it. Li Fushan's face turned dark red. Team leader, we just want to ask one thing. Does Zhao, the educated youth, have the means to follow through? Will this house be completed all the way? Everyone knew I was resourceful, but I'd only been here a short while. Having skills was one thing. Turning them into money was another. If the house was left half-built, their efforts would be wasted. Why are you all worrying about this? Just focus on doing a good job. Li Hongbing pointed his smoking pipe at them. Li Fushan lowered his head. Understood, team leader. Lay the foundation. I promise you won't be shorted even a penny. Though those were Li Hongbing's words, deep down, he felt uncertain. Still, he didn't want to unsettle the crew. Uncle Hongbing. A shout came from a distance. Li Hongbing turned around to see me walking over, carrying a yoke and balancing 2 heavy baskets. You all keep at it, he said, tossing out the instruction before briskly walking toward me. When he got closer, he noticed a large, fiery red dog trailing behind me. That dog was as big as a calf. Startled, Li Hongbing instinctively stepped back. Zhao, is that your hunting dog? Yep, it's a Lijo red dog. I call him Chi Wang. I responded. Chi Wang sat upright, its bright black eyes exuding calm energy with no sign of aggression. Only then did Li Hongbing exhale a small sigh of relief, though he couldn't help but steal a few more glances at the dog. Its robust muscles, glossy red coat, and imposing aura made it seem every bit the king its name implied. Chi Wang. Now that's a fitting name. Then, his gaze turned to the 2 baskets I was carrying. What V you got in there? That yoke's about to snap clean in half. Thud. I gently set the baskets down. Deer meat. That much. Seeing the 2 bulging baskets packed to the brim with fresh venison, Li Hongbing nearly fumbled his pipe. Little Chiwang caught it. I said casually. What? Are you saying your dog hunted all this? Li Hongbing was no longer composed. He'd assumed I had shot them. After all, I had decent marksmanship, and bagging a few deer on a lucky day wasn't unusual. But now I was claiming it was all thanks to the dog? My Chiwang's got a sharp nose. Deer in the mountains don't stand a chance against him. At this, Li Hongbing's eyes almost turned green with envy. This wasn't just a dog. It was a treasure. Owning such a capable animal meant anyone would safeguard it like their life's greatest prize. One trip into the mountains and so much meat. What a marvel. Zhao, if word gets out about this, you'll have people camping outside your place, scheming to steal your dog, he muttered. Even a non-hunter like him could feel tempted, so he could only imagine what seasoned hunters might think. Zhao Jiqing. From afar, a few of the men working on the foundation, Li Fushan and his group, spotted us. Their eyes immediately locked onto Chiwang's imposing, calf-sized frame. None dared come too close. With its reddish-brown fur stretched over dense muscles and gleaming fangs occasionally flashing, intimidation radiated from the dog effortlessly. Wow, what a beauty of a dog. Zhao Jiqing, is this yours or did someone lend it to you? Chiwang, say hi, I said. Woof. The low growl rumbled like distant thunder, vibrating through their chests and leaving their hearts pounding. Definitely yours. So obedient, one remarked appreciatively. When did you start raising him? We've never seen this dog before. A friend gave him to me, I said offhandedly. Some friend. Must be one hell of a bond to gift a dog like this. With its looks, this dog might even take on a boar. You're one lucky guy, Zhao. Their eyes brimmed with admiration and envy. All right, enough gawking. The foundation isn't going to dig itself, Li Hongbing said with a clearing of his throat. Reluctantly, the men shuffled back to their work, though some hesitated, sneaking glances at Chiwang as they went. A few even had the impulse to pet him, but ultimately thought better of it, their curiosity conceding to caution. Wait a second, I called after them. Something on your mind? Li Fushan asked. I brought plenty of venison, but I'm no cook. Take some of this meat, I offered. It wasn't until then that they noticed the 2 baskets of fresh, scarlet meat nearby. All of it. For us. Li Fushan's eyes widened. I nodded. This house-building business isn't easy, and I have no experience. Consider it my thanks for your hard work. Li Fushan blushed. The team leader sent us here because he trusts us. We'll give it our all. No need for you to go to such expense. How about this? My wife can come and handle the meals for everyone. The others chimed in agreement, politely declining the meat. I thought for a moment. How about this? Whoever can come help cook, bring them along. I'll make sure they all get a hearty meal. At this, their expressions brightened instantly, already scheming who they could round up from home. I turned to the meat-filled baskets. Uncle Hongbing, can you handle processing the meat? Trade for grain what you can and preserve the rest. You got it, Li Hongbing replied with a firm nod. Honestly, he'd been itching to do just that. 2 large baskets of venison, easily over 100 pounds, and I was simply offering it up. This kid, his heart was perhaps too generous. Securing his pipe to his belt, Li Hongbing hoisted the baskets. Zhao stopped by my place. Got something for you. I followed him, Chiwang trotting close at my side. Along the way, plenty of villagers stopped to stare, murmuring about the magnificent hunting dog already making waves in Sheng'antan. When we reached the house, Li Hongbing placed the baskets neatly in the kitchen. Chiwang, guard the meat, I instructed. Obediently, it took a position by the door. I followed Li Hongbing down to his cellar. He handed me a small tin biscuit box. Here, Zhao. Take these, he said. Inside were 10 magazines, each loaded with 5 rounds of ammunition. Uncle Hongbing, what's all this for? I asked, startled. Looking at that dog of yours, I figure you'll be heading to Liang Commune to prove yourself against their hunting squad. These are leftover 7.62 rounds. Not much else I can offer, but this might help you bring down a few boars. Clutching the box, I thanked him sincerely. These bullets couldn't have come at a better time. I had been thinking of asking Song Jianzi to scour the black market for some extras. This gift saved me the trouble. After all, this caliber ammunition was tightly controlled, strictly rationed, and requiring both tickets and permits at official supply stores. Even on the black market, availability was rare, and bad or corroded rounds were commonplace. The last batch of shotgun shells I got had 2 duds among them. Zhao, I hope the trip brings you success, Li Hongbing said earnestly. I'll take your blessing, I replied. Back in the courtyard, I called out, Chiwang, let's go. In a flash, the hulking red dog bounded toward me effortlessly. Uncle, I'll leave the venison with you. I'm heading back to the educated youth camp. Go ahead, get some rest. Just as I reached the entrance to the camp, Red King suddenly erupted in ferocious barking, his tone full of vigilance. My hand instinctively reached for the handle of my blade as I stared at the yard. Two figures emerged from inside. One was tall and sturdy, the other holding a rifle. Brother Wang? Comrade Zhou Weidong. Red King raised his head to glance at me. Seeing that I didn't move, he finally stopped barking. Good morning, Tianliang. Sorry for the abrupt visit. Hope you don't mind. Wang Qingshan looked slightly awkward. Zhao educated youth. Is that Lai Zhou Red Dog yours? It's quite impressive, Zhou Weidong commented, his eyes gleaming as he stared at Red King. Red King, with a physique akin to a young bull, exuded an aura of intimidation. Wang Qingshan couldn't help but think of his own wolf dog, Rock. A sour pang hit him as he recalled its condition. Physically, Rock couldn't even compare, and on top of that, it had been injured and lost its value as a tracker now. Noticing his dejection, I decided to steer away from discussing hunting dogs. Come inside, take a seat, and have some water. I told Red King to stay put in the yard before leading them both into the house. I'll get some water boiling, I offered. No need. Your wife's already on it, Zhou Weidong chuckled. I froze. Wife? What wife? Tianliang, that young lady. Lin Yueqing from the Lin family, right? Is she inside? She's your sweetheart now. Wang Qingshan had a puzzled look. Given my current situation, everyone in the neighboring townships knew I had my pick of ladies. Good looks, capable of hunting wild boars and even bears, and already built myself a brand new brick house. Not that Lin Yueqing wasn't a good choice, but her health was frail, often sickly even. It didn't seem like a practical match. What if she couldn't bear children after marriage? I finally caught on that they were speaking of Lin Yueqing. Ahem. We're just ordinary friends, not what you're both thinking. Even I wasn't clear on her intentions. Maybe she just felt indebted to me. Regardless, I couldn't assume or speak irresponsibly. Crash. The sound of shattering ceramics came from outside the door. Yueqing? Are you all right? Zhao brother. I'm fine. Just the water's gone cool. I'll go get a fresh pot. Her voice was clear and crisp, but carried a faint tremor. Cool water's fine. No need to trouble yourself. Yet her footsteps trailed farther away. I shook my head. She always paid too much mind to these little details. Zhao educated youth. What good fortune you have. A girl like her is worth cherishing, Zhou Weidong said with envy. In his younger years, he had hoped for a gentle and thoughtful wife too, but he ended up marrying a tough one, and they'd argued their way through half their lives. Wang Qingshan's expression turned a bit complicated. He knew the Lin family's situation. They weren't an easy bunch to deal with. Anyone who had ties to them would inevitably get dragged into trouble. Clearing his throat, he changed the subject. Weidong, stick to business. Right. Zhou Weidong placed a weapon on the Kong table. Taking a closer look, I recognized it was a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. Didn't we talk about heading up to Shangliang Commune to deal with the wild boar problem? Weidong heard about it and decided to lend you his rifle, Wang Qingshan explained. Zhou Weidong gave his injured leg a pat. It'll be months before this leg heals. No point keeping the rifle around if I can't use it. When I heard you were in need of a good gun, I thought I'd bring it over. I felt a surge of gratitude. Finally, I wouldn't have to rely on that faulty, jerry-rigged old rifle anymore. Are there any conditions to borrowing it? Nope, none at all, Zhou Weidong said, waving his hands. If it weren't for you taking down that bear last time, I'd be a goner. You're a sharpshooter. This rifle's better off in your hands. I didn't hold back. Thanks. Happy to help. Since you've come all this way, stay for dinner tonight. The two of them exchanged hesitant glances. They hadn't brought ration coupons. Don't worry about it. What? Are you afraid I'll poison you? Not at all. In that case, we'll take you up on your hospitality. In the kitchen, the sound of water boiling filled the room. As steam from the kettle rose, Lin Yueqing stood still, her eyes faintly glistening. Yueqing, stop. It's spilling over. Lu Chuanqiu ran in and grabbed a large bowl to catch the overflow. It's already full. If you keep pouring, it'll overflow. What if you get scalded? Lin Yueqing seemed a half-step behind, slowly nodding. Lu Chuanqiu took a closer look, noticing the sheen in her eyes. Have you been crying? No, it's just the steam. She wiped her face with her hand. Yuan Xiao, take the hot water to your master. Got it. Yueqing, are you sure you're all right? I'm fine, Yuan Xiao. There's work still waiting for me back home, so I'll head off now. Lu Chuanqiu nodded. All right, Yueqing. By the way, Master's planning to head to Shangliang Commune to hunt the wild boars. So for the time being, you don't need to come by to help out. Lin Yueqing paused mid-step, her chest tightening. He's going on a boar hunt. She'd heard the rumors of how serious the boar problem was in that area. Wouldn't such a perilous task risk his safety? Yuecheng, your face looks pale. I'm fine. Luchuancho carried the kettle into the house. Master, the water's ready. I brightened up. Go stir up some dishes. We're hosting Brother Wang and Wei Dong for drinks tonight. Luchuancho froze in place. I'm cooking. Or should I be the one to cook? The mere thought of my questionable cooking skills made his stomach churn. All right, fine. I'll do it. You sit tight. There's venison in the kitchen. Bring some over for the meal. Venison? You've been back on the mountain. I took Little Red out. Little Red? Who's that? That red dog outside. Luchuancho was taken aback. When did you get a dog? The dog? Why didn't I see it? He rushed out to the yard and found a red hound behind the tree. Its body was packed with muscles, and its cold, piercing eyes were intimidating. Oh boy, this dog's a beast. Red King gave him a glance before lying back down. Here, boy, here. Li Yuanchao reached out his hand. Red King turned his head away immediately. Do you even know who I am? I'm your master's top disciple. Red King rolled his eyes at him before moving to a shadier spot to lie down again. Li Yuanchao felt thoroughly disrespected. Forget it. Why bother bickering with the dog? He headed back to the kitchen. Wang Suihua and the other women were busy dividing up some meat, chatting and laughing as they worked. Mom, give me 10 pounds of venison. Are you out of your mind? What do you need that much for? Master's hosting Hunter King for dinner. Just 3 people. Wang Suihua knew he couldn't cook. I'll make it for you, and you can bring it over. Li Yuanchao didn't argue. His cooking skills? Just barely better than mine. Chen Meihui overheard the conversation. Xiao Zhao's hosting? I'll go help. He's been sharing meat with us every day while building his house. We can't ignore that kind of generosity. All the women put down their work. With more hands, it only took half an hour to get all the dishes ready. Li Yuanchao and his mother carried the food to the Jiqing's educated youth quarters. The aroma of the meat trailed behind them, drawing the attention of a group of yellow mutts. But as soon as they arrived at the doorway, all the mutts tucked their tails between their legs and refused to come in. In the center of the yard stood Red King, his eyes icy and commanding. With a low growl, the group of dogs quickly dispersed. This dog's impressive. Whose is it? It's my master's. Figures. Good hunters always have good dogs. Li Yuanchao put down a bowl of raw venison. Come on, Red, dinner time. Drool dripped from Red King's mouth, but he didn't budge. Even Wang Suihua was taken aback. This dog's got discipline. Starving like this, and still won't touch food from strangers. Mom, this dog is so full of itself. I'm master's top disciple, and it won't even eat the meat I give it. Wang Suihua laughed at his cluelessness. Red only recognizes its owner. If it doesn't come from its master, it won't touch it. That's what makes a top-notch hunting dog. Quit arguing with the dog. Give the meat to Xiao Zhao and let him feed it. Frustrated, Li Yuanchao huffed and carried the raw venison inside the house. The room smelled faintly of alcohol. I quickly got down from the Kong to greet them. Wang Suihua asked the men to see if the food was enough and said she'd cook more if needed, then left. Master, Red won't eat the food I give it. Hand it to me. I brought the bowl outside. The moment Red King saw me, his tail wagged as he came running up. Li Yuanchao glared enviously. I scratched the dog's head and put the bowl down. Red King dug in happily. His loyalty was to me alone. Li Yuanchao didn't go back inside. He knew this wasn't his place to hang around. Squatting nearby, he watched the dog eat. Red King paused mid-chew, noticing him staring, and amusingly nudged the bowl toward him. Li Yuanchao's face darkened. I'm not eating that. He pushed the bowl back to the dog. Red King ignored him and simply continued chomping down. Over at the Lin household, Mrs. Lin hurried into the room, excitement written all over her face. Guess what I just heard? Mr. Lin puffed on his pipe, his tone indifferent. Someone finally agreed to marry our boy? Mrs. Lin shook her head. Mr. Lin instantly lost interest. In his mind, only 2 things counted as good news: their son getting better or their son settling down. I heard our girl's been getting close to Zhao the Jiqing. Mr. Lin froze mid-puff. Zhao the Jiqing was the talk of the village lately, known for his sharp shooting skills and for taking down wild boars and bears. Where'd you hear that? Are you sure someone like him would be interested in our daughter? Mrs. Lin wasn't having it, insisting she'd heard it with her own ears. Mr. Lin remained skeptical. Why don't we just test it out then? She's as dense as a brick. How's she supposed to charm a man? But Mrs. Lin was confident. Men their age were driven by hormones and wouldn't easily resist temptation. After a pause, Mr. Lin's eyes gleamed with a shift in thought. If he's truly decent, and worst comes to worst, we twist things around and make it happen. Mrs. Lin nodded. The two seemed to have reached an agreement. Behind the curtain in the East Room, Lin Yueqing overheard every word. Her face burned as she wrestled with embarrassment and turmoil. What on earth were her parents even thinking? How could they plot for her to do that to Zhao? But could she defy them? Part of her mind tried to rationalize their schemes. She hadn't been able to forget him since the first time they met. Though his words, "We're just ordinary friends," had poured cold water over her emotions, extinguishing her every time. Her gaze dimmed. Outside, footsteps grew louder. Her parents were coming. Quickly, she retreated to the small alcove at the end of the Kong, pretending nothing had happened. The moment Mrs. Lin entered, her demeanor softened, her smile unusually tender. "Yueqing, what are you up to?" That smile. She couldn't even remember the last time her mother had looked at her like this. Lin Xiaofang sat by her side and grasped her hand. "Your brother's sickness has worsened, and I've been too tied up to care for you lately." Lin Yueqing's nose stung, a lump forming in her throat. She knew her mother wasn't being entirely truthful, but still, she craved this rare moment of affection. "I'm fine," she murmured. Lin Xiaofang sighed deeply. "I know we've favored your brother over you, and if you resent us for it, I won't blame you. But all I want is for you to have a good future." Lin Yueqing pulled her hand away. "Mom, what do you want to say?" Lin Xiaofang's gaze sharpened. "Don't play dumb. What's going on with Zhao the Jiqing? I only want to help clean his place. That's all. Just helping, huh?" "Busy." Lin Xiaofang lowered her voice. "He buys all that good food, and you eat the most. Who'd believe there's nothing going on between you two?" Lin Yueqing's face immediately turned red. "Mom, there's really nothing between us." Lin Xiaofang gave a sly, knowing smile. "Zhao the educated youth is building a big house. Once it's finished, people will be lining up to propose to him. You're close to him now. If you don't act fast, he might end up in someone else's hands." Lin Yueqing felt a tight squeeze in her chest. She understood her mother's intentions all too well, claiming it was for her own good, but really, it was for her older brother lying in the hospital. She was nothing more than a bargaining chip. "Have you thought it through? Your father and I, we support you." The room fell eerily quiet. After a long pause, "All right." She looked up. "Give me a piece of fabric. Brother Zhao is going hunting for wild pigs. I'll make him a protective charm." It felt like she was wagering herself entirely in this deal. Lin Xiaofang's face lit up with joy. "That's more like it." She immediately opened the wooden chest and cut off a piece of their finest red fabric. "Here, take it." This was the fabric she never even let anyone touch on normal days. Lin Yueqing's heart grew cold. So, this is what she was worth, a piece of cloth. "Need help from me? I can do it myself." "All right, take your time. I'll go make dinner." Lin Xiaofang walked out of the room and gave Lin's father, who was puffing on a cigarette, a knowing glance. The two exchanged smiles, perfectly in sync. "Keep an eye on her. Get the matter settled sooner rather than later. Feng can't wait much longer." Her eyes carried a trace of sorrow, voice low and heavy. "I got it. I'm off to cook." That night was the best dinner that Lin Yueqing had had in years at home. Her parents were unusually attentive and extra warm, their faces painted with amiable smiles. Late that night, the kerosene lamp flickered uncertainly. Beneath its wavering light, she sat sewing the red fabric. She carefully folded and pinned it, forming a small cloth pouch. Her focus was intense, her tears silent as they fell. The day had been a performance. How she wished these fleeting moments of affection could last longer. But she knew it was an illusion, one destined to shatter. The next morning, I was out practicing stances with Li Yuanchao. The kid had been training for a while now, and he was starting to shape up. I glanced around the yard, but didn't see that familiar figure. My heart sank instantly. "Where's Yueqing?" Li Yuanchao looked at me briefly. She said there's something going on at home. "What kind of thing?" Didn't say much. Probably has to do with her brother. Her brother? What happened to him? Was hospitalized not long ago and hasn't been discharged. Li Yuanchao lowered his voice. "Doesn't look good. He might not make it." A heavy weight hit my chest. Her brother isn't that old. How could his condition be so severe? And her? They can't treat his illness? Incurable. The two simple words felt as heavy as stones dropping into my heart. Did they try going to the provincial hospital? They did. Spent all their money and had to come back. The big hospitals can only try to prolong it. The autumn breeze felt particularly cold as the silence between us stretched. Daybreak. Time to head out. Wang Qingshan's voice came from outside, loud and clear. He was armed to the teeth, a rifle slung on one side and an axe tied to the other. "Coming." I turned around to gear up. Those fleeting moments of melancholy, I buried them deep. A man doesn't have the luxury to give up. After this wild boar hunt, I'll scrape together the money to take her to the provincial capital. If that doesn't work, I'll aim for the capital itself. If even that fails, I'll think of a way to take her abroad. I don't believe in the concept of incurable, especially not when I still hold a trump card. The space. If the space can devour wild creatures, expand itself, and even produce red elixirs to nourish my dog, who's to say it can't save a life? There's still a chance. When I walked out again, that sharp, determined glint was back in my eye, just like when staring down a ferocious beast. Master, watch the house. I tossed the key to Li Yuanchao and, along with Wang Qingshan and Qi Wang, headed toward the brigade's office. Li Hongbing was already waiting for us. I've got your letters of introduction ready. Be careful on the road. Got it. Wang Qingshan and I accepted the documents. The ox cart is ready to take you to Shangliang Commune. Wang Qingshan broke into a grin. Perfect. I can catch some rest on the way. I walked out of the brigade with Wang Qingshan and Qi Wang, heading straight for the livestock shed. Wang Dongjun, the cart owner, was already waiting by the old ox. Comrade Zhao, Hunter Wang, Brother Wang, sorry for the trouble again. We're all friends, no trouble at all. Hop on. We tossed our gear into the cart and climbed aboard. The whip cracked the air with a snap, and the old ox plodded forward. On the way, Wang Dongjun looked back with a grin. Are you going for a bicycle this time, or maybe a TV set? I replied calmly. Shangliang's got plenty of skilled hunters, 3 big teams, all highly competitive. I'm not greedy. If we bag 1 or 2 wild boars and trade them for a few sacks of grain, I'll be happy. You're too modest. With you, Hunter Wang, and Qi Wang, 5 boars at least. Go all out, and you could even beat the others. Wang Qingshan laughed in agreement. Just as he finished, I caught sight of a familiar figure and jumped straight off the ox cart. What are you doing? Wang Qingshan was startled. There's someone I need to see. You guys go ahead, I'll catch up. The ox cart moved so slowly, I wasn't the least bit worried. At the entrance of the village stood Lin Yueqing. I jogged over. Here to see me off? She nodded, and only then did I notice her red, swollen eyes. Didn't sleep well last night? Lin Yueqing didn't answer, but extended her hand. In her palm was a red string bracelet with a small cloth pouch sewn onto the end. A charm, for your safety, she said. I smiled and put it on. Brother Zhao. Her voice suddenly tightened. I may not be able to cook for you or clean your yard anymore in the future. I froze. Those things were never your responsibility. I should be thanking you. She looked up at me, her eyes filled with unspeakable sorrow. Brother Zhao, goodbye. With those words, she spun around and ran off. I stood there, a heavy feeling pressing on my chest. This didn't seem like a normal goodbye. The sadness in her eyes was far too deep. Something must have happened last night. All of a sudden, something brushed against my pant leg. I looked down, it was Qi Wang. You urging me on? I asked as I patted its head. The red string fell through my fingers. Xiao Qi, lead me to her. Qi Wang sniffed around and barked in the direction diagonally ahead. That way, by the river. She hadn't returned to the village? What would she be doing by the river? A sense of unease gripped me. Not good. Let's go. The sound of roaring water filled the air. At the riverbank, a thin figure stood, her silhouette fragile against the fierce waters. The autumn wind tossed her hair into a flurry. Lin Yueqing stared at the churning river, tears streaming down her face. Her parents had forced her to get close to me, even suggesting she use any means necessary to tie me to the Lin family. But she didn't want to drag me into the mess. She didn't want to shackle me with burdens I didn't deserve to bear. She had no way out. Below her feet, the raging river swirled. In her mind, it was only my face that remained. She closed her eyes and leapt into the void. Goodbye, Brother Zhao. Within the next second, a hand grabbed her forcefully. Are you crazy? She thought the icy water would engulf her, but instead, she found herself colliding hard into a warm, sturdy embrace. There was no sound of the wind, only the strong, steady beats of a heart. She opened her eyes. It was me. Panic spread across Lin Yueqing's face. She struggled, not wanting me to witness her wretched state. And yet, her hands clung to me with all their might, nails digging into my arms. I looked at her, my face full of concern, asking her something in a frantic voice. But she couldn't make out the words. All she could hear was the sound of my heart. Brother Zhao. Before she could finish her sentence, she broke into sobs. I stopped asking questions and simply held her tightly, patting her back gently. Let it out. I'm here, I said. It seemed like a long time before she finally quieted down. Her face buried into the crook of my neck, her fingers clutching my clothing as if afraid that letting go would mean I'd disappear. The wind rustled the trees. The river flowed on. Softly, I whispered, It's okay now. I'm here. Her breathing gradually steadied. That's when I suddenly said, "When I return from hunting, I'll go to your house and propose." "All right." She froze. "What?" "Marry me," I said as I steadied her by her shoulders to make her look into my eyes. Her expression flickered with light, but quickly dimmed. "Brother Zhao, my family. Look at me," I interrupted, gripping her hands tightly. "I'm marrying you, not your family. Whatever comes, we'll face it together." She couldn't hold back anymore, throwing her arms around my waist. "Wait for me to come back. I'll go propose for sure." "All right." From afar, Chi Wang stood guard like a little sentinel. "Xiao Qi, let's go," I called. The dog stared at the two-legged creature I was holding hands with, confused. Was this the new lady of the house? Back at the village entrance, neither of us wanted to part ways. "Wait for me." "I'll wait. Just stay safe." Just as things were getting emotional, Chi Wang suddenly barked. The mood shattered. I shot at a glare. Chi Wang instantly tucked its tail between its legs, pretending to behave. Embarrassed, Lin Yueqing adjusted the collar of my clothes. She caught sight of a patch stained with her tears and blushed deeply. How mortifying. I had chased the ox cart for over 10 minutes with Chi Wang before spotting it ahead. "How did you get so far without calling me sooner?" I demanded. "Woof." Chi Wang whimpered, full of grievances. It had barked already. I had been too busy flirting. That fellow even glared at it earlier. None of that mattered. I sprinted and finally caught up to the ox cart. As I climbed into the bed, I was met with knowing looks from Wang Qingshan and Wang Dongjun. Wang Dongjun gave me a thumbs up. "Zhao Jiqing, you've got some real charm. That Lin family girl. She's never seen anyone off before, let alone waited at the village entrance for them." Lin Yueqing was well known for her beauty across the neighboring areas. If not for her poor health, her family's betrothal gifts and matchmakers would have overflowed. Seriously though, Wang Qingshan inched close curiously. "You and her? Are you serious?" Ordinary friends don't gift red bracelets, a symbol for someone they've truly decided on. I laughed openly. "I am. Once we're back from Shangliang Commune, I'm heading to her house to propose." The confidence in my tone left Wang Qingshan speechless. He swallowed whatever advice he had been about to give. "Well, just make sure to invite me to the wedding feast then." "Absolutely. I'm coming along too. Gotta show proper manners with a gift." Wang Dongjun laughed heartily, raising his whip. The three of us, plus one dog, filled the road with laughter and conversation. By midday, all we had was a few cornbread cakes and some water to sate our hunger before continuing our journey. At around 2 in the afternoon, we finally reached Shangliang Commune. A sign by the entrance read, "Shangliang People's Commune Management Committee." Two of us got off the cart and grabbed our things. "Dongjun, you've worked hard." "Nah, you guys are bringing honor to our village." All I did was drive the cart. I slipped a pack of Pegasus cigarettes into his hand. Wang Dongjun's eyes lit up. "Before you head back, send a telegram to the team. I'll come pick you up." "Got it." Wang Dongjun got back on his cart and drove off. With our letters of introduction in hand, Wang Qingshan and I entered the main courtyard. The sentry checked us over, asking us to hand over our guns, axes, machetes, and even my hunting dog to the militia department for safekeeping. As we walked onward, a young guy taking us around kept ogling Chi Wang. "Is this a Lijo red dog? It's the biggest one I've ever seen." The kid was maybe 18 or 19, full of excitement. "You've got a sharp eye?" "He's half Lijo red, half black wolf dog." "No wonder. That bloodline is intense. I'd love to see him in action on a hunt." I was already used to folks gawking over Chi Wang. "This dog yours?" "My name's Zhao Tianliang. His name's Chi Wang." "I'm Guoxiaoza." All along the way, Guoxiaoza tried to play with Chi Wang, but the dog ignored him completely. That only made Xiaoza more eager. At the militia department, the caretaker saw Chi Wang's muscular build and looked visibly uneasy. In the end, I had to secure Chi Wang myself, making sure they knew he wouldn't hurt anyone. Only then did the dog lazily lay down to nap. "Comrade Tianliang, your dog is really well trained," Guoxiaoza said, a hint of respect in his eyes. I just smiled lightly. Nothing much, just a basic skill. After all, I wasn't exactly playing fair. Let's just put it that way. "Comrade Guoxiaoza, please take us to see the leadership. We'd like to start helping out on the hunt as soon as possible." Guoxiaoza snapped out of it, suddenly realizing his chatter had eaten up time. "My apologies. This way, comrades." He led us to a large tiled roof building and went inside to report. Moments later, he came back. "The secretary wants to see you." We entered the room and met Secretary Chang Guanlin of Shangliang Commune. He was dressed in a mouse suit, his temples streaked with white, exuding a calm demeanor. "So, you've come to support the wild boar hunting team?" "I'm Chang Guanlin, the person in charge." Hello, Secretary Chang. I'm Zhao Tianliang. And I'm Wang Qingshan. After brief introductions, we got straight to the point. The Dongshan Production Brigade is short-staffed. Just a few days ago, 3 mu of corn was destroyed by wild boars. The other hunters have been reassigned elsewhere. Are you willing to head that way? We're like bricks for the organization. Place us wherever we're needed, I said firmly. Same here, Wang Qingshan chimed in. Secretary Chang nodded approvingly. Gua, take them to Dongshan and give them 10 extra bullets each. To get to Dongshan, we rode a donkey cart. You're from Dongshan? Wang Qingshan asked. Yes, I got selected to join the militia, but the rest of my family is back in the brigade. As we got to know each other along the way, our tone naturally became more casual. By 5 p.m., we arrived at the fields. Grandpa Xianghong, the hunters are here. In a cornfield, an elderly farmer straightened his back when he heard the call. Brushing his hands on his pants, he hurried over. I'm Gua Xianghong, the team leader. Finally, you've made it. The past few days, the wild boars have been coming down from the mountains again. If the crops get ruined a few more times, we'll lose about 30% of this year's harvest. I shook his calloused hand. Don't worry, team leader Gua. That's what we're here for. The old man nodded, visibly relieved. He said good 3 times in a row, his eyes glistening with emotion. Let's head to the mess hall. I'll treat you both to a meal as a welcome. Glancing at the sky, I declined. The meal can wait. Please arrange for a place for us to stay. Once we unload our things, we'll head into the mountains immediately. Gua Xianghong looked surprised. Right now? Aren't you going to rest for a bit first? This is the prime time for wild boars to show up. They lay low during the day and come out at dusk to forage. Tonight will be our best chance, I explained. A glimmer of confidence appeared in Gua Xianghong's eyes. Up until now, he'd worried we might not take the situation seriously. But hearing this, he felt reassured. These young men, he thought, are no ordinary recruits. All right, comrades, follow me. I'll show you to your accommodations. Gua Xianghong, clearly invigorated, led Gua Xiaoza along with us back to the production brigade. There weren't many vacant rooms fit for living. Wang Qingshan ended up staying with a widow whose husband had passed several years prior, leaving a spare room in her house. As for me, I was given a room in Gua Xiaoza's home, as his sister had just gotten married, leaving her room available. When Gua Xiaoza's family heard I was a hunter come to deal with the wild boars, their enthusiasm was unmistakable. People in the area had been tormented by the boars, frustrated by the thought of their hard year's work being destroyed when harvest was just around the corner. Lu Solan, Xiaoza's mother, upon learning I was heading into the mountains straight away, rushed to make a batch of flatbreads using what little white flour the family had left. By the time I had finished unpacking, the scent wafting from the kitchen was irresistible. Young man, take these flatbreads with you. Don't let yourself go hungry while hunting boars, Lu Solan said, stepping out with a wicker basket, the flatbreads still steaming warm. Grateful but unwilling to impose, I reached for a ration coupon in my pocket. Auntie, please take this. Here, take this. No, you're helping us get rid of trouble. How can I let you work on an empty stomach? She waved her hands frantically. Helplessly, I stuffed the ration tickets into Gua Xiaoza's hand. Xiaoza, keep them. After that, I grabbed a few flatbreads, wrapped them in cloth, and tucked them into my coat. Auntie, I'm heading out now. Thanks for the bread. Hey, young man. Lu Tsuolan chased me to the door, but I was already far down the path. Aze. She turned to her son. Mom, I know. I'll return the ration tickets to him later. Go and get the job done. Apart from leading the way, Gua Xiaoza's task was to tally scores, handle logistics, and assist in operations. Mom, there's something in the bag I brought back for you all. Wait until Dad and elder brother are home before opening it. He said this while hurrying to catch up with me. On the mountain ridge, Wang Qingshan carried a rifle on his back, held a sharpened stick tied with a machete at the end, and had a whip and hatchet hanging from his waist. I had a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle in hand, walking in the middle. Following behind was Gua Xiaoza with a bag filled with bullets and medical supplies. At the very front was the Scarlet King. Its demeanor was tense, no longer laid back as before. Woof! Coming near a gully, the Scarlet King suddenly halted, issuing a low warning bark. Something's up. Let's check it out. I quickened my pace. What do you see? Wang Qingshan caught up. Check the ground. Look at this path. The dirt showed a distinct trail. A game trail. Wang Qingshan's eyes lit up. Exactly. Wild boars often stick to a fixed path. Turning to Gua Xiaoza, I asked, where does this trail lead? To the cornfield. Gua Xiaoza's face changed, his hands clutching the bag straps tightly. I smirked. With the Scarlet King's help, tracking the pig should be no problem. Brother Zhao, Brother Wang, what now? Stake it out. Ambush. Wang Qingshan nodded. Since we uncovered its path, why not wait it out? Brother Zhao, could there be another route? Possibly. Which is why I'll need to trouble you, Brother Wang. Wang Qingshan laughed, giving his whip a pat. With the Scarlet King backing me up, leave it to me. I nodded. Scarlet, go. On my command, the Scarlet King instantly dashed out alongside Wang Qingshan. Xiaoza, follow me. Let's find a spot where we can take it down. Xiaoza hurried after me as we climbed the path. At an old oak tree, I stopped, slapping the trunk. Here's good. Out of nowhere, I asked, need to take a leak first? Xiaoza froze. No, I'm fine. All right, hold the rifle for me. I walked ahead and relieved myself right on the trail. Xiaoza stood there dumbfounded. Man, this guy's way too casual. Afterward, I positioned the rifle on a tree branch to test it. Too shaky. I switched sides. Steady now. I nodded in approval. Xiaoza, stand further back. Cover me with follow-up shots. Don't fire before I do. I tossed the shotgun over to him. Got it. Xiaoza retreated to my right rear, set his bag down, and aimed forward, clenching the gun tightly. Suddenly, barking and the crack of a whip exploded in the distance. His palms started sweating. Remember, cover fire only. I growled. Understood. I stayed as still as a rock. Xiaoza gritted his teeth, trying to steady his nerves. A beastly roar tore through the forest. The wild boar emerged. Leading the charge was a streak of red, the Scarlet King. The boar's eyes burned crimson, charging with unrelenting ferocity. Dog and boar raced straight toward the ambush point. Xiaoza's heart pounded wildly. Shoot already. But I didn't move. The gap closed rapidly. If I didn't fire soon, the Scarlet King would get rammed. Xiaoza couldn't help but yell out. Still, I didn't move. Just as the boar lunged forward, its nose caught a pungent scent. It hesitated, its movement slowing for a split second. The Scarlet King suddenly veered to the side. The boar's chest was exposed in full. And in that instant, nightfall blanketed everything. The animal's vision went blurry. Now, bang, 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 bang. 5 consecutive shots. Every bullet hit the same target point. 2 penetrated the organs. 1 tore through the fat. Another shredded muscle. Blood mist erupted into the cold night air. The final bullet pierced the wildly beating heart. The boar's massive body barreled forward a few more steps before collapsing with a heavy thud, carving a deep trench into the ground. The sudden turn of events left Xiaoza frozen, too stunned even to fire his covering shot. Xiaoza, hand me the shotgun. My sharp whisper snapped him back to reality. He hurriedly raised the weapon, but was stopped as I clamped a hand over the barrel. What's wrong with you? His face flushed as he handed me the gun. Brother Zhao. I froze for a second there. I patted his shoulder. Ah, rookies. The pig's down. Let's go make sure it's dead. Huh? It's not dead yet. If it's survived 5 rounds, it'd take nothing short of a miracle to still be standing. Holding a flashlight between my teeth, I crouched low, advancing within 5 meters of the boar. The Scarlet King was already circling the carcass warily, still on edge after being chased so aggressively earlier. When the scene came fully into view, Xiaoza inhaled sharply. It's massive, at least 800 pounds. I picked up a rock and threw it. Thud. The wild boar didn't move. All right, it's dead for sure. Only then did I relax, flashlight in hand, sweeping it across the surroundings. Where's Brother Wang? Just as I spoke, a figure came running down the slope. Over his shoulder, he carried a rope, dragging something behind him. Brother Wang, weren't you supposed to be rounding up the boar? Wang Qingshan gave a wry smile. Your dog Qi Wang is a beast. That one dog took care of everything. By the time I caught up, I saw it luring the big boar away. I just grabbed these 2 stragglers trailing behind for good measure. What are stragglers? I shone my flashlight to where he pointed. 2 small, striped piglets were tied up, looking weak and defeated. Xiaoza finally understood. They were about 5 or 6 months old. Xiaoza, run down the mountain and gather some folks. This one's too big. The 3 of us won't be able to carry it. Got it. Xiaoza dashed off, following the boar trail downhill. Wang Qingshan tied off the rope securely and then plopped to the ground, exhausted. Man, I'm wiped out. He pulled out a cold steamed bun and washed it down with some water. By this time, I had already raised my hatchet, starting to gut the wild boar, draining its blood and prepping it. Some chunks I tossed to Qi Wang as a reward. The rest, I hung on the old oak tree to offer to the mountain spirits. Once I was done, I leaned back against the tree and sat down. What are you eating? Bun. Want some? Don't eat cold food. Here, I've got hot flatbreads. I unwrapped the bundle, and a cloud of steam rose, carrying a mouth-watering fragrance. Wang Qingshan's eyes lit up. Still warm? Let me have one. He quickly stuffed his steamed bun back into his pack. Steamed buns with a bit of wheat flour in them were already considered decent fare. But when compared to warm, fresh flatbreads, no contest. The two of us took alternated bites of flatbread and sips of water, a comfortable warmth spreading through our bellies. Just as we finished eating, a commotion broke out in the distance. Xiaozi's brought people. Members of the East Mountain production team arrived, carrying torches, their firelight flickering across faces filled with various emotions. Some were excited, others nervous, and a few downright terrified. Wang Qingshan and I stood to greet them. At the head of the group was the old team leader, Guo Xianghong. He reached us and firmly shook our hands. Comrades, Xiaozi says you've taken down a huge wild boar. That beast was heading downhill on the boar trail, ready to ravage our corn crops. You've saved us. His voice trembled with genuine gratitude, his expression heartfelt. Come look. Isn't this the bald-top king of hell? Someone held a torch closer, and the big boar's appearance came into full view. Its head was entirely bald, smooth and hairless. Everyone recognized it immediately. It was the same wild boar that had been wreaking havoc on their crops. Because of its bald head, they called it Bald Top. And because it was so vicious and brutal, they nicknamed it the King of Hell. This was a beast that had plowed through several fields, smashing through anything in its path. The crowd surged forward, surrounding the carcass. It's really that one. Damn thing ruined so much of our harvest. Overcome with emotion, someone dashed forward, punching and kicking the lifeless boar. Beat it. Get payback for our lost grain. The group grew more riled up, raining blows onto the wild boar, their fists pounding on its massive head. There are two smaller ones over there. Let's slaughter them too. Someone noticed the striped piglets tied up by the tree and immediately rushed towards them. Stop. My face darkened as I grabbed Wang Qingshan and rushed forward to cut them off. Leave the piglets alone. I stood in the way, blocking the man. Why not kill them? They're useful alive, I replied firmly. We'll need them to find the main nest. Guo Xianghong understood right away and immediately ordered everyone to stand down. The crowd reluctantly dispersed, returning their focus to the massive wild boar. Several strong men plunged knives into it and began carving it up. Someone brought the balance scale, while Guo Xiaozi diligently scribbled notes in his little notebook. 462 pounds. As soon as the number was called out, gasps erupted all around. With the blood and organs, it's got to weigh at least 500 pounds. No wonder it was so ferocious. Guo Xiaozi's hands trembled slightly as he gripped his pen. That boar had almost charged straight into him earlier. A hit from something that weighty? He wouldn't have survived. He couldn't help but glance at me. That shot I took. How did I manage to act so decisively? If I'd missed, that boar would have taken me out instead. Suddenly, he remembered something. Right before I fired, he recalled, the boar had briefly hesitated. It had stopped precisely where I'd relieved myself earlier. A realization struck him. Guo Xiaozi pushed his way through the crowd, heading for that spot. 50 paces from the old oak tree, he came to a stop. On the ground was a dampened patch. He crouched down and sniffed. Just as I thought. That wasn't just any random spot I'd chosen to relieve myself. It was all an intentional setup. Excited, he jotted this epiphany into his notebook.